Are you ready? Welcome to Boulevard City Music World here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the official weigh-in for the main event of Ring of Fire. It's a presentation by Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Boxing in conjunction with Riyadh Season, National Events Center, the General Entertainment Authority, Gold Star Promotions, K2 Promotions, and Sella. This contest we'll see tomorrow night is sanctioned by the WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF, and IBO, and on the line, the ring and lineal titles. Now for this event, ladies and gentlemen, a very special thank you to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the official weigh-in for undefeated champion versus undefeated champion. It's all at the Kingdom Arena, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It'll be 12 rounds of boxing for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Let's bring the warriors to the stage and to the scales. First, an Olympic gold medal champion. Now, as a professional, 21 fights, 21 victories, 14 wins by knockout. He's the former undisputed and undefeated cruiserweight champion of the world. From Ukraine, the reigning, defending, undefeated WBA, WBO, IBF, IBO, heavyweight champion of the world, OLEKSANDR Usyk. World champion Alexander Usyk. From the United Kingdom, the two-time world champion, holder of the ring and lineal championships, and recognized as the reigning, defending, undefeated WBC heavyweight champion of the world, the Gypsy King, TYSON Fury. the lineal, the WBC Heavyweight World Champion, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. First onto the scales will be the champion from Ukraine, OLEKSANDR Usyk. 233 1/2 pounds for the unified champion, OLEKSANDR Usyk. Next, stepping onto the scales from the United Kingdom, WBC champion, lineal champion, ring champion, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. $262 pounds for Tyson Fury. Here they are, champion versus champion, both undefeated for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. It all goes down tomorrow night at the Kingdom Arena here in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. 4 hours to go. Undefeated champion versus undefeated champion for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world at the Kingdom Arena, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Tyson, 2 face-offs this week, 2 very different face-offs. What are the tactics behind this? What are you thinking after that face-off just now?
We're ready to rock and roll, you know. Fireworks tomorrow night. I'm going to knock this little fucker spark out.
Looking to make history tomorrow night. We're going to see the first undisputed heavyweight champion of our generation, the first one in 25 years. In the past, you've said belts don't matter, defending belts don't matter. This one's got to matter, right?
I'm coming for his heart. That's what I'm coming for. Fuck his belts. I'm coming for his fucking heart. He's getting it tomorrow. Spark out! Fuck it!
Any final words?
All his team do. Fuck the lot of them. They can all get it if they wanted to. Shithouse
A
it.
word to your fans, Tyson. Time's up.
All right, I'm here with Alexander Usyk, ladies and gentlemen. Things have calmed down a little bit. It got rough and tumble. What did you just say to Tyson Fury?
Don't be afraid. I will not leave you alone tomorrow.
You told everyone that your father was your inspiration growing up. If he were here right now, before the biggest fight of your life, what advice do you think your dad would give you?
Son, you can.
Well, we're 24 hours away from the biggest fight of your life. How have you managed to stay so calm before what is sure to be an unbelievable fight?
Because it's my plan. If I will be nervous, I not win.
What is your message to the fans watching you around the world, especially those in your war-torn country of the Ukraine?
My fans, I love you. See you tomorrow.
Give it up, everybody! Alexander Usyk!
Welcome to Seconds Out. This is history in the making, and it is history. First time this century we will be seeing the undisputed World Heavyweight Championship. In fact, the first time in history we will be witnessing the unification of the 4 major belts. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm excited. You could probably see that I'm excited, but I'm going to be excited with our 2 esteemed guests. Let me go from the guy on the far left, Xavier Miller, former trainer, I believe, of Dillian Whyte, obviously a man who fought the main man tonight, Tyson Fury, last year. I think it was last year at Wembley Stadium. Xavier is the man behind IQ Boxing, and I'm sure we're going to be testing his boxing IQ tonight in this conversation and watch along. Welcome to you, Xavier.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
And of course, sitting next to me, obviously, last but not least, man, former Scottish champion at super middleweight, was it?
Super welterweight. Yeah, late middleweight. The old late middleweight.
You know what they say, get your facts right when you're doing things like this. Super welterweight, okay. Yeah, but he's also the man behind Duffy Boxing, in association with 2 men you will for sure know, former WBO cruiserweight champion of the world, Johnny Nelson, and of course the former European bantamweight champion, Spencer Oliver. It is Kieran Duffy. Kieran, welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. My pleasure. My pleasure. As you say, it's such an historic fight tonight, isn't it?
You know,
I was thinking back to the last one. Do you remember those 2 fights we had? The first was the draw, wasn't it? And then it was the rematch with Lennox Lewis when he beat Holyfield. So that felt like history back then. I can't believe it's that many years have passed now. It's taken that long to unify the belts. So it's history, yeah.
Tell me, I mean, look, I'm the fan. I always say I'm the fan. You guys are the man. Okay? You the guys, the men in the know. Look, we're making a big deal about the fact that it's the undisputed, the 4 belts. But you go back 50 years, every world champion was undisputed. Do you think that it's crazy we make such a big deal about this undisputed? In a way, surely boxing needs to sort itself out and there needs to be one champion across the board, no?
2 ways of looking at it. If you look back into the history of it, the reality is there's always been versions of the title. There was the New York State version. There was different the European, American world champion, etc., etc. But there was more, you know, if you go back far enough, there were more established, undisputed world champions. There's no doubt about it. And I mean, right through the glory seasons like the 80s and the 90s, there's also been multiple belts. It was really the WBC and the WBA. But I mean, it's of course we want one title, but it's just the way it's the way it's laid out, the way it's happened. There's a lot of opportunities there for boxers. You want a title, you want a major title, then you're in the mix, and you've got the unifications and the big fights. But from a fan's standpoint, of course, we want one champion, and that's what tonight's all about, isn't it? See who the best fist fighter in the world is, the best boxer in the world. 100%.
But Xavier, listen, you've your charge, Dillian Whyte, waited a long while for his shot at a world championship. So, I mean, what is your take on this undisputed status of this fight? What do you think? Do you think that we'd like to see a reversion back to the olden days when it was always undisputed?
I like the idea of the belts, to be honest with you, because there's a lot of boxers that wouldn't get an opportunity to call themselves a world champion if we didn't have, 3 or 4, governing bodies. I mean, it's a difficult thing to do, but in my opinion, I've always appreciated and respected the fact that a boxer can call himself undisputed. I think there's no discussion or argument about who is number one if you have every belt. And that's why I thought it was amazing what Devin Haney managed to achieve. There's other fighters who may be more popular, but if you've got every belt, if you think you're better than that guy, then you should fight him. And if you don't, he's number one. I think what Terence Crawford has gone on to do is amazing. I was singing Evander Holyfield's praises years and years ago. I had a personal bet with some of my friends in college, told him he'd beat Tyson because my uncle told me to watch him during the amateurs. And he was one of the best, technically one of the best fighters I'd ever seen. And he was so good, that's why he was able to go up from light heavyweight to cruiserweight to heavyweight. And he was the first fighter to be undisputed in 2 weight divisions, cruiserweight and then heavyweight. We're only seeing that happen again now. This was back in the 90s. So it's taken a long time. It would have been a real shame if we didn't get our current crop of heavyweights to fight for undisputed. It could have gone on long enough where Tyson could have retired, Alexander Usyk could have retired, Joshua could have retired, and then you've got to wait God knows how long to see this again. So it's a bit late, but at least it's here, and I think it's going to be a great fight.
Well, it's interesting, Xavier, because I have got a sense of knowing who I think you're going for tonight. We're going to come to that. We're going to come to that. But if my sense is correct, it may not be worth me having the bet with you, but the reason I want to say this is because tonight is actually sponsored, of course, by DAZN. Okay. We've got 2 sponsors. We've obviously got DAZN, DAZN.com/SecondsOut. Check it out. That rhymes, of course. And the other one is Fair Play Exchange. And we want to encourage all of you guys out there to download this app. Let me give you the link, okay? I'll say it nice and slowly for you. Okay, so HTTPS, I guess that means www in layman's terms. But you want to go to onelink.to/SecondsOut Fair Play. You download the app, and you're going to get a free £5 bet. What do you get for free these days? Not a lot, apart from this watch-along. And I tell you what, there may be many watch-alongs, but I promise you, there's only one watch-along. I'm telling you about that, especially with my two mates here. Listen, remember, download this, onelink.to/SecondsOut Fair Play. Get the app. You get a free £5 bet tonight if you use the SecondsOut promo code. Free £5 bet can't be bad. And I'm going to be doing it very soon. I'm going to be having a bet with one of the 2 gentlemen here on tonight's proceedings. In fact, it doesn't actually have to be the main event. I'm going to just go straight to it. Of course, we're a few hours away, so you've got the pleasure of our company tonight, all the way along. By the way, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Keith Fraser. Not much of a boxer myself. Other combat sports, yes, but not boxing. But you see me on this channel many times before, and I've always said it. I'm a fan. These guys are the man. I'm here to make my point of view. It may be rubbish. I stand to be corrected by these two guys. Now, wait, I want to go straight to it. Let's go straight for the jugular. First things first, let's go to you, Kieran. Who do you fancy tonight?
Oh, that's what it's all about. I think, you know, I've been thinking a lot about it. I can see arguments for both fighters. But if I'm honest, I can't see past Tyson Fury. He looks in fantastic shape. You know, he took a lot of criticism in the last one against Ngannou, but I was here for that one as well with you guys. And I think, you know what, his legacy's on the line, not just the undisputed. That it's going to be, if he doesn't win tonight, if he loses his title to a former cruiserweight, oh, that's horrible for him, for his legacy among the greatest of all time. So he wins the undisputed title, and it's reverse. He's up there with the top guys that ever lived, right back from the 20s, 30s. He's in the arguments with them all, you know. So it's a huge fight for him. I believe he's trained really hard. He looks in tremendous shape. Well, as good a shape as you're ever going to get Tyson Fury, and he's not body beautiful, but he's a monster of a man in terms of size and frame. So I think stylistically it's going to be hard for him against such a high level fighter, but I think he'll find a way to win. I think he'll find a way to impose himself. But I mean, I'm not going back on what I said. I can also see it going the other way, but if you make me pick, I think Tyson Fury will be undisputed champ at the end of the night.
Well, we're going to come to you in a second, Xavier, but I hope you don't mind, gentlemen. I can be a little bit sort of argumentative. Yeah. And I've got to say, even if Tyson Fury wins tonight, he doesn't go down in history as one of the all-time greats, not in a million years. It's like I said to you before, across 50 years ago, or how many years ago, everyone was undisputed, okay? Just because he wins tonight, against a cruiserweight, a very good one at that, he's not the greatest. I don't believe he's fought a great era. Mm-hmm. Let's bear it in mind, he's fought Deontay Wilder 3 times, a one-trick pony. He's fought Derek Chisora 3 times. No disrespect to Derek Chisora, maybe on the cusp of world level, but he's not world level. And he fought a Klitschko who was probably the end of his career. Does that make him an all-time great? I don't think so. To me, the greatest one in my era, as watching boxing in my lifetime, for me, the greatest heavyweight I have seen is a fellow Brit, is Lennox Lewis. He had everything. He could bang. He's got punch variety. He had movement, boxing IQ. Really, I know we can talk about eras, but you were to put Lennox Lewis in his prime against Tyson Fury in his prime, but Lennox Lewis finish him off.
The big thing is you can't judge a guy till his career's over, and it's not over. What I'm saying is he'll be in the argument. You got to look. If he's undisputed champion, if he's beaten Usyk, he's beaten Wilder, he's beaten Klitschko, he's beaten everybody else they put in front of him, and he's going to probably fight Joshua. Who's going to bet against him if he beats Usyk? He's going to beat Joshua. That fight will happen. It's a huge amount of money. Who else is left? He's cleaned out his era. So what I'm saying is he's not in the argument. Who did Lennox beat that was so much better? Who did Lennox beat that he wouldn't have beaten? Give me a name.
Well, of course, Lennox Lewis beat a washed-up Mike Tyson.
Well, he would have beat him.
Lennox Lewis beat an all-time great in Evander Holyfield.
I think he would have beat Holyfield too.
No.
Okay. We're going to come to Xavier.
No, but past his best. Xavier
here is chomping at the bit. He's chomping at the bit. Xavier, I'm sorry to keep you quiet. Come on,
right.
Come in. Interject when you want.
No,
you can't talk an stop an Irishman talking. Sorry.
No, I think the good thing is that you both made really good points, and you know, this is a fascinating fight. You know, we have a lot of when you're in a boxing gym, you have a lot of discussions about boxing. It's, you know, when you're not actually training, that's all we do is talk boxing. And I've said to some of the guys in my gym, and it's upset a few of them, but it is what it is. You know, if you look at the guys that are from the past or the guys that are around now, you know, the guys that have had the 200-300 amateur fights, these are the guys that tend to go on to dominate and be elite. If you look at the amount of fights that the amateur career that Evander Holyfield had, this is why it held him in good stead to go through the weight divisions and achieve what he achieved. I mean, he's one of the most accomplished fighters ever. If you look at his achievement from winning a bronze medal to being undisputed in 2 weight divisions to being the only 4-time heavyweight champion, you know, you have to have very good grounding to have done these things. Same with Lennox Lewis, very good amateur career, won a gold medal. And had an outstanding career. It's these kind of guys. Again, Floyd Mayweather had a good amateur career. Roy Jones, some of the new guys that are around now. Shakur Stevenson. I think even Terence Crawford had maybe between 200-300 amateur fights. It does matter. And some of the guys in my gym that have had maybe the 20, 30, 40, I've said to them, when you come against these kind of guys, you will struggle, because that's just how boxing goes. You starting boxing in single digits, you've got a better chance of reaching the very top compared to someone who started late, like at 15, 20 years old. It means you've had 10, 15 years more experience walking from the change room to the ring. It counts for something. The fascinating thing about this fight is that person is Alexander Usyk. He's the one that's had the decorated amateur career. He's the one that's been able to move up in weight divisions. Tyson Fury, I think maybe 30 or 32. I can't remember. I know it's 30 odd amateur fights. He's actually overachieved. I know it's going to sound strange to a casual fan, but when you know you're boxing, we've had this discussion in the gym before as well about all the previous heavyweight champions. If you didn't actually achieve anything in the Olympics, or you didn't have a decorated amateur career, very rarely did you win a world title. I think when we went through the list, it was only guys maybe like a Tim Witherspoon who didn't have a decorated amateur career that ended up being a world champion. But even like the Ray Mercers of the world, it was seen more as like a C-rate, maybe heavyweight. He won a medal in the Olympics. It's just the way things go. I think what makes this fight interesting is that it's the height and the size of Fury, to me, that makes this fight even. In terms of ability, to me, Usyk's got a lot more. I think he does everything better. Tyson fundamentally does a lot of things, you can't say wrong, but different, whereas Alexander Usyk is textbook.
Can I ask you, and again, I come with a fan's knowledge, an educated fan's knowledge, I would say, and some sort of combat background. Now, the way I see this fight, now we had I was doing a watch along last time with Don Charles. Don Charles, of course, has trained Dubois against Usyk, and he knows. He thinks Tyson Fury toys with Usyk. Now, I remember saying to Don before the first Joshua Usyk fight, he thought Joshua, I said, Don, I have this belief that it's not, everyone kept saying it was about the size then. Usyk's movement and boxing ability, I said, this is a boxing fight. This is not about muscle. Having said that, of course, there is a huge difference in height. 6'9" to 6'3" is massive. We saw a few weeks ago a great fight where you've got a great boxer, Nick Bull, who lost to the guy much bigger than him. And I think that guy, Vargas, knew for most of the fight how to keep the guy on the end of his reach.
Was that a draw, that fight? Wasn't that fight a draw? The Nick Bull fight you're talking about?
I can't remember. I think it was either draw or Vargas won it.
I think
anyway, the point I'm making is this. I think that it's a very different fight for Tyson Fury, because Tyson Fury, he looks good coming forward in straight lines, whereas Usyk, from what I see, he likes to work in circles. He likes he likes to foot around and just keep that movement going. I don't think Tyson Fury's been up against a guy who works that way. He's very good at coming forward. He's got quick hands. He likes to do a lot of feints and shoulder rolls and all sorts of Tyson Fury. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I bow to your better knowledge, Usyk works in a circular way, and I think that may work in his favour. And I think that's why I'm favouring Usyk either at a late round or a points victory. How do you guys feel the way I have summed this up?
I agree with what you're saying. I can see what you're saying, but I think the big thing you're missing is size isn't the matter. It's the fact that Tyson Fury knows how to use his size properly. He understands range and distance. And that's where, no harm to Joshua, amazing fighter and everything else. I think he's constantly improving. He doesn't have the same understanding of range and distance. And okay, he won an Olympic Games, but he had very few comparatively. Well, I mean, this is fortunate.
That's why I'm saying that Tyson Fury, to me, has overachieved because of the lack of amateur experience, whereas Usyk is a different level amateur to Joshua, and you saw it in that fight. And that's the problem. It's the experience of Alexander Usyk. Joshua tried everything. But Usyk's just a bit better in every department.
Then now you're talking about pound for pound, okay?
Yeah.
So we're talking about pound for pound. I'm talking about man to man. I'm talking about 6'9", understands how to lose his range, has highly underrated foot. Who's got lighter feet than him? And what does he need? Light feet to keep his range, to hold his position, to fight, put the fight where he wants it to be. Okay, so who has to do the harder job? That's Usyk all day long. He's got to close the range.
And how does he do that, by the way? Because there is a huge size difference here.
Who's ever done it to him before? Yeah, because I promise you, he's not going to fight like he fought against Steve Cunningham and walk forward and leave himself tall and get dropped. Do you think he hasn't studied and understands the range? And going back to the amateur point, it's a good point. But the thing about it is what you find out when you turn pro is amateur don't matter anymore to a huge extent, okay? Because then we got to learn the professional game. And he's been a pro for a long period of time, training, sparring, dealing with high-level fighters, like in the gym. He fought the best. He's been around the best in the world from the beginning, working with people going out to the Kronk gym, working with Emmanuel Stewart. This guy's a genius. For me, one of the greatest trainers ever. And aggressive, power punching. And so, does it matter a medal? Does it matter fighting against getting stopped by people like Beterbiev down at light heavyweight? Does that make you a better heavyweight champion of the world? What I'm saying is, I'm not saying he's taking anything away from him. He's learned and he's experienced, but it's man v man, not history v history. I think we've got a 6'3" guy that's coming up that's got all of the work to do against a 6'9" light-footed, fast-handed, proven chin.
But he hasn't been that light-footed in recent fights.
Very good point. And this is the point I'm getting to.
It's a very good point.
It all depends how whether Fury's lifestyle's caught up with him or not. Because you're dealing with a guy, that's a good body shot we're watching on the TV. Daniel Dubois' body shot against Usyk. Another question mark. Do you think Fury, after all his fights, can't find a way to hit that body at some point? So let's see. He understands breathing and range.
Also, don't forget, the lighter guys, they like to fight big fighters because the heavyweights have got so used to fighting and sparring heavyweights. When the lighter guys come up, the speed factor comes 100%. In, and that's the only issue I see for Tyson is this: it's the angles that Usyk's going to create, and the footwork and the feints. It's not going to be easy. That's why I've got the fight in the balance because because of Tyson Fury's height and his size, like compared to me, the better technical fighter. You know, I could kind of compare it to when Holyfield fought Bo. Now, I'm a massive Holyfield fan, but I knew of Bo. And Bo to me was as good as Holyfield inside and outside, and that's why he beat him. You know, I know Holyfield got revenge in the second fight, but Bo was such a good inside and outside fighter. And again, we go along with trainers.
The good big man.
Eddie Futch is a genius. As much as I love Emmanuel Stewart, Eddie Futch to me is the guy. And, you know,
I want to ask you, Xavier, I'm going to cut to the chase here, mate, because I really enjoy listening to you already. It's the first time.
Thank you.
Hopefully not the last.
God, he's agreeing with you.
But listen, I want to hear. Because, am I right in saying that you think Usyk wins this fight?
I'm slightly favouring Usyk. Obviously, you know, I've seen Tyson up close and personal. You know, we did a lot of work in camp for that fight. You know, we got a lot of good sparring partners.
Did you train Dillian Whyte for the Fury fight?
Yeah.
So tell me, what were you? No disrespect. I mean, I don't think it was Dillian Whyte's best performance, which is fair to say. But what, as you went forward towards that fight, what was your game plan?
Well, the game plan is obviously, you know, you need to work the body of Fury, especially as the shorter fighter. At some point during the fight, you need to get close enough to do that. And honestly, it would have had to be, Dillian would have had to be at his very best, and Tyson Fury would have had to be mediocre or have a bad night for us to get that win, because we knew how difficult a fighter. Well, when you're during training camp and you're sparring, obviously you're having a look at how your guy's getting on, and Dillian was doing very, very well against these guys.
Who were sparring partners? Can you say?
I can't remember all of them now, but we had a good 4 or 5 guys in that were huge guys. But you know, on the night, Tyson did not put a foot wrong. He kept Dillian at a very safe distance, and when Dillian did get close, you know, he held him, spun, back to the middle, restarted, starting again. So that version of Tyson, the switched on version of Tyson Fury, is very, very dangerous and a motivated one. And because they'd sparred in the past, I think he knew how dangerous Dillian was. If you sleep for 1 second with Dillian and he catch you at the left hook, you will end up on the floor. And it looked like Tyson had trained with that mindset where he didn't want to get touched by Dillian at all. So it was a very, very sharp Fury. But since that fight, he hasn't impressed me, honestly. And Usyk, when he first entered the heavyweight division, he fought Chisora, it looked like he was struggling to cope with the big guys. It reminded me when Nigel Benn spoke about moving up to super middleweight for the first time. He said it took him at least a couple of years to get used to that weight division. But you see, the problem with these guys when they move up, like Usyk, like Holyfield, once they get accustomed to that weight division and they now feel they're a heavyweight, they're a problem because they're bringing the speed up with them. So that's why, to me, Usyk has looked like he's still in the ascendancy, whereas Tyson doesn't look quite the same.
There's one man, guys, who, for me, he's actually. I mean, he's my second favourite all-time boxer, and he moved up to heavyweight for one fight. He was never the same fighter after that. I'm talking about Roy Jones Jr.
Oh,
Now I don't know how. I can't remember how tall Roy Jones was, but he was his optimum weight was probably super middle. He went up to heavyweight. Now, he's a classic guy. Of course, he was fighting an ordinary heavyweight in John Ruiz. Let's face it. But can you take anything from that fight? Do you think?
Definitely.
Can I take anything from it?
Are there any parallels?
I mean, look, as a high-level fighter, he was very calculated in his fight picking. Roy Jones, excellent legend, one of my favourite fighters of all time. Never left America, didn't go near Germany. I don't blame him to fight the Tiger at the time. Who was
he had his reasons, though, didn't he?
Yeah, but he was clever. He's damn right. I don't blame him.
Roy Jones, because of what happened in the Olympics.
Right.
He didn't want to travel.
But what I'm saying is, he was very calculated in his fight choice. Lennox Lewis was also the heavyweight champion at the time, I think, if I recall right.
Yeah, he was.
So what was he heavyweight champ or was he a contender? He proved himself a contender against John Ruiz. He won a belt, a strap. It's not the same thing as a heavyweight champ. Usyk's trying to unify.
It goes back to saying what we were saying, that it was good that there's different versions of the title because at least he got a chance to win one. Because he did say in an interview afterwards that he knows that Lennox and Evander and Bo are the bigger heavyweights. So he knew what he was doing.
Of course, it was clever, but
calculated move.
Yeah, calculated. But the point you're getting at is correct. The speed, but John Ruiz and Tyson Fury are very different
worlds.
So different worlds.
Yeah.
Southpaw, the whole thing's different.
But Roy Jones Jr. was coming up from a lower weight
size. Yeah.
No. So the point of the matter, look, the old saying in boxing is a good big man beats a good little man. I think if it's a prime Tyson Fury anywhere near the guy that beat Klitschko and that level of fighter, then Usyk's got a problem. I think anything less than that, then Usyk's a proven quality, and I think he can do very well. But
it's going to be interesting.
I think the referee's going to play a big part in this fight today.
Good. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah,
because Tyson, and it's not like Ricky Hatton said, it's not a tickling contest. He knows how to bend the rules, Tyson. He knows how to lean on. He knows all the tricks, and it depends what he's allowed to get away with. Because Usyk is the smaller fighter. So if Tyson is allowed to do...
But then Usyk knows all the tricks.
He knows those tricks, but he's not the bigger fighter, so it doesn't benefit him in those situations. The holding and the leaning on benefits Tyson.
That's going back to my point of Tyson's learned the pro game.
He has.
It's different. You spend... I know an awful lot of high-level amateurs that stayed amateur long into the 20s.
Yep. And it couldn't translate.
It's the same,
It doesn't translate.
And so
true.
The number of professional fights for me is very significant. The number of high-level... Look, he was able to maintain almost his amateur style to win the cruiserweight title. He had that ability. He made some adaptations.
Yes.
But
spot on.
Has he become a fully, well-rounded professional now at heavyweight at a new division against much bigger men? So, do you get what I'm saying? All I hear in the gym, around the gyms, all I hear is...
I think he proved himself against Joshua.
Yeah, he proved himself, but Josh is not Fury.
Josh is still very dangerous.
Yeah, he's very.
And he's a
great
big guy.
fighter. But what I'm saying,
a big guy.
I'm not saying he hasn't proved himself a quality fighter. But going back to what I'm getting at is, if you know, there's experience in professional boxing as well. There's that 12-round, dirty, long, hard fights. That type of experience. So.
I think that's why Dillian done so well.
Yeah, that is
a lack of amateur experience, but you know, the heart. You know, he has that left hook. And he has got a good boxing brain, Dylan. He knows his division very well. So
by the way,
that's what he managed to achieve, you know.
There is one guy, I don't recall him having the greatest amateur career. Mike Tyson.
Again, like a man saying, you know,
Marziano,
look at his trainer from early.
Yeah, of course.
Costamado, you know, he's been brought up in that level of boxing from early, taught how to be a pro. Same with Tyson Fury. Like I say to the guys in my gym, you can make up the gap if you do the right things, if you're willing to do the right things. The only problem is when you come across someone who has the professional experience and then has that long amateur background, you're seeing the Terence Crawfords of the world.
Yeah, of course. But all I'll say is that Fury's up there. You know, I think everybody's. He's had a couple of bad performances. He's always went up and down. His moods go up and down.
Mickey Amu, good guy.
Oh yes, that is Mickey. Yeah.
By the way, we've got. I did have a phone call then, but I wouldn't take a phone call online. So you still haven't told us, Xavier, who you're going for. Come on, stick your neck out, man.
I did. I said I slightly favour Usyk, 60-40. Slightly favour.
In that case, then, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I've got a guy here who just wants to ask me a question. Maybe you can say something about the fight. 1 second. Hello. I'm taking this phone call live online, so be quick.
Who's this? This fight?
Hello.
That's
okay. Nothing going on there.
Oh, Mark Chamberlain.
Mark Chamberlain against Mickey Amu's guy.
The match as well, yeah.
Now we have got some interesting fights.
Josh one of Mickey guys, Mickey Amu's.
Yeah. Listen, it's parking.
One thing I've said before, guys.
Behind him as well, yeah.
We need to have a bet. For those guys out there, I've said it before. What do you get for free these days? With us tonight, you're getting a free £5 bet you can make with your mate. Because, like I said, this watch along is sponsored by DAZN, DAZN.com, DAZN.com/SecondsOut, and of course, Fair Play Exchange, where you can have a bet safely with your mate. How many times have you had a bet with your mate about a certain situation? Certain fight or whatever, you won the bet, you never got paid.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. I always get paid.
Oh, he always will. Listen, as a former boxing champion,
I'm joking.
He always gets paid. But I tell you what, the amount of times I've had a bet with mates and they end up paying out because, of course, you don't take money off your friends. Well, of course, you do now, because what we have is, like I said to you before, we've got Fair Play. It allows you to bet with your mate. And you know you will get paid. But here you get a £5 free bet. That can't be bad, can it? So, what I'm going to do, there is a fight on at the moment. But what I'm going to do, I'd like to. I know you don't bet, Kieran. But how about we have a bet?
Sounds good to me.
Right. Because have you downloaded this app?
I have already, haven't I?
Okay, so let's download. Let's have a look at this app, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I've said to the producers here that we will. Hopefully, I don't know if it's going to happen. Welcome phone calls.
No, I haven't downloaded it.
Right,
Sorry,
he hasn't downloaded it. Okay, so look,
right now that's bad.
You've got to download the app.
My bad.
And the app is Fair Play. I mean,
okay, App Store. Where we go? Fair Play.
Go to the App Store, download Fair Play. We're going to have a bet. Me and Kieran are going to have a bet. Okay, and yes. So apparently, it's very self-explanatory. Once you download the app, there you go.
Which one?
There you go. It must be Fair Play Exchange. That's the one.
Yes, that's
okay.
The one.
So,
you find it.
Go and stop.
This is the app, ladies and gentlemen. Fair Play. I like that. That shaking of the hands. Because let's face it. Like I said, I have had bets with mates. I'm not going to mention any names live online, and they haven't paid up. Well, they will this time. Okay. Okay. Having a few issues at the minute. But anyway, coming on to that, I do want to hear your comments. We both do. We all do. You've got two guys very well in the know in the game. And then there's me, of course. But we'd love to hear what you've got to say. So let's have a look at some of the
stuff.
let's have a look at some of the comments we're getting here, because I'm interested in what you've got to say. You may not be interested in what I've got to say, but you're certainly interested in what these two have got to say. And are you interested in what they've got to say? Talk about that, repeating yourself. Okay, let's have a look at some of the text already. Okay, Boyce88. He says, Usyk ain't dropping Fury, not a hope. Okay, fair point. I never said he was dropping Fury. I said he may stop Fury. I don't see him knocking out Fury, but you never know. Who we got? Hands.
Oh wow.
Hands. Okay, you say Tyson
Around.
because of bad
round.
behaviour. I don't get that.
Big
I don't
one for
understand.
him, man.
Wow.
Big one for Chamberlain, yeah.
You got
took
a guy
Liam-
here,
Liam,
Use3
in the
PP3K.
distance.
Come on, you
Yeah.
can do better. You get a
Big
better
one
name
for
than
him,
that.
Big one.
Okay. Let's have a look at some of your other. Okay, Boyce88, you're keen. It's 7 now. Fight at 11 o'clock. Okay. Come on, guys. I mean, listen. I hope we don't just cater for the lowest common denominator here, because some of these texts coming in through YouTube, they're not. I don't even get what it is. Here you go. Hands. Dirty boxing is a skill.
It's
Bernard Hopkins is considered an all-time great, and that was one of his best skills.
true. I agree.
He's got a good point.
Got a
Who
good
said
point.
that? Yes.
Hands.
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 Hands, you're not far
Yeah,
wrong.
not far
By the way,
wrong.
guys, I have to say there is a fight going on at the moment, and the referee is a Mr. Lee Every. Now, Lee, I was MC last week at a professional boxing event at Harrow Leisure Centre, and in that first fight, Lee Every was the referee. Unfortunately, it was the only fight because anybody watching this may know that the boxer making his professional debut, Sharif Lawal, unfortunately, he passed away in an ambulance after being stopped in an ambulance on the way to the hospital. So look, I don't know if anyone connected with him is watching this watch along, but if they are, you know that we send our sincerest condolences. And I'm sure it must be difficult for Mr. Every, who's in the ring now, refereeing. After seeing that, it was a very traumatic experience. And of course, whoever's boxing tonight, we hope obviously after the fight, win, lose or draw, that they come out everything intact. And I mean that wholeheartedly. I'm sure my friends here do as well.
100%.
Okay, so look, that was Mark Chamberlain who won. What round was that, guys? Does anybody know?
First round, big first round KO, yeah.
Wow, first round KO.
Big
There you
time,
have
yeah.
it. I got to be honest with you, I don't know who's coming up next, because I thought it was going to be Agit Caballel against Frank Sanchez. But this is a very interesting fight when it comes about, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Frank Sanchez, some people thought he was one of the next gen heavyweights.
Yeah.
But only a few months ago, we saw Agit Caballel have a very good victory, and he looked good in it against Makhmudano, if I've said his name correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So, guys, what do you think? I mean, you know, Xavier, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know too much about both guys. I've watched Frank Sanchez, and he looks a really, really hot talent. He looks like I think he will come along at the right time. I think the guys that are around now have only got maybe a year or 2 or 3 at the most still at the highest level, and he's the kind of fighter to me that might take over. He looks that good.
He's 31, but he looks an old 31 to me. What age is he really?
I don't know.
He's had one very good win in his career, Frank Sanchez, against another.
Very skilled Cuban. Go back to your point about a long amateur career.
Yeah.
Well,
decorated
through that
standing.
System. Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah.
Outstanding fighter.
Talking of fantastic amateurs, as I told you before, I'm a lover of the sweet science. I like skill. I like slippery arts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I told you about Roy Jones, who was in the 1988 Seoul Olympics, silver medalist, should have won the gold.
Should have.
But in the Tokyo Olympics, which ended up being a year, 2 years too late, there was a certain other Cuban, who I have been cock-a-hoop about since. He's had his third pro fight, and he's about to have his fourth. Eddie Hearn has said he'll already beat everyone out there. He's a lightweight, Andy Cruz. Are you familiar with Andy Cruz?
Of course, yeah, an excellent fighter.
I mean, for me, as much as I like Shakur Stevenson, as much as I like Lomachenko and all the fantastic talent around, and arguably the best division in boxing, this guy, talking about amateurs, this guy is on another level, isn't he?
I mean, yeah. Again, I look at that and I say, he's going to potentially, reach the highest pinnacles of the sport. Why are they rushing him in 2 or 3 fights? Let him develop. You know what I mean?
You've got to,
give him 10 fights.
Like
to
you were saying
progress
earlier,
15 fights.
He's already had a 10-rounder in his second fight.
Yeah, but why are
you've got to learn to be a
about-
pro.
Yeah,
so
man.
like my man's saying, you have to take your time.
Just let him, because he's got time on his hands. He's got unbelievable talent. He doesn't need to fight all the big names yet. Let him develop a little bit, and then we'll see. Because
they reckon he will this year.
Yeah, well, but then it's, for me, he's been rushed into it, and then it's a matter of can he make crazy history and do it rather than let him develop and be the greatest fighter he can possibly be. I know, but
I was just about to say that.
What's that?
Lomachenko.
He done it in the second fight.
They rushed
but
him.
They
Didn't need that fight.
Do you know what I mean?
You could have had 8 or 9 and then go. You didn't need that
Exactly.
fight.
And then you get him, let him develop and be the greatest fighter that he can possibly be, rather than rushing him into high pressure fights. And then it's just like for me, it's a little bit of a kind of novelty. Let's see if he can do this with.
bear in mind
let's
one
make
thing,
it
Kieran.
even double hard. Like it's pointless for me, all the great Olympians have had a chance to develop.
Yes.
Yeah,
Definitely.
So that's my thoughts on it. So I don't believe he should be rushed. Do I think he's a super talent? You need to be crazy not just look at this guy and say, "Oh, I wish I trained him."
Wow.
You know what I mean? Yeah, he's something to really get excited about. But just give him a chance. That's my.
Do you think though, on the other side of the coin, bear in mind, he in the Olympic final beat already a professional, already a highly rated professional in Keyshawn Davis, people thought were going to be the next superstar.
I think they're doing
him.
things the right way with him, though. I think they're building Keyshawn, giving him development fights. He also looks like a major talent, but again, he doesn't like he's being rushed.
Yeah. So where does all this come from? Not letting people develop.
I think Top Rank are actually known for actually building their fighters. To be fair,
And then
the
he
Lomachenko one was
put up
a
a
bit
tweet.
strange.
You know how it went. So Keyshawn Davis apparently put up a tweet that he wanted to box Andy Cruz, and then apparently it got taken down like that.
Yeah.
According to Eddie Hearn, he reckoned the reason the Top Rank told him to take it down, and he thought, no way, you're not going near him.
But that's why fighters have got managers and trainers.
Thank you.
Because every fighter wants to fight everybody.
Yes.
Or they wouldn't be a fighter. You won an Olympic gold medal, of course you want to fight the world champion. And I'm turning pro, what am I wasting my time? But look, he still has to develop.
Still got to learn.
You know what I mean? And it's a different sport. It's going back to the conversation we had earlier. You can't beat a high-level amateur that's had a chance to develop. It's a huge... not you can't beat them, but it's a huge
difficult.
benefit. Yeah, it's a big benefit.
That's what
because
I'm
it's
saying.
all of those
Difficult.
fights. Yeah. It's a big advantage to be an elite fighter because those high-level fights are all competitive. Yeah, so it's great development.
Well, we've got a lot of interaction here, and like I said, keep them coming. But if you can, see if you can type it in sort of understandable English, because some of these messages I haven't got a clue what you're talking about. But anyway, Mike J said Usyk wins. Okay, bit more detail, Mike. Maybe tell us how. Okay, Jojo Ashwell. Usyk has the determination. He has the want for Tyson. This is just like going on the swings at the park. He doesn't care. Usyk is determined. He has that and will win. Okay. Hans, he's back. Hans is back again. We like your Hans. Keep him coming. He's 37, Usyk, and weighed in at a career high. Disaster coming. Well, there was a few issues with the weight, by the way. They got the weight wrong. I believe Usyk came in only 2 pounds heavier.
It was fake news. They got the weight wrong. He was 10 pounds. They announced him as 233 when he was 223. So
What's been going on the last couple of weeks?
Yeah,
Did we have
I don't know, man.
an out to get the winner wrong with this
oh,
with the
Nina
Nina fight?
Hughes, what a disaster, man! Come on, robbed her of robbed
happening?
anyway.
I must tell you, it's funny because I need to lose a bit of weight. To be honest with you, and I was at
You
the
look
gym
pretty
today. I
good,
weighed
mate,
myself.
pretty
They got new scales in there. Now the scales the other day said I was about 87 kilos. Scales today, these new ones, I was over 90. Now believe me, I haven't put that much weight on in just a few days.
Yeah,
So
that's
you know, they're not always accurate scales. So I'm sorry, Hans, you might have got that one wrong. Wealthy billionaire mindset. Wealthy billionaire mindset here is okay. Well, listen, if we are going to take phone calls, maybe wealthy billionaire mindset can phone us up and sort of give me a few tips.
Yeah, phone calls would be great.
What?
Phone calls would be great.
Phone calls would be great.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, Vinny at the back there. Let's sort it out. Let's get some phone calls
Interaction's
in.
good.
Come on, that would be fun. And also, like I said to you guys, you've got to get on this fair play and have a bet with your mate. Okay, they will be expected to pay. In fact, there's no getting out of it. Okay, so. Okay, I'm glad I'm entertaining Kieran here. That's what we want. If I'm entertaining him, we're entertaining you.
Man,
That's all that matters.
Fun.
Okay. I mean, we've got some guy called Scouser0151. He's got the Liverpool Football Club badge next to him saying Daniel Dubois should be heavyweight champion now.
Good point.
Okay,
Very good point.
I hear what you're saying, but with all due respect, you're a Liverpool fan. Okay. If you want to watch proper football, as a Liverpool fan, hopefully your main rivals Everton will get hammered tomorrow. But that's beside the point. Okay, we all listen. If anyone's a football fan out there, if you're a West Ham fan, okay, please cheer on your team tomorrow. We need a West Ham result against City so that my team, the Arsenal, can win the championship, premiership. Okay, BG House, Usyk win isn't the upset. He's the favourite.
It's funny, you know.
I agree.
You know, it's
I
funny.
think he's the favourite.
That's the chat around the gyms, isn't it? Everybody's talking about Usyk being.
But if we're gonna go off who's the more decorated fighter, you'd have to say that he's the slight favourite.
But then
You'd have to. And doesn't he? How many belts does he have?
yeah. But look, this is reality.
He's not had many fights, about 20
size and-
fights, is it?
Yeah, but he's the one that's got. Hasn't he got 2 or 3 belts?
But he's won belts gone up and down. But Fury's. Have you ever seen Fury's cabinet?
No.
They can't fit them all in, man. He's got more belts than he knows what to do with.
I've
He's
got to be
getting
honest,
them
I
all
wasn't
mixed up. He
invited.
doesn't know what belt's what.
I've not been invited yet to his house to see
Well,
his
I haven't
cabinet.
been either.
Well,
But
maybe you're lucky.
I seen it on
than me then.
YouTube, man. I seen it on YouTube.
Oh.
By the way, this is a message from us here at Seconds Out. Now, we want you to keep joining us on the watch along. You could turn the sound down and have a bit of interaction with us. But please, to watch this Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk fight, subscribe to DAZN, www.dazn.com//Seconds Out. Better if it comes through us, the #1 boxing YouTube channel. Mike J says Usyk might Mayweather Jr. Fury win on points easily. But then again, JT Universe says Usyk will get battered. Very, very enormous range of viewpoints here.
Well, I mean, that's it. It's a 50-50 fight. Like, I mean, it's, you know, everybody's got opinions on it, and we've voiced ours, but I think that's what makes it exciting. Come on.
I don't think any of us here would be surprised if it goes to either
Yeah,
fight,
yeah.
honestly.
Yeah,
And a draw is a good call, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Can I ask you?
I think
Because they've got the rematch clause. I think the draw is a good call.
I don't want to. You know
I
what?
don't want that, but
I don't like this rematch clause. I think a rematch should be a rematch if there is genuine call for it, controversy or close.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I just cannot see the point of it. And let's be honest about it. In the olden days, when you had that controversial decision that you talked about, Xavier, when Lennox Lewis fought Holyfield,
yeah,
and it was a draw, and we all know that Lennox Lewis won the fight. It was the most terrible. Wasn't there a situation with one of the judges as well? I think I can't remember. But anyway, the point is that fight was not close. It was scored a draw. The people I was watching said, well, maybe they did that because they wanted to set up a rematch. I don't know how
the
true
rematch
that
is a lot closer though.
The rematch was a lot
fight.
more competitive.
Good fight, the rematch. It's a good fight.
Lennox Lewis or Evander Holyfield at the time was loved by everyone. I was such an Holyfield fan. He showed such courage. He wasn't just a skillful fighter. His courage was unbelievable, you know. And Lennox Lewis, as much as I respect him, his records, you know, top notch, but he was a less entertaining fighter and a less entertaining
character.
Character, man.
I love this character.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying he's not a nice guy. The guy's a nice.
No, I'm not
lovely
saying he's a
bit,
nice
but-
guy. You know, he's a bit like Usyk, very calm,
Very
cool, and
calm,
collected.
Calm, cool. He put his
Yeah.
seatbelt on. He done everything. Played by the rules. Did a day. Get behind the jab.
Don't forget though. Don't forget.
I hope I never beat because he'll slap me. But I think he's a legend. But what I'm saying is, he didn't have edge. His personality didn't have edge. Yeah, and that's what Mike Tyson. All right, he was crazy, this and that, but he had edge about him. He had excitement about him. You look at the great Nigel Benn. Come on, who didn't like Nigel Benn?
I did.
Did you know? Good, but I think you. I think you wear your seatbelt, drive the car, do everything by. You know, I wear my seatbelt too, as it happens. But what I'm saying is, there's certain people that are, you know, look. Everyone likes a bit of a maverick, or the public in general like a maverick type personality. Lennox Lewis was a legend, but he was
People
pretty,
warmed him after a while though.
Yeah, I know.
It just
but he was pretty
a while.
boring, man.
That's why he kept going. I'm maturing like fine wine.
Yeah.
You know.
I thought he was.
I'm a huge.
I thought it was.
And then the
a great
appreciation for
personality.
him it grew as his career went on.
Yeah.
A
And
bit like Larry Holmes.
100%.
And to me, Larry Holmes is top
Another
3, 4
legend, yeah.
heavyweight.
Well, here's
And he
another
came
thing.
after Lennox Lewis came. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He came after a few top line, very exciting fighters in Holyfield and in Mike
Bo.
And
Bo was exciting,
Come on,
yeah.
They were.
So you had
and they
Tyson,
had
you had
Patter, they
Holyfield,
had-
Bo.
Yeah,
They were all exciting to watch.
and exactly the point. Lennox Lewis was, and he got knocked out a couple of times, and that took away from. At that time, it took away from his aura, even though he came back and smashed both guys.
Yes, he did,
But
yeah.
and that showed his class and his character. So I hugely respect him. But I'm just saying, in terms of the media attention at the time and the general
It wasn't on him.
perspective of
But
people,
remember,
we loved.
we loved all the American heavyweights at the time.
That time.
You had Bo, Holyfield,
They
we
were
loved
in
all those
hip-hop
guys. You had
tunes,
Ray
they were
Mercer,
in-
all
yeah,
those
man.
guys. Lennox was kind of the outsider looking in at the time. You know, he had to really make his mark and really had to prove himself,
Well,
like he did against Razor Ruddock. Outstanding. And then once he got that victory, and obviously linking up with Manny Stewart, became a completely different
And
fighter. and
Manu
went forward
Stewart,
from there.
exactly. And but people didn't know what he was because he was he Jamaican or was
Canadian.
he a Canadian?
Yep, I remember all of it.
Was he British and he spoke with an American accent? And you know, so there was confusion as to what his stamp was. I know you're looking from him as a fighter, of course.
I like him as a personality as well, and I'll tell you why.
I don't dislike
had
him, but I'm
cla-
just
he
saying that he
held
didn't have
himself-
the edge of.
No, but he held himself in a very class way.
He did.
I loved the fact that he just seemed very assured, and for me, when you have that assurance, self-assurance, without, I'm sure he had he did have an air of arrogance, okay, but he came across very self-assured. Even when he was in the ring, when they were introducing him, he just looked very composed.
He used to speak.
And I think you can copy, you can learn from that kind of guy. That composure. He used to play chess beforehand. He obviously was he was a thinker, and I like a thinking man's boxer.
Yeah. Fair point.
But I hear what Kieran's saying, because if you're comparing to someone like Eubank,
Fell asleep in a few of his fights, but,
Eubank was a larger than life character, but
You know what I'm saying?
he was very intelligent and calm and articulate.
Yeah,
but he was different, you know.
As was Sugar Ray Robson, as were all of the legends. You
Sharp.
can't get to that level without being a reasonably intelligent individual. Certainly to have boxing intelligence and have an understanding of things. You can't be, a dimwit and be a high level fighter at that level. It's very, very rare, I would say. Most of them, they might not be educated, but they usually have something about them. There are some exceptions, I think, but
not mentioning any names there,
No,
Kieran,
no.
obviously, but
all right. I'm giving.
I mean, even
Derek,
Derek's a great character, Derek Dezora.
Yeah.
I mean, the fans, they love him. They love Derek.
and no disrespect to Derek Chisora, I don't get him.
He gives
I don't
it
enjoy
all.
watching him.
He gives it
fight.
all in that ring. He gives it all. And again, he's not blessed with the talent of some of the others, but his heart is a lot like Dillian. They give everything in there. And they do have really like.
Is he done now?
Their personalities are great to me for boxing.
Is he done?
You know what I mean?
You want to watch their interviews.
Yes,
because
that's what I mean. And see what they
Well,
say.
I've got to be honest with you, both of you. I know that Tyson Fury comes across as a character, I find his behaviour appalling. Look, you know, when you have kids who want to watch sports stars, you know, years ago, he would have been reprimanded by the powers that be for some of the antics that he comes up with, the language he's using. And don't get me wrong,
You're not wrong.
we all come out with the occasional swear word and stuff like that, or maybe more often than I should do myself. But you know, if you're in a public eye, I've got kids watching boxing, there should be a level of behaviour. That's the point of boxing, in a way. The point of martial arts, which I've practiced, one of the tenets of Taekwondo is courtesy, integrity.
Yeah.
And when you're effing and blinding, I don't think it's a good look for the sport. It's not a good look for him, and it's certainly not a good example to set young kids who want to aspire to be someone. So I know he's got a personality.
I don't disagree.
I get that.
I don't disagree with you.
But there's
for
there's
me,
extremities.
For me, his personality, I'm not bringing that into it. What I'm talking about is he's 6'9" and he can really fight. And that's what I'm more interested in.
Yeah,
I'm not
me
interested
too.
in speaking about him as a person or what he's about.
It's what he does in that ring when that bell rings.
Look, come on. Because I don't know Usyk or I don't know Fury as a person. And so...
You're judging what you're seeing in the ring.
Man. And for that matter, I want to say that Lennox Lewis I'm a huge fan of, because I feel like I gave him a hard time there, but I was just saying that what the mindset at that time was.
No, some of my family members were saying exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
They were saying they couldn't quite get to grips with where he was because they didn't even know where he was from. He would rep this place, then he'd rep somewhere else, and like some of my family members were like, I just don't get it.
And that's why I think he was that was part of the reason why Holyfield was so favoured, and I think that was part of the reason why the decision went the way it went in the first, because the money was with Holyfield, it wasn't with Lennox Lewis.
And I'm the biggest Holyfield fan, but I agree.
I know.
I thought that if Lennox goes over there and beats him, they won't give it to him.
Yeah, of course, because remember the way it was, the ring mag.
In the second fight, and the second fight was much more close.
Holyfield almost had him out in that 7th, 8th round. He hurt Lewis badly,
but Lewis
got through it and started coming back in the fight. It was a good fight.
Lewis used
that's
to
what the first fight should have been.
100%. Sorry, Lewis used to switch off in fights very often, you know, and there was always. That's why
the Ray Mercer fight.
Yeah, man, don't forget.
That was close. If that was a draw, or he could have easily lost that fight.
Yeah. Shannon Briggs.
All of those fights, but like Shannon Briggs was a warrior. He came at him and just set about him.
He went after everyone, you know, like that,
and he's so. Remember the time he went after Klitschko in the pedal boat thing, but that was another story. Remember he chased him down.
That was brilliant.
But anyway, going back to a serious point, as Lennox Lewis used to switch off as well, you know. But people remember the old fighters. All my life in boxing, I came up in the 90s as an amateur, and all I heard people talking about was the 80s and the 70s. Everybody was perfect. Then in the 2000s, they talk about the great 90s era.
The 90s
and then then we're in the next era, and they're saying, oh, remember back to Lennox Lewis. Everybody remembers back with rose-tinted glasses, man. And they're all just fighting men, you know. Everybody's had good days and bad days. So
I think the only problem is with that is that all those eras you're talking about, like the guys from the 90s, you could compare some of them with the guys from the 80s. Yeah. But if you're an 80s and 90s fan, you don't really suggest that the guys now could compete with those guys back then.
See,
most guys, I don't hear them talking like they could, like the guys they could compete with.
Yeah, I think they could. I can think that people are getting better, stronger, eating better. Every athlete gets better in every generation. Does it mean that they're, you know, as entertaining and everything else? Look, all of those fighters had weaknesses as well. Do you know what I mean? And
I see that in other sports, but I don't necessarily see it in boxing because the guys back then boxed 15 rounds. You know, I often speak about Ike Beabucci and David Tua. Over I think it's 1,200 punches. That's a 90s fight. Yeah. The heavyweights now, after 5-6 rounds, they look tired.
Yeah, I know. But
so in every other sport, I see it, but in boxing, I don't see the same output as what I see. I
get what you're saying, but it was a different style of fighting, and it was a different era. Do you think that these young men couldn't adapt to that era if they came through it? I would say that the rule set's slightly different, as you say, the distance in the rounds, the duration, everything else. The guys now, the heavyweights that you speak about, are also just a different size of
Bigger.
animal. You look at Tony Yoka. I was in the
bigger.
gym last week. Tony was sparring Daniel the Bar. These guys are monsters, man.
They're massive.
Like Tony's he's put another stone and a half on, and don't sleep on him. He'll be in Riyadh soon as well, because I watch how he trains and everything else. And he's a big one for Don. Don's going to have success with him. Tony Yoka, he's coming back.
Didn't he lose recently?
He's lost. But what I'm saying is that if we're talking about the old time fighters, lots of people lose.
Those fighters used to lose and come back.
And he was also forced into big fights very early. Didn't get a chance to develop as he was an Olympic gold medalist. So the point I'm getting at is, but going back to what we said, is these guys are enormous now.
They are, yeah.
You know, you're 19 stone men. They're cutting weight to get down to 18 and a half.
That doesn't
stone.
excuse the smaller weights, though.
Yeah, I know. But
The smaller weight guys, they could go and go and go.
Terence Crawford goes in their era. Devin, Tank Davis, he can look. I remember the 90s well. I came up watching everybody. I watched every fight, I knew everybody's record. They're not that much better. It's just
the pace just seems different, though.
The pace is better, but look, the guys like Tank Davis would be a problem in their era. Lomachenko would be a problem in their era.
You wouldn't be able to keep up with Duran.
Well, no, you're talking about the greatest.
Duran's intensity, honestly, compared to how these guys they fight at a very Tank is a very good punch picker. Yeah. It's a very slow pace. He's calculated. Yeah. Whereas Duran, once he was on you, and he didn't let up. Yeah, and he didn't seem to tire like these guys do when they go through the gears. Yeah, they seem to take longer to recover now than they did back then. And that's what I can't understand is why, if we've got all this science now and S&C codes and so on, why are these guys not able to go at the pace? And also the durability as well. Those guys seem to be a lot more durable to me than the guys that are around now. I'm not just talking about heavyweights, I'm just talking about boxing
I get you, but who are you picking out? You're picking out Duran, the greatest fighter of the whole era. And who could hold with him in his own era? Well, he smashed up everybody in that era as well.
He did.
So he was a legend. You know, there's legends stand out in every era. But we're talking about, there were elite fighters in that era. What I'm saying is Crawford could have been an elite fighter in the 90s or 80s. Definitely. I'm not saying he would have beat everybody. What I'm saying is,
could have been, you could pick him up and drop him in there.
You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying there are fighters in every era, and I think
technically, yes, definitely. I'm talking more about.
I know what you're saying, punch rates, and I get that, but it was also a different style of fighting. It was a different era of fighting, and they were hardened warriors, and I respect them, and they were highly entertaining. But what I'm saying is, don't overlook some of the guys now.
No, definitely not. Terence to me is I would actually favour Terence to beat Floyd, because to me Terence can do so much more.
Well, do you think
the fact he can switch? You know, he's got a punch in each hand. You know, to me, it would have been a very difficult puzzle for Floyd to fill.
Floyd was a great fighter that was very calculated in his choice of opponents as well. Come on, now he's the greatest that ever did it. Yeah, he switched people off, but do it in real time. Go through everyone when he fought them at the right time, didn't he? And then and they say everything they say about Oscar De La Hoya, but I think a prime Oscar De La Hoya, because he was past his best. Yeah, man, he was.
Oscar was brilliant.
If he just kept using his jab, he beat Floyd Mayweather.
But you see, if Oscar was to pick and choose his opponents, he would have had a very similar record to some of those guys. But he fought them all. Ike Corte.
And he wasn't forced to fight anyone. He went after them all.
Mosley twice. He fought them all.
Yeah, Felix Trinidad, the whole lot, man.
Yep. Incidentally, guys, I don't know if you're watching out there, but some would say the future of the heavyweight division is fighting now. Yeah. Moses Itauma. I think this is his 9th fight, I believe. 19 years of age, unbelievably young. He wants to beat Mike Tyson's record to world title belt. That could happen, by the way, because, of course, after the undisputed fight, rumour has it that the belts become split again, and therefore there may be opportunities for the likes of Moses Itauma. But will he get into the position of having a shot? Because there are other guys out there who will probably say, no, get to the back of the queue. Jared Anderson, the likes of Frank Sanchez, F.A. Ajagba, these kinds of guys, right? Yeah. So I don't know.
Good guys from to fight on the way up, definitely.
Do you see Moses Itauma as the future?
I think looks like a good fighter. I actually like the Frank Sanchez we were talking about earlier, wasn't it?
You like Frank Sanchez? Because I know Tyson Fury always raves about Jared Anderson, for example.
Yeah.
I'm personally not a big fan of his.
No.
No, not really. I prefer Otama. He's more kind of my style, more slippery.
I don't think he's as good as what people have made out to, honest with you. Gerald Anderson. No.
Oh, Anderson. No, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
I'm not sold on him yet, but he might go on to do something great.
I'm just watching Moses.
By the way, guys, you know I've been talking about this app where you can bet with other people, which is great, by the way. Fair play. When I say fair play to the app's called Fair Play. And download it. You can have a free £5 bet tonight because all you need to do is use the promo code SecondsOut, and there you go. Can't be bad, can it? But I know there's a guy here. I mean, Hans, if we can organise some sort of call-in, we've got to have Hans in because Hans, you are the main man here. That was a push. Most of the time I pushed there. But
Definitely.
look, Hans, you're very, very interactive, I must say. And it looks like he could well have a bet via Fair Play. Who was it who challenged you, Hans? I did see somebody challenge you. Take it. Have a bet with each other. I'm not, by the way, promoting betting per se. Be sensible. If you've got a gambling problem, obviously seek help. But if you want a bit of fun, this is the one way to do it.
I haven't seen much of him.
Moses Otama. Some would say he's the future of the heavyweight division. Is there anybody else we've missed out, by the way, on?
Everybody's forgetting about Daniel Dubois. And should he be heavyweight champion of the world? Come on.
What do you think he's going to beat?
I think that shot was legal.
I think it was a legal shot.
It was legal.
Threw that type of punch consistently
on a regular
throughout his career, man. Come on, look at all of the greats. So
well,
maybe he should be defending his title against Herkovich instead of anything else.
Well, let me ask you. Let me ask you guys.
Fight,
I want a prediction for that fight because, of course, we've got the 5v5.
Yeah,
which is going to be fun.
It's one of the best cards I've seen in years.
Brilliant, isn't it?
I'll tell you, the card tonight.
Don King used to put on some really good cards like that years ago. It's a good card.
The card tonight is not bad either. Let's face it.
Definitely.
But I want to know what you think because obviously I was sitting next to Don a few weeks ago for the watch along, and I know he's with his fighter Harry
Armstrong, is it?
Yes. Harry Armstrong tonight. So we wish him best of luck with that. Moses Otama has just knocked his opponent down in the second round. This is probably not going to last very long.
Stop it!
It's all over.
Yep.
Moses Otama is now 9-0. But this guy, I think, has got something like 23 fights and 3 defeats. So it's not a terrible record, is it? Otama made light work of that. Do you think we're going to see him step up? I mean, if he really wants to become a challenger quicker than Mike Tyson or a champion before Mike Tyson, he's got to really step it up. Who would you put him in against next?
Again, I've got to go with Kieran said earlier. There's just no need to rush.
Give him a chance. Why
let him develop?
Well, every fighter. That's what I said earlier as well. That's why you got a manager. Yeah.
Let him develop because he looks good.
He's super talented.
Fundamentally sound. He looks good.
Yeah, but he doesn't look like a man yet.
Yeah?
I mean, he'd light work here, second round here. Who would you put him in against? Would you put him in against the likes, or is it too soon for him to be put in with the likes? I don't know, like.
What about Nathan Gorman?
I was thinking Nathan Gorman, or what's the other guy? John. Not his name now.
Johnny Fisher.
Johnny Fisher.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting. I don't think that would be a good match, wouldn't it?
David Adelaide's another one.
David Adelaide.
Yep.
That's interesting. David Adelaide obviously lost to Fabio Wardley.
Yeah, Fabio's a good fighter as well.
Fabio's an excellent fighter, yeah.
Clark did well, didn't he? That's a good fight that was. A bit of a classic.
Well, is it a lot of good?
Well, there is a guy who calls himself the Future. Someone we know, George Fox. I don't know what's going on with you, George. George, I know you got twins at home, but
George will fight.
You know, he's very talented.
They come at a price. George, we know how good you are. Are you going to come back? Come on, mate. I haven't seen you for a while. We haven't seen you for a while. I know he wasn't well for that fight against Sokolovsky, but come on, we want to see you back. How well do you know George? He's been on this show.
I know
very well.
In the gym all of the time. I've got twins myself, so.
Oh really?
Yeah, so I get the same as some twin boys. But look, George is super talented, man. So it's just a matter of he needs to get back in the gym and he needs to want it, and I think he could do very well. What you say?
Definitely. I've known George for a very long time. It's like family. Like Don, very, very close to Don. So
Yeah.
yeah, I want to see George do well. Very, very intelligent, articulate. He knows the game. If he gets back in there and he wants to give it a go, give it 150%, then yeah, you'll do well.
Well, we support him. George, we always had good fun on these watch-alongs. Where are you, mate? Don't get me wrong. I've got new bromances, but nevertheless, you can always go back. But never mind. I'm enjoying the company tonight. I hope you guys are, by the way. Come on, give us some more of your predictions. I want to hear your comments, but please make it readable, because some of it's just utter nonsense. The zone commentary is horrible, apparently, according to Hans. So I'll be watching the fight on mute or low volume. Well, with all due respect, Hans, okay, we're sponsored by the zone. I won't have you say that. But having said that, of course, if you want to watch this watch-along, which I would, not that I'm that much of a self-promoter to want to watch myself. I wouldn't, but nevertheless, I would watch this watch-along. Wouldn't you guys?
Exactly. No doubt.
Exactly.
I'd watch myself, no problem.
Precisely. I mean,
I think I'm quite interesting.
By the way, boys, I mean some of the people whose names on here on YouTube, you wonder where they come from. We've got this one guy called Emu Cat. I mean, couldn't your mother have come up with a better name, Emu?
Oh, cold.
I remember Emu. What's his name? Rod Hullen Emu. I remember that one. Okay. Arthur Bushby says Fury. Okay, he's a man of few words, is Arthur, but he said Fury, so I take it that means Fury's going to win. Okay. Okay. Look, Jojo Ashwell. Yes, Mark. You can see fire in his eyes. Usyk for the win. Not that long to go. Long enough here. I'll tell you what.
It's in the balance, though, isn't it?
What's that?
Everyone's got their opinions today, and it's good. It's 50-50. I like that.
Oh well, I was going to say to you guys, that's why I don't want a rematch, really, unless it's contentious. And the reason is because what makes this interesting, what makes us want to watch it, is because we don't know. We've never seen it. We don't know what could happen, or what we can only make predictions. If we see it once, we will have a better idea. And it does take, for me, it takes the edge off seeing it again.
I disagree, though.
Yeah.
I like trilogies. I like stories in boxing. Eubank Ben, I like it. Holyfield Bowe, Marquez Pacquiao.
Come on.
Ray Leonard Duran. I like those stories.
I would say I'll go in between you, and I'll say it just depends on the fight. If it's a classic fight, let's have it. Come on.
Definitely.
But if it's a bore fest and they've got a contract saying they have to fight again, and we all fall asleep, so you know what I'm saying. I want the big trilogies as well. They're
I like them. I love them.
By the way, guys, the people out there, what I would definitely say to you is, if you want to come in with comments, why don't you come in with some questions? We've got two guys who know their onions here. Two, not three. I don't put myself in that kind of category. We've got two guys who know their onions. Fire away. Ask questions. Remember, he who is afraid to ask is afraid to learn. So, am I right?
Yeah, man. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. I remember that.
So, Emu Cat. Okay, that's a lovely name. Emu Cat says these fights are over quick. Omen, you never know. Good movie, though, by the way. One of the great horror movies is The Omen.
It's a good thing, though, isn't it?
Jojo Ashwell, Usyk the Ukrainian for the win. Tyson is just an old, bald man. No offense to bald people.
Who said that?
Anything to say to Jojo Ashwell?
They're coming for all of us. Look, the bald too.
I haven't said to him. No, look,
listen, have you got anything to say to Jojo Ashwell?
We're just old.
You know what he's just asked? What a cheat. I'll tell you what, you're lucky you're not here in person. Jojo Ashwell said, what are your predictions, bald guy?
I've told him, mate. I've told you my predictions.
You haven't been watching, have you, Jojo? Honestly. Press rewind and go and check it out.
I'm going for the baldies, man. Those baldies, we still got life in us.
Yeah.
I reckon.
By the way, bald doesn't mean old, by the way. I think he's probably younger.
What he
than me.
doesn't understand is I could easily grow my hair back in. I could be looking like Ben Davis in there, no problem.
Well, I can't.
Wait a minute.
No,
would
I
there be-
can't.
It's
mate.
all
No,
over
I
Would there be a
can't.
slight receding of the
The
hairline?
motorway's gone all the way through. Don't worry about it.
It's all over.
Well, by the
He's
way,
wearing a hat. Come on, take your hat off.
I'm
by the way,
hiding.
By the way, I have to say, so I'm a bit of a music fan, and one of in fact, my favourite all-time live band is AC/DC. Right?
Okay.
They're playing in a few weeks, by the way. The lead singer, Brian Johnson, okay, he wears a hat all the time. You know why he wears a hat? He's got hair down here, and his hat comes like that.
Yeah.
Bald.
Oh, there you go, mate.
Fair play.
Some
There you
people are afraid to show a bit of skin, aren't they?
Come on, man.
But this
Come on.
man is not afraid.
Not
That's
afraid.
it.
This
That's
man, he doesn't mind.
You know what?
Okay. By the way, George Groves, I believe, is talking on Sky Sports box office.
Yeah, full head of hair.
I
as
tell
well.
you what. I mean, let me ask this question: if you retire from boxing, should you not keep up a level of training?
Look, man, I've already had a go at Lennox Lewis. I'm not having a go at George Groves, man. He lives in London. I got no problem with George
No,
Groves.
but listen, I like George Groves. I like him. I
Come
like.
on,
Actually, he's a very good pundit.
Yes, he's
He
a very
is,
good pundit,
yeah.
clever guy, and had a great career. And you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When
Doesn't
you
matter if
stop.
you let yourself.
Come on.
No, really. But actually, for example, I remember Steve Redgrave. You know Steve Redgrave,
Yeah.
the rower who won 5 consecutive Olympic gold medals. I think the amount of training, I think rowers do unbelievable amount of training, but the amount of training they did, it would have been unhealthy for him to have just stopped. Unhealthy, very bad for the heart. So I'm just curious to know the amount of work these boxers do. Is it unhealthy to just suddenly, or should you taper it down? I mean, tell me, maybe you know.
You know what's difficult? A lot of these fighters, like their natural walking around weight is so much more than when they fight. When they retire, they don't need to drop the weight anymore, so they're kind of walking around how they usually would. You know, but you should try and maintain some level of fitness. Yeah, would be good, but
There's always a boom and bust mentality with the fighters I know, like whatever level I fought at. But we trained hard for a fight, especially the older fighters, and after it we had fun, ate what we wanted, had nights out, this and that. So at the end of a long career, it's like there's nobody forcing you. If you've had a lot of hard fights, he's got George Groves, for example. He looks in good shape. He looks like he's been training, George Grove, actually there. But the point I'm saying is, if you've had a few pound in the bank, you got a nice house,
you haven't got to do
know,
it anymore.
I mean, come on, man. I wouldn't be. You know,
Got so much
I'm not
respect for him,
surprised.
man.
Yeah, come on.
It took him.
Like
I think it was his
Jake
fourth
LaMotta,
attempt,
Chris.
wasn't it, to win a
He
world
kept
title?
going, kept
going and
power.
going. Got so much time for George.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
The Froch fights were classics.
And he
again,
yeah.
you see the rematches trilogy. We would never got that rematch.
Of course.
You know.
Yeah, but the reason there was a rematch is
because the first one was controversial.
Yeah. But he carried himself. He carries himself now in retirement with class. He speaks
does,
well.
yeah.
He does speak well.
You know what I'm saying? He's a cool. He comes across as a cool dude. I don't know him, but the
I
thing
like
is,
him.
he can handle. He bounces well off Carl Froch.
When he boxed, he was a good character as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, man.
He was a good wind-up merchant, George.
Wind-up, interesting guy.
I liked him.
Interesting guy.
Do you know what is I'd like to know for all those people writing in? I want questions. I do want question, but also can I ask you? Have any of you started using Fair Play? Have any of you had any bets yet? And if you have, level with us. Tell us what they are. What bets have you had? I want to hear them. Come on. Let's see. Okay, Hans again. This guy, I'll tell you what. Hans, just out of interest, do you have any friends? It's interesting because we seem to be, we do seem to be sort of your cause for entertainment tonight and interaction. By the way, that's not an insult. You know, you may be a bit choosy, but you're in the right company here. So, Hans, second you said here, fight will be in LA. Have the coffee and energy drinks ready. Oh, okay. I'm not quite sure what you mean there.
Well, thanks to everyone for tuning in as well. You know,
yes.
What's that?
For this watch along. Thanks for everyone tuning in. It's going to be a good evening.
Yes, agreed.
Look, anyway, I want to see what else people have got to say. But yeah, we want to hear your questions. I'll tell you what, here's a good one which we could do. Because look, this is a watch along. We've still got a bit of time for the main fight, and there are other good fights coming up. Let's face it. I'll tell you one of the good fights I'm quite looking forward to is there's a rematch on tonight. Jai Opetaia against Marius Briedis.
Good match.
Now, Briedis is obviously probably past his prime. Opetaia has looked unbelievable against my mate Jordan Thompson. Jordan, are you watching?
Good guy, Jordan.
Jordan
Good guy.
Thompson, and also what's his name? Zorro. Ellis Zorro, of course. Now he's looked utterly menacing. Jai Opetaia. Rumour has it he wants to fight at heavyweight at some point. Now he is shorter than Usyk, but nevertheless he's a very formidable opponent. What do you make of this rematch?
I would say Briedis has been out 2 years, isn't it? So I think that's going to have to play into it, isn't it? So you're 2 years out. He's on a roll of a couple of big wins. He's fought already in this part of the world. Oh, look at that. Sorry, we're watching the screen here as well. We're looking at knockouts. So I think it's going to be, I know we know who the favourite is. Jai's going to be the favourite, but it's an interesting rematch. What's the ring rust like? An older fighter out the ring for 2 years has to put a question mark over it, you know.
Now, what was that? That was Hashim Rahman. Wasn't it?
Yeah. So.
I'll tell you what, though. Like I said, I mean, I'm not. I think Mike Tyson, even now, when you watch him now on the bags and stuff, he looks pretty ferocious now. I mean, this whole fight that he's having with this Jake Paul.
Oh my God!
Honestly, Mike, Mike Tyson, if you're watching this, and I know you're probably not, but let's say you were, do me a favour, shut this guy up and finish him off for the sake of boxing, for the sake of the sport of boxing. These guys are no good for the sport. I know they bring eyes onto the sport, but they don't bring eyes to this kind of fight. They bring eyes to those type of fights. I'm not a fan, and I know, for example, Xavier trains some of the YouTube fighters, don't you, Xavier? So
no, I don't train any of them.
I thought you said there's some guys in your gym, though.
Yeah, but one of my pros, Yusuf Kamari, he's a trainer for Spartan J. So I don't train them, but I've got one that does train at my gym. We actually grew up with Yusuf. So they're best friends. So yeah, full support of Spartan J. Great guy, and I actually like the idea of it. I'll be honest with you, because I think it brings the casual fans that watch YouTube boxing are now interested in.
But are they? That's the point.
They are. Yeah, they are. Jay's knowledge of boxing generally is very, very good now because he got into the Misfits boxing, and now he wants. He thinks a new age one of his favorites. He likes loads of guys now, so I think it's a good thing. You know, the more eyes on our sport, the better to me.
Since when are boxers, or as the sport of boxing, trying to take the high moral ground? Look, this is the red light district of sport, man. This is a fight game. Yeah, people come from the hardest backgrounds, the toughest positions. Look at the history of the sport and then tell me that it's terrible, because it's been run by crooks, gangsters. At least they're all legal, upfront guys. Do you know what I mean? And look, I've watched some of the matches. Am I entertained by them? Not particularly. But the point of the matter is, I think they deserve a chance. If they want to box one another, let them do it. But don't confuse it with what we're dealing with here.
And I think most people do. I mean, I've got an 11-year-old son, and he said to me, I think it was about Jake Paul or Logan Paul. He said, "Oh, you know, he's a boxer now." And I said, "No, he's not a boxer. He gets in the ring and has a try."
But look, who is a boxer? At the end of the day, the guy's got a big cojones to climb up in front of the whole world and have a fist fight. So I give him some respect.
He's got cojones.
I mean? It's hard to get up in there now. What is it? Okay, right.
By the way, both
I was trying to pick a clean word there. I was going to say something else, but we're on YouTube, so
my book is in the hands of your colleagues, Johnny Nelson and Spencer Oliver. I don't know whether they've read it, but they both got it.
What's it about? What's it about?
Well, it's about having cojones.
Okay.
It's about growing a pair.
Right.
Just to go back. It is. Just to go back quickly to this YouTube boxing.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was a completely different era, the era that we loved, the 80s and 90s. The good thing about these YouTube guys is they're actually showing these current professionals how to go about building a fan base before you get into your sport of boxing. You know, it's very difficult for a lot of the guys that we train to sell tickets. And the YouTubers have built a fan base gaming, whatever else they're doing, and then they're getting involved in boxing. We need the guys now. If they want to get on TV platforms, you've got to sell a lot of tickets. Like Johnny Fisher sells a huge amount of tickets. It's not going to be difficult to build his career because there's a lot more opportunity for him. A lot of these guys need to take on board what some of these guys are doing outside of boxing, so they can have a better career. Because ultimately, you're a pride fighter. You want to make money. And if you want to make money, you've got to understand the business side of it as well.
I get that, but let's get it right. Boxing is supposed to be a noble art, a sport. Those people turning up or watching it on YouTube to see these guys, they're not tuning in to watch them box. They're tuning in to watch them fight. And I don't know. I'm a fan of boxing. Maybe I got it wrong. I obviously have.
You're a boxing purist. I understand that point of view. But what I'm saying is, boxing has a dark history in its own right. Like, so what are we going to say? If these guys are having an opportunity to better themselves, do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree. They're not hurting anyone.
Mm.
They're not even hurting each other most of the time. So it's not
most of the time.
problem, Most of the time. Come
They're
on.
actually getting better. They're actually getting better. I think they need to monitor it a little bit more carefully now, because some of the guys actually do kind of know what they're doing.
So how is it? It's not sanctioned by the board, is it?
No.
So it's not unsanctioned. Okay, I didn't know that.
Gym.
He signed to Misfits, the Zone. So
is that not the board of control? No, it's not.
No.
Right, well, I don't support it then. Let's take everything. I'm joking.
Take
it all back. I think it should be banned. No.
Listen, we're showing. Are we already showing highlights of Tyson Fury? We're about to show some highlights of Tyson Fury. So we're going to have a little break while you watch some highlights of the Gypsy King. By the way, Red Fox Roaming said, I saw AC/DC at Donington in 1991.
Wow.
Red Fox Roaming, you are a legend, mate, because I never got to that. I'd love to have. Well done to you. Anyway.
Are you ready? Welcome to Boulevard City Music World here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the official weigh-in for the main event of Ring of Fire. It's a presentation by Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Boxing in conjunction with Riyadh Season, National Events Center, the General Entertainment Authority, Gold Star Promotions, K2 Promotions, and Sella. This contest we'll see tomorrow night is sanctioned by the WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF, and IBO, and on the line, the ring and lineal titles. Now for this event, ladies and gentlemen, a very special thank you to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the official weigh-in for undefeated champion versus undefeated champion. It's all at the Kingdom Arena, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It'll be 12 rounds of boxing for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Let's bring the warriors to the stage and to the scales. First, an Olympic gold medal champion. Now, as a professional, 21 fights, 21 victories, 14 wins by knockout. He's the former undisputed and undefeated cruiserweight champion of the world. From Ukraine, the reigning, defending, undefeated WBA, WBO, IBF, IBO, heavyweight champion of the world, OLEKSANDR Usyk. undefeated world champion Alexander Usyk. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent from the United Kingdom, the two-time world champion, holder of the ring and lineal championships, and recognized as the reigning, defending, undefeated WBC heavyweight champion of the world, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. The lineal, the WBC heavyweight world champion, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. First onto the scales will be the champion from Ukraine, Alexander Usyk. £233.5 for the unified champion, Alexander Usyk. Next, stepping onto the scales from the United Kingdom, WBC champion, lineal champion, ring champion, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. £262 for Tyson Fury. Here they are, champion versus champion, both undefeated for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world.
In boxing, there's a saying that the most important division is the heavyweight division. And when we have the opportunity to have an undisputed heavyweight champion crown, as we will Saturday night, it is something very, very significant. The last fighter to be crowned the undisputed champion is sitting out in the audience. It happened 25 years ago. Lennox Lewis became the undisputed heavyweight champion. Saturday night will be a very, very important night for boxing.
because not only will we be crowning the undisputed heavyweight champion, but the two participants in the fight have never, ever lost a fight. Now, how rare is that? How great is that? That this fight on Saturday, which will be held here in the kingdom in Riyadh, the eyes of the world, not just boxing fans, but fans and people all over the world will be focusing on the arena, on this fight, and believe me, it will be a great one.
And just finally, Bob, how does Tyson Fury beat Alexander Usyk?
How does what?
How does Tyson Fury beat Alexander Usyk?
How does Tyson beat Alexander Usyk? The question for me is, how does Tyson Fury beat Usyk? And I would, in all humility, say that that is a question that should be addressed to Tyson and to Sugar Hill rather than a 92-year-old promoter.
Duly noted. Bob Arum, thank you very much. Let's head over to the Alexander Usyk side of the table. Let's bring in Alex Krasik. It is a historic moment for Team Usyk here. And of course, you are very much backing your man to win this fight. You've gone into some detail as to how you think he will win on Saturday. Give us your thoughts.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. All has been done. All has been accomplished. All has been spoken. One thing that can never be too much is gratitude. And I want to say thanks to the beautiful country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and its wonderful people for the warm hospitality, even I would say hot hospitality. I want to say thanks to His Royal Excellency, His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and to His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh for making fans' dreams come true. Thank you very much.
We've got a lot of admiration for him, so has Tyson. But come Saturday, that's all gone out the window. We've already butted heads with his team, and it looks like they're going to butt heads on Saturday night. And let me tell you, he's got a mountain to climb. You have a mountain to climb. Your Everest is your mountain to climb on Saturday. I'd like to thank everybody involved, and I would, if I was you, I wouldn't worry about poets and things like that. I'd worry about your man on Saturday night. Because Tyson Fury is coming to take all them belts away from you. All right? He's going to take all them belts away. And our English boys here have come all the way over from England, to see him take those belts. The Fury Army is here. And you will see on Saturday night us walking away with the belts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Spencer Brown. Great message there. We can hear the Fury Army. We can hear the Usyk Army as well. We can hear you guys. Brilliant stuff. Let's head over to Aegis Klimas, the manager for so long of Alexander Usyk. Your reaction to what you've heard so far here today, and of course your thoughts heading into Saturday night, the ultimate test for Alexander Usyk.
I'm sorry, the loud was very loud. I didn't hear much. Is that a question to me?
It's a question to you, Aegis. Tell us your thoughts on this ultimate test, the mountain to climb for Alexander Usyk on Saturday night.
Well, it's not going to be a walk in the park. You know, we have a two toughest heavyweights men in a division today, and Alexander proved 2 times. He broke to somebody's dreams. I'm not going to make a names. Everybody knows about it. And the goal is here to break another goals. That's easy. And I have only one question for Tyson Fury. How did he find himself a lineal champion? Let me ask you this. That's all I have. My message going to be to him. Everybody calls him a Millennium, but I would like to know how he became Millennium. He beat Klitschko. Klitschko wasn't that time Millennium champion. Simple. Thank you very much. We'll guys see you Saturday night. Thank you, Saudi. Thank you, His Excellency. Thank you, Crown Prince, for bringing all of his events to Saudi and letting fans enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aegis. Let's talk to the trainers. Let's get a little bit of tactics to the questions better addressed to the trainers than to Bob Arum, as he pointed out. Let's speak first to Serge Lapin. I mean, Oleksandr Usyk has faced many great men, but he's never faced anyone who's 6'9", maybe 50 pounds heavier, who can switch hits. How has it been like preparing for this man?
Salam alaikum, Saudi, всех витаю, Украина, everyone, hello. Эта подготовка началась еще с 2018 года.
This preparation started back in 2018.
Закончилась неделю назад.
And it finished just 1 week ago.
На сегодняшний день Александр готов к своему финальному поясу в супертяжелом весе.
And today, Alexander Usyk is ready for the final belt in the heavyweight division.
Ему не важен размер. Ему важен соперник, который будет стоять в противоположном углу.
The size does not matter to him.
И
What does
наконец-то
matter is the opponent who will stay in front of him.
И наконец-то бой будет здесь. Я бы хотел еще пожелать терпения Тайсону Фьюри, потому что это будет самая тяжелая ночь в его жизни.
And I would love to wish patience to Tyson, as it's gonna be the most difficult night of his life.
That the heavyweight division, to me, is the division that runs boxing. It's the granddaddy division. It's the division that makes everything in boxing what it stands for. The biggest guys in boxing, the biggest men, battling each other, and you have Alexander Usyk, who's the #1 fighter, and you have Tyson Fury, who's the #1 fighter. You couldn't get any better than this. And this is just something that, like I said, Emmanuel, if he was alive, this is where he would be at right here, right now. And for me to be here in his place, I'm just so happy and blessed to be a part of it and to take what he has taught me over the years of my life, not just in boxing, but as a man, and growing up and being able to understand other men and people and to be able to treat them with respect as I would want to be treated with respect. And this is just one of those times in my life where I just appreciate the things that I've been through in life. I think it's going to be a great fight. Alexander Usyk is one of the best heavyweights, one of the best boxers in boxing. He's been that for quite some time, and so has Tyson Fury. This is just the ultimate fight, two of the best ultimate fighters. Saturday night, May the 18th. I'm always going with my fighter, Tyson Fury, 100% for the knockout. It can be challenging, it can be confusing, it can be patient, but it's still going to be a knockout.
Salam alaikum. Hi everybody, people. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited. I'm grateful for His Excellency Mr. Turkey and who this fight happened. Let's make history. Enough. Thank you so much.
Well, Oleksandr, I'm hoping you'll take a few more questions. What was it that you drew? I saw you drawing something while everyone up here was talking. You had your pen, you had your paper, you drew something and put it in your pocket. What was it?
It's my homework. Understand, yeah?
Your homework. Any more detail?
It's my remember and it's poem.
Could you show it to us?
No, now no. later.
Okay, let's bring in the WBC lineal world heavyweight champion Tyson Fury. I've heard you speak about quite... I've heard you speak quite philosophically about this fight as well, how every twist and turn, every high and low, every up and down has led to this moment right here. We're now just hours away from it. Tell us how you're feeling, Tyson.
I'm going to make this short and simple. I want to thank God for the victory that I've received already, and I want to thank everybody involved in putting this massive event on. I want to thank Usyk for turning up and challenging me. And that's about it. Thank you to all the fans who travelled over to support me, because I know it's tough times at the moment and money's hard, so I aim to put on a show. Thank you very much. God bless.
Tyson, I'm hoping you'll take a couple more questions from us. I mean, what would it mean to beat this man? You've described him as the toughest fight of your career. It would be, I guess, the best win of your career.
I'm ready. I've got nothing to say apart from I'm ready for a good fight. And if it's tough or easy, either way, I'll be ready.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Tyson Fury. Just one more from you, Tyson. Just a message.
Welcome back, guys. I know we've only been gone a few minutes. The boys here have had a whole whisper. I've had a half. I'm watching my weight. But anyway, I'm sure you've missed us. We've missed you. And I'm sure, what's his name? Hans has probably been working away at that keyboard, sending us some messages. Let's have a look. No, he hasn't. Hans, what's happened to you, mate? Hope you're still watching. Actually, you wouldn't be able to hear me if you weren't. But anyway, Emu Cat. I don't know what he's talking about. This guy was drawing episode 2 of Magnet and Steel. Has anyone heard of Magnet and Steel?
No.
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 I'll tell you what I did watch recently. I watched this this series everyone's making a big hoo-ha about. What's it called? Baby Reindeer. Have you seen any of that?
I haven't seen that. No, I don't know. I haven't seen that.
That's some stalker. Some woman who stalks this bloke.
Oh, the big
Yeah.
lady. Yeah, I have seen it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's not politically correct.
It's
to say
disturbing,
that, you know,
man.
But who cares? That's
It's
what
disturbing.
I say. Huh?
It's. I don't know about that program, man. I don't know. It's a bit.
Yeah, watch it. It's a bit warped.
I've watched it. It's
Oh,
a
you did watch it?
Yeah, it's a real life story, right?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird. It's out there.
Watch it.
It's out there.
It is out there, and it's quite warped.
Yeah,
But
you might
what
like
I
the first
found is
half and
we're
not
going a little bit off tangent here, guys. But you know, we're amongst friends, newly found friends, of course. But anyway, amongst friends. Listen, this is a very warped kind of thing. This program, but I think they were all quite warped.
What the hell are we talking about here?
Wait till you see it.
We're getting a bit too...
Kieran doesn't know about Baby Reindeer. It's the #1 show on Netflix at the minute. Anyway, let's get onto the boxing. That's what we're here for. It's what you're here for. And by the way, I'll say
Hold on a second. Actually, I'm sure the guy's playing himself in that.
He is.
Right. Yeah, that's the one.
He is.
Yeah, I've seen it.
He is. And also the interesting thing is, by the way, sorry to spoil it for you, Kieran, but his brief girlfriend in it, not the one who's stalking him, the other one, she is apparently was originally a male. There you go.
Okay.
You learn something every day. So for those of you I've spoiled it for
It's
out
coming.
there, I'm very sorry.
By
the way, it says here, Seconds Out said, everyone's worst nightmare, ring walk set for around 10:30. That's not too bad. Okay, no. I have to say that I prefer the Saudi time arrangement to the Vegas one, don't you?
What is the difference?
Well, Vegas is normally 8 hours behind. So
5 o'clock in the morning normally.
It looks like that Mr. Usyk is turning up at the arena now.
There you go.
And he looks calm. You know what I have to say? I have met him. And
what's he holding there?
He did take offence because I called him Usyk.
That's a donkey, isn't it?
He's holding a donkey. No, it's not a donkey.
What is that?
It's like
a toy.
It looks like a donkey to me.
Some sort of teddy.
Years. I don't know.
Yeah, he'll need more than that in a ring. But anyway, he just looks like he's walking along, like he's just going to meet a mate.
Yeah, he's making a point with this teddy bear about something. I'm not sure what it is. It's kind of making it very prominent, isn't it?
Maybe maybe someone's giving him some sort of lucky memento or something. There you go, Cristiano Ronaldo sitting at his hands at Joshua, talking about posing. I mean, with all due respect. Look, I'm not saying that Cristiano Ronaldo doesn't know much about boxing. He's a great footballer. He's been a great footballer. And by the way, if Piers Morgan's watching this, he's not the GOAT. I'm so sorry to have to let you know. Cristiano, a great player. he ain't the GOAT. Just because he gave you a couple of interviews does not mean he's the GOAT. Right? Maradona all day long. Everyone knows that. Anyway.
Sure.
Okay, listen, we're all sports fans, boxing fans, and what have you. So, as you know, tonight's event is sponsored by DAZN. So if you do want it, obviously go to DAZN, and I think it's DAZN.com/SecondsOut. And of course, have you had that bet with your mate? Because I've had a bet with Kieran here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I've gone for Usyk to stop Fury in the 11th round. And Kieran here, you've gone for Fury.
Points or knockout?
Good question. That's it. But what did I go for?
Well, we did it on the bet.
Oh, yeah, we done it on the bet. So I went for Fury to dominate Usyk and beat him on points.
Okay. Look, we don't want to say how much we bet, but I'll be honest with you, we're a bit tight. We've just gone with the free £5 bet. And you can have that free £5 bet if you use the Seconds Out name for the promo code. Can't be bad. Listen. Right. Let's talk about this. We're currently watching, guys, and it's in the 4th round. Frank Sanchez, the Flash, against Agit Kabayel. Now, I do apologise because we haven't been watching the first 3 rounds. Have any of you guys caught any of this so far?
It looks like a good match. Frank Sanchez is under pressure. He's working off the ropes. So.
And doing it well.
He does it well. Good mover.
Looks very relaxed, doesn't he?
He does.
Very
two undefeated fighters. They both have come to one. It's clear. Yeah, lovely work.
I mean, that was. Did you see the fight when Kabayel beat? Again, you have to excuse my pronunciation. Makhmadonov.
Yeah.
Yes.
Makhmadonov looked awful, didn't he?
He chopped him up though. Yeah. I'd never seen him box before that fight actually, so I didn't know much about him. But,
who had
the guy that lost the big
Makhmadonov. Everyone was making a big deal out of him.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
And I just thought, why?
A scary character. He had a good appearance. He looked WWE like with his giant neck. An angry face. He was permanently angry looking,
and a funny twitch as well. He just kept.
Man, he looked this
but
guy.
He didn't. I mean, he certainly didn't live up to his reputation, did he?
No.
Still wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley. But the truth of the matter is, levels will always show in boxing.
But I wouldn't want to meet him in a.
This is an excellent match we're watching right here. I'll tell you what,
shot.
Sanchez is getting a hard time. He's getting backed up consistently, and
Caballero looks confident though.
Yeah, he's getting outworked. He's lost this round. That's a good shot though.
And it all
he's
depends.
He's still strong, but he looks like he's been put under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and it depends what the judge is like.
Yeah,
there's some nice work off the ropes, but then Caballero's coming forward.
It's very hard to want to fight in Saudi Arabia off the ropes. They want aggression.
Yeah,
they want aggression. They want entertainment.
There we go.
Here he is, the big man.
Tyson Fury. He's dressed up to the nines.
He is dressed up to the nines. Look at that hat.
It's pretty bizarre. He's dressed up the way he is on his way to the biggest night of his life, his professional boxing career. But he's also looking pretty relaxed. I heard Eddie Hearn say he thought he looked nervous. I don't see that. Did you see that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that anyway. You're about to have a fight.
Yeah. I mean, he looked G'd up. I think he's experienced and he can handle nerves no problem, you know. I think the big thing with him is he in a good place mentally before the fight? Is he focused? I thought even in the walkout for the Ngannou fight, for example, he just looked really unsettled and unhappy. He didn't look like himself at all. I guess he knew he wasn't in condition going into it. Now I think he's got a confidence about him because of, I think he can be pretty assured that he's in shape, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, you know, you said he looked unhappy.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit weird. You're going out, I don't know how much you got paid, 30 million quid or whatever it is, to go out and fight a bloke who'd never been in a boxing ring before.
Yeah, but he'd been in a few cages and he was a pretty decent fighter, it proved to be. And the thing about it is, I don't think Fury's got any money worries anyway, so...
No, that is true.
I mean, whether you've got 30 million in the bank or 40 million in the bank, he can afford a Costa. It's no problem, you know.
Yeah, you're probably right there. But having said that, he was up against a guy who'd never been in a boxing ring before.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty dismal performance. I mean, let's face it, he wasn't no disrespect to your man Dillian White, or you know, he was boxing a guy who'd never boxed in a professional boxing ring before. he got beat, in my opinion. Okay, he won the fight, and you have to accept that.
Mm.
But to me, he got beat, and he did get floored. Now, I tell you, Anthony Joshua did a number on Ngannou. He did what Fury was meant to do. Is that Ngannou fight, do you think, any indication of what we're going to see tonight?
No. I think the Tyson Fury was well up for Dillian because he knew the danger, and I don't think he had any respect for Ngannou until he got knocked down.
Yeah. And
But the knockdown was early.
Yeah.
But my take on it is
Woke him up.
Yeah, woke him up. But look, see, if you've been in a fight and you turn up not in shape, it's too late to switch on once you're in there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He got dropped and he had to drop. He used every bit of experience, and I differ with you. I thought it was a terrible performance, but I've watched it like 6 or 7 times with the sound off, and he won the fight. He landed more shots, and he done enough to win the fight technically on points.
I agree.
It was a terrible performance, but part of me also says, you know what? Because I've been in fights as an amateur where I turned up and I wasn't in shape, or I fought a guy that, you know, I didn't think was going to be a problem for me, and all of a sudden I was in a far harder fight. It's hard to switch on then. It's too late, man.
Too late.
You understand? And he managed to switch on in one of the biggest stages of the world and drag himself through it to win and save the reputation of boxing. Well, not really save it, but certainly hold on to some level of reputation to the sport of boxing by doing so. But totally different ball game now. The guy knows his legacy. Everything's on the line. He's fighting. I mean, if people think back to that period, nobody gave Usyk a chance to beat. Not nobody, but Usyk was certainly not favourite for beating Fury before that Ngannou fight, you know.
He wasn't favourite to beat Joshua, was he?
Yeah, but the point of the matter I'm saying is, I think people are reading so heavily into the performance against Ngannou that they're slipping, man. I think they need to remember that Fury's still Tyson Fury, you know. He's still 6'9", and he still knows how to use his range, distance, footwork, and he's a problem. So I think
if he feels there's a genuine threat, you see the best of Tyson. Then you see the best of him.
Of course, man. Look at the
Klitschko.
Man.
Yeah.
The first
Dillian was on a very, very good run as well. You know, he's been consistent. You know, but you know, Fury just showed a different level, a different side to him. You know, he was switched on the whole time. I was watching the fight so closely. Yeah. And
were you in the corner for that?
Yeah, and a lot of things, again, go back to the amateurs. A lot of things you teach the guys in the amateurs, because I've had an amateur club. So you get the kids from a very young age and build them up. You can see Tyson using a lot of those things while he's in there. You know, learning how to keep guys at a safe distance, know when to hold, you know, when the referee says break, when to turn. So when you restart the action, you know, you're back to the middle of the ring. Like a lot of the things he does in there, you know, a lot of guys who haven't had that much amateur experience, you know, a guy like that can take advantage of it. So, but when he switched on, he really does look good.
Well, I'm gonna have to ask you guys, because
this fight's Ty's starting to change. I think Sanchez looked really good early, but Caballero is really putting the pressure on. He's working the body well too.
Well, what you've been raving a little bit about Frank Sanchez as
talent, yeah.
Why?
It's just his ability to fight off the ropes, how calm he is. He spins really well. But I'll be honest with you, getting into round 6 now, it's like Caballero figured out exactly what this puzzle was, and now he's thinking, if I just put numbers on him, I can get a result here. And it's not looking too great right now. And I don't think Sanchez is a puncher either. I don't think he's a big puncher, not a one-punch knockout artist. So
he's giving his hips up. He's sitting back on those ropes too often, and he's allowing himself to be outworked.
He is, This could be a problem.
And of course, Josh was watching ringside, although he's in deep conversation with Cristiano Ronaldo. There was talk about Frank Sanchez being an opponent for Joshua. What do you think Joshua's thinking at this
Difficult
stage?
guy to fight, that's for sure. Start and make fights, but this Caballero, he's just got a lot of heart, hasn't he? He doesn't really seem to mind what's coming back at him.
He's coming forward, but he won't. I don't believe he'll walk through Joshua's punches the way that he's going through Sanchez's punches. Joshua has, you know, as we've seen, devastating power.
He does.
He's straightforward. He doesn't look like a hard puzzle to sort out.
Who wins this though? Honestly, they could be involved in a big fight. You got Joe Joyce, Dillian White's there. There's a
Joe Joyce
lot of
big
options.
fight?
Where's Sanchez?
For these guys at this stage, because they haven't really boxed anybody with a name yet. So it would be a big fight for them, definitely.
Sanchez has he's got no jab. And you're not going to win at that level as a heavyweight without a jab to hold this guy back.
He looks like he's tiring.
Just constantly rolling and slipping. I'm only watching the last couple of rounds closely, but you got to touch him up, get that jab off the go. Now he's hurt, man. Come on.
Yep. Honestly, this looks interesting.
Caballero is a bit of a dark horse, really. I mean, like I said,
he won't be after this. People
Not
know
after
that
this.
he can fight now.
Yep. It's not a fluke. This will be two good wins back to back. And honestly, this looks like it's only going one way to me at the moment.
He's going to make a lot of money, man. He's in the mix if he can come through and win this.
It's the body work.
Yeah. But he's hitting that centre of mass. He's not picking the headshots all the time. He's just throwing numbers. See?
Wow.
They're not so hard punches. They're just rattling them out.
Just to
one
work
after
out.
another, pushing back. Yeah, he's in a fight.
Who's in the
Let's see what
corner?
he's got. I'm not sure.
is this a 10-rounder? I suppose it is.
I think your Sanchez better hope so. The way this is looking, honestly. Yeah, I bet he wishes it was 8 right now.
I mean, we've still got
another 3 fights, I think.
Which fight is after this? I think after this one you have. Wow, we've still got 2 big fights before the main one. Wow.
Kakachi and
This is a 12-round fight.
This is 12?
12 rounds, yeah.
I don't see him making it through this. This looks a lot like the Kovalev fight we were watching earlier.
Yeah, he's getting beat up, man.
I mean, you've got, after this fight, you've got Opetaya. And then you've got Cordina.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the
So,
Cordina
guys,
fight. Cordina.
get the Diet Cokes in. Because it's still a pretty long night still, I would say.
Good. Yeah, well, I'm getting a chance to watch boxing and talk to you guys about boxing, and it couldn't be better, really.
Of course, man.
Let's go back to while we're watching this fight. Let's see if there's any. So Rod Brown says Sanchez big talent. Well, that's what Xavier thinks. But
Yeah.
I think Xavier may be changing his mind after this fight.
He's
You never know.
going down very well, isn't he? Just walking him down.
Yeah, I think he's in a lot of trouble here.
So Red Fox Roaming has asked, do you think, we've kind of discussed this, but he said, do you think Fury's weight fluctuations will affect his performance?
No, undoubtedly. It's not to affect his performance, but it's an issue. You know, this is what we're looking to find out when the first bell rings, and we don't know how his lifestyle's affected him. I think, as I said, a prime Fury beats a prime Usyk, but is he still in his prime? Because his last fight didn't show it.
Is Usyk still in his prime though?
Yeah.
Well, Usyk.
It's a long career he's had.
Yeah, there's no history of Usyk blowing up to 25 stone or whatever, and
done pretty well since he was 25 stone, hasn't he?
Yeah, I know. But of course, but what I'm saying is that Usyk has a pedigree of living a relatively athletic life, having a relatively healthy lifestyle, and being, a consummate professional. So I've never seen him come into the ring out of shape. Have you? He's always been in shape.
No.
Seen Fury in the ring a few times.
So, I don't know if I should say this because my wife may not be too happy. Someone called Big Chungers. Big Chungers said, "Keith, have my babies." Oh, I'm very sorry about that. it ain't happening.
Yeah, man.
Sorry, Big Chungers. So Frank Sanchez is taking account. He's got a bloodied mouth. And it's not looking good for Frank Sanchez.
No, not at all.
He's getting outworked, just as we looked at. His opponent is really cutting the space down. He's not letting him breathe at all.
Yeah, I like the look of him here.
Yeah,
he's
man.
not.
He's just calm under pressure. He's calm in the pocket, and he's letting his hands go.
Got a question from Mark O'Rourke. Don't worry, we'll get to that in a second, Mark.
Wow.
Just this, we're seeing. Here we go. Frank Sanchez is down again.
Exhaustion, I think, isn't it?
I think he's worked the body really well from early, and he's reaped the benefits here.
Yeah, a little stab to the body. That's
all over.
Wow.
Well, I tell you what,
big
victory. 2 shock results in a row for Agit Caballero.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Credit to him.
Xavier, no disrespect to you, but you thought that Frank Sanchez was the man for the future.
I thought that he was one of the guys that's going to be up there, definitely.
Yes. Okay, he certainly didn't look anywhere near that tonight.
No, he did not.
Has caused
he lacked
another
the jab
upset
for me. Yeah, he lacked the jab completely.
You notice with a lot of these guys as they come up, you really know a lot about them when they're put under pressure and they're really tested. Like a guy that comes forward that's not really that worried about what's coming back, but is just relentless. It's then you really find out exactly what they've got, and Caballel's just really showed what he's about.
I think at heavyweight, unless you're a devastating puncher, and even as a devastating puncher, you need a jab, man.
100%.
Isn't that the same for any weight? I mean,
it's the same for any weight, but
it's the first thing you learn in boxing.
Yeah, of course, everybody needs a jab, but I would say even more so for the heavyweights. Like I think because that they can set the range with that. But yeah, you're right. Every weight division needs it, but that's what I saw lacking.
Okay.
His heart. I hope he's okay.
Yeah,
he's exhausted, man.
So there's a guy here. You'd be pleased to know, Xavier. Chavez Julio Campbell.
Oh yeah. Oh, big shout out to Julio Chavez. Great guy.
Great guy. Been around. Big up my coach Zav Miller, the best in the game.
He's been around him for a long, long time.
Wait a minute. Hang on a minute, Chavez Julio Campbell. You've got to be politically correct these days. You've got to say, joint best in the game. What about Kieran here? Get it right, mate. Get it right.
Man. Come on.
Equal best in the game. But anyway, that's very nice of you to say.
A big shout out to him, and a big shout out to IQ Boxing. Everyone else to tune in at the gym. Thanks.
Big shout out to IQ Boxing. Big
and
shout
Pug.
out to Duffy Boxing.
And Pug. And Duffy Boxing.
And Pug.
And Don Charles, yep.
By the way, if anybody knows, our mate Don Charles, he couldn't make it tonight. He's with Harry Armstrong. If anybody's at the fight or knows the result, tweet us in or put us in here and keep us in the know, won't you?
I can tell you the result already. Harry won. I don't know. It hasn't been confirmed, but I know he's going to win tonight. Very good fighter.
He won, did he?
I think he did already. My guess is he won, eh?
Okay, we want definitives.
We need confirmation. I hope so too. I like Harry, man.
Come on, I like him too.
So what else have we got here?
Dirty Harry, isn't it?
Dirty Harry, man. Cowboy hat.
So B3 Beat says Caballel is no joke. You're right there.
You're right, mate. You're right.
Especially on one end of his punches, because that's no joke. What did everyone make of that performance from Caballel? That's
amazing.
Yes, he's a contender now. He's a contender.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got a couple of straps around his waist, but I don't know, is that a ranking belt? What is it?
I've got no idea.
It's the WBC something and the
maybe
WBO something, but I'm sure it puts them into the rankings.
They're all good. They're all good belts on the way up. They've all got some sort of value.
Of course they do.
That is a big shock. I mean, let's face it. Frank Sanchez is, of course, someone who has been very heavily rated. Caballel has come under the radar because no one really gave him much chance against Mahmoud Dadov or however you say it, or Frank Sanchez. He's beaten them both. And he's beaten them both well, let's face it.
Yeah, it's a great story, man. That's what boxing's all about, opportunities for people that didn't.
And see, again, I didn't know much about Caballel, but now it's two back-to-back performances,
the whole world knows about him. He done it in Riyadh on the big stage, so it's great.
I'm not going to write off Sanchez. I mean, these heavyweights, one good performance, you're straight back in the mix.
Of course.
I mean, Daniel's last performance was outstanding. Joseph Parker's
example. And listen, we never know. Look, you understand that we never know what happens in camp. You know, he won't talk about it, but maybe something was wrong in the run-up.
Just didn't look fit in this fight, did he?
He didn't look himself. You're right.
He faded very quickly.
Faded. So there's always I've never known a fighter go in 100%. And I've known a few fighters go in that are really, they're clutching at straws going into the ring to begin with. So you just never know the story. I wouldn't judge a man on one fight.
We talk about Filip Hrgović. Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone told me the other day that the day before the Zhile Zhang fight, he lost his father. Is that right?
Is that right? Okay, yeah.
That's what somebody told me. He said, no, I don't know.
Buster Douglas, wasn't it, against Mike Tyson? Lost I think it was his mother he lost, or someone close to him.
A week or two before the fight, wasn't it?
Michael Spinks was the same situation. He lost someone very close to him. I think it was his father or his brother or something. So it's not the only story of tragedy before legendary fights, So
these boxers go through a lot, don't they? But they still have to get in there and perform.
It's like
it's not easy.
Yeah, compartmentalize. They can often compartmentalize the pressure and just go in there and do it. You got to have respect for them for even going through that.
we've got a couple of people who've said, Stephen Dyer, that was defo a weird fight. Well, weird in the sense that no one expected it, but again, it happened in his previous fight. So maybe people have, across the board, underestimated this guy. Maybe
Yes.
they probably won't now. That's for sure. We'll see. I'll tell you what. Anyone he fights from now on, and let's face it, he's going to be in the mix now. Anyone who he faces now would not take this guy lightly.
And we need these kind of guys. Like I said, everyone's got to play their part if you're going to have a good era in boxing. You know, we've been fortunate enough to have the guys we've had around now to make this era. You know, and everyone's ceiling is different. You know, we need these kind of guys. You know, this is he's almost like a Ray Mercer. You know, just
I would
tough.
tune in and watch him again, man. He's interesting, isn't he? Yeah, he's worth watching.
He picks good shots.
Him against Andy Ruiz, that'd be a good match.
Good fight. That's a good fight.
I want to see that one.
Who's Andy Ruiz fighting next?
I don't know. Well, he's
already got a fight.
He's
fighting. He's fighting Baby Miller.
Oh, Baby Miller against Baby. That'll be fun.
It's a good fight.
So he was ringside when Daniel.
So you see, if Baby Miller manages to beat Andy Ruiz, he's right back in the mix again after the Daniel loss. Heavyweight boxing is very different.
Andy Ruiz has had 2 fights in about 3-4 years.
He has, but it's the name. And it's a name. He's still got a respectable
don't write
name.
off Baby Miller, because I was in the corner and some of the shots he took off.
He's
Daniel
tough.
was savage.
What, were you in
I was in the corner with
Don
for
and
Don and for Daniel's fight.
Who were you in the ring with? In the corner with Don, wasn't it?
Ian,
what's his name?
Tony there?
Yeah, Ian and Tony
Pill.
It's the team that we normally.
Don, Ian, and Tony
Pill, yes. And but the point I'm saying is, Baby Miller took leather off, unbelievable shots off.
And Daniel was a real genuine puncher.
Look, I see Daniel Dubois break people's arms in the gym. You know, he broke a heavyweight's arm. I wouldn't say who he blocked the shot wearing 20-ounce gloves. This guy can crack, and he was rattling shots off Baby Miller's head, and he kept walking forward. So it's ridiculous power. You know what I mean?
Well, let's hear what you've got to say, because look, we all want Dubois to win for England, for Don's sake. At the end of the day, I saw at an amateur event I was emceeing. I saw Jason Matthews was there.
Yeah.
I said to him, "What do you think?" He said, "Daniel's looking good in the gym. It's a hard fight."
Remember his great victory against
I
Ryan
haven't
Rhodes?
been involved as much in this camp. I opened my own gym and I've been training fighters elsewhere. I got my little guy Fraser Ali's fight, got a title fight next week. So I've been out of the camp this time. I haven't been able to go between both gyms. But when I have come in to watch the sparring, he's been putting people over, man. He's a strong man, you know, and they've been bringing people in. He's look, I'm all behind him. I'm all behind him, and I'm all behind Don. And I think he's got a better than average chance of beating this guy. I pick him to win.
I think
the
Don's done a great job with Daniel. He just seems to have come out of his shell.
Yeah.
You know, even his
That's
personality.
great to hear. Although my
Don's
issue
an
with
excellent
Dubois,
trainer, you know.
Tell you what my issue with him is, I find sometimes he holds his guard a little bit low. Okay. The other thing, he's sometimes a bit square on, which makes him susceptible. And I think if he's not careful, if he doesn't correct those, I think for me, correct me if I'm wrong, they seem like basic flaws. And if he doesn't correct that, he's going to get sparked.
I think he corrected a lot of those in this fight against Baby Miller.
I
thought he was really good, and he's physically strong enough to push someone that big off of him.
But
and he did it for the whole fight. His stamina was impressive as well.
Believe you me, Baby Miller's a monster in person. This guy is an animal walking straight to him. He outboxed him, took him apart, broke him up, and finished him off in the last round.
Outstanding
so give him his props, man.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, Don's done a brilliant job.
He has, man.
Don's got into his mind. He knows how to keep him calm. He knows when to tell him to pull the trigger. So, look, it's a great mix. And I think you're going to get the best of Daniel Dubois. You know, look, the thing about these fights at this level is anybody can win them, let's be real. But I just think that he's in the shape of his life.
He did, and like we were saying earlier, he didn't look great against Zhang, and he also didn't look great against the the southpaw that signed to Matchroom, can't remember his name. He was actually a sparring partner for Dillian. Dempsey McKean.
Dempsey
I was at that
McKean,
fight, and he didn't look great then either, Hrgovic.
Look, Hrgovic is a big, strong, tough man. But
might be good timing for Daniel.
Yeah, man, come on. And he's not been really... Daniel's coming off a couple of really high-level fights. Usyk, who he should be heavyweight champ, straight into Baby Muller, who he knocked out. That should be 2 knockouts.
Coming into his own now.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Listen, and then he proved he can take a shot. All of that about his heart was answered against Baby Muller, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he ticked a lot of boxes.
I think, you know, he was a young man at a high level. He hadn't fully developed. I think he's coming into his prime now.
I agree.
And I think we're going to see...
The best of him.
He's a problem for people. I'm not saying he's going to win everything, but I think he's got a good chance against anybody in the world because I've seen his ridiculous power. And
well, they're saying that if he beats Hrgovic, it could be Joshua next.
Yeah, there you go. Come on, that's a great fight. I would pay to see it.
And who would you fancy?
Come on, I pick Daniel Dubois, don't I? Because I'm in his camp, and I think that realistically, it's a hard fight. But I haven't analysed it or thought about it enough. But I think he's got the power. Let's be real. He's been knocked out a few times, hasn't he, Joshua? And I think it's a matter of can Daniel.
Who's knocked him out?
He's been knocked out once, hasn't he? He's been stopped by.
He was stopped by Ruiz.
Yes, so I think he's got a chance. If he can stop by Ruiz, I think that Daniel Dubois has got power on par with any of those guys, and he's got speed in his right hand, and I think he can. If he catches him, I think he can put him away. But and he could also lose the fight. I think it's a competitive high level fight.
Very.
I can see both of them having a chance to win, but I'm going to support him because Don's my man and Daniel's my man, and that's my team, you know.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, then I've got to ask Xavier then. Xavier, I want you to crystal ball gaze with Daniel Dubois. He's got Hrgovic next. Does he win that?
I think he's got a very good chance of winning that fight.
Okay, so let's say he wins it. Him against Joshua. Who would you back? And don't go with your heart because of Kieran or Don.
You'd have to favour Joshua because of his experience at the highest level. But again, you don't know what Joshua's got left. This might be the right time for Daniel. You know, boxing's all about timing. I always thought Kawasaki came around at the right time when the likes of Eubank and Steve Collins, the rest of the guys were on their way out.
And fighting Roy Jones when Roy Jones was finished.
And Roy Jones was, and then Hopkins, all those guys were getting later into their, late 30s or entering 40s. You know, I always thought that was the right time for him, just like with the Klitschko's, they come around after Mike Tyson. So sometimes boxing's about timing, you know. So, you know, as much as I rave about Terence Crawford, you know, he's come just after Floyd. You know, Floyd didn't fight the likes of Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard, those guys. So sometimes it's about the time you've entered into that era and where the guys are at when they're coming towards the end of their career. You know, so it might well be Daniel's time. But Joshua has got a lot of experience now at the top level, and he's a two-time world champion, isn't he? Yeah. So you have to respect that, especially if you haven't won a world title.
Of course, man.
Yeah, you have to respect the guys that actually have won a world title.
Yeah, it's something special. You get cut from a different cloth, most of them. Yeah. Agreed.
And again, gold medalist, Joshua.
And a small number of fights, not 40,
gold, silver, and bronze
yeah.
normally signify something going forward. These guys, you know, a lot of them, they seem to build from there. That's why back in the days, if you won an ABA, the big promoters will come for you. If you won a gold medal, everybody wants to come for you, or a silver medal. You know, that's still happening now. You know, a lot of guys have got signed off winning silver medals or gold medals.
And then, even on that point, they get far more opportunities if they're medalists. They get far better training. They get far better sponsorship. So if they're
and
good
the guidance
already,
of their career is better as well.
That's what I mean, you know.
Yeah,
so you get, how many good fighters have you known that have been badly handled, badly managed?
Yes.
So it's not always the best that wins. It's that prevails, I should say.
Very true. Very true. And some guys, obviously, they get put on what you used to call the blacklist. If you were too dangerous,
come on,
you steer away from, like an Ika Bearbucci. To me, he was going to be next.
So who wants him?
Yeah, that was
he was next.
He was the guy who had he stuck around would have probably fought Lennox.
Yeah.
I think he was capable of beating all of them because of the time that he came along. It was those guys were kind of on their way out, and he was a monster. To knock out Chris Bird knock out Chris Bird and then have a war like, with David Tua.
Yes, man.
Massive left hook puncher. And he soaked it all up, and he's just technically really gifted, Ike Ibebuchi. He was the guy, but troubles outside the ring. He just couldn't. He couldn't manage his career.
Yeah, he was the guy they thought could.
He went to jail,
could be
got a
the guy.
life
Well,
sentence.
they asked the manager of Lennox Lewis at the time. You know, this guy's coming up next. Would you fight him? And he said, definitely not. I think it was Frank Maloney at the time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was managing
Frank
Lennox
Maloney,
Lewis,
yeah.
and he said no. He said absolutely no way. I would not put Lennox in with Ike Ibebuchi. That's how he was viewed at that time coming up.
He was a killer coming through. But he never got a chance to really, as you say, we never got a chance to see him tested. He was tested, but we never got a chance to see him fulfill his potential. No. That's for sure.
No.
By the time he came out of jail, he was in his 40s, wasn't he?
Yeah, he
was gone.
It's gone, man.
If you're watching, and I hope you're watching on DAZN, because DAZN is one of the sponsors here. Go to DAZN.com/SecondsOut. And DAZN is spelled DAZN. So DAZN.com/SecondsOut. Subscribe using that link. And if you haven't done yet, Fair Play Exchange. We all like to have a little bet with our mates, or maybe a big bet with our mates. But this particular app will make sure your mates are still your mates after betting, because you actually get paid up. That can't be a bad thing. So therefore, there's no split. There's no split in the camps. Okay.
What's he saying?
By the way, I want to put the headphones on as well.
Lost mine.
See what Frank Warren said. I'll relay it to you guys.
That must be it.
We've lost one. Oh, you got yours.
I've got mine. Yeah.
Frank's basically saying that Tyson Fury's in a good place.
I can't believe they got that weight wrong, though.
That's
like a
huge.
schoolboy
It's
error.
ridiculous,
That's crazy.
isn't it? At this level, you know what I mean? And because that affects betting, it affects everything. You know, you're going to think of twice about.
I actually wanted to ask you guys a question for you guys about these bets, and you know, with the recent fight between Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
I mean, if it does become a no contest, how does this all work? How does it all play out? Or actually, if it's
cash their bets, I think
not even a no contest, even if he gets disqualified or it's it's seen as a loss, how does that affect like betting going forward? If you made a bet, you won your money.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be giving my money back.
I wouldn't be giving my money back either.
But you can come and find me, man.
It's a question because someone asked me about it the other day, and I said I've never thought about it that way. But if a decision does get reversed, how does that all play out?
Interesting. I guess there must be some rules in the betting industry. I think they're not going to chase people down for the money once they've cashed out.
Once it's gone, it's gone.
So, but yeah, I mean, are they going to start holding payments until people pass their drug test? Do you know what I mean?
I can't really speak on, obviously, because we don't know what's going to come back in regards to the B sample.
Has that not come back yet? No,
that hasn't come back. So I think that might be Monday. But the only disappointment for me was that fight was supposed to be for the £140 division title, and obviously Ryan wasn't trying to make weight for that fight, so he had an unfair advantage. And I always say that guys who actually have to drop a lot of weight to make the weight.
3 pounds is a lot.
You've got two fighters in there, and you've got one guy who's trying to make the weight, and the other guy who's depleting himself to make the weight. And I've always said these boxers never go in the ring 100% because they have to, do so much to make weight.
Well, it happened with Corrales and Castillo. Remember
in the rematch?
The lightweight, the rematch was different when they
he purposely came in overweight.
So,
purposely.
And that was a classic fight as well. But how do you see a rematch if they both made weight? Do you think Devin's got too much for him, or do you think it will be has he got his number? It's
hard to erase what you've seen. I remember
Devin's head. It's hard to raise as well.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, he was lost to the man, in a fist fight. So it's hard to get that out of your head, but it can change his career forever.
It's a difficult one. I mean,
it's hard to beat someone back that's beat you. I don't care. That's the hardest thing in boxing. They always say. So. I know they fought 6 times. Was it as an amateur?
Yeah, I remember watching an interview with Luke Campbell after he had the fight with Ryan.
Yeah.
And he said that he had his gloves his gloves tight to his face, and that he could feel the repercussions. He said he had never been hit as hard
as Ryan Garcia.
Okay, so he's got genuine power, and Derek James has now said also that Ryan is the hardest puncher that he's ever trained. So you know, Devin's approach to the fight was obviously wrong. He tried to pressure and have a fight with him. You know, he should have really been sticking to what he's been doing this whole time. He had so much success boxing. You know, pro grade, he was outstanding. You know, it was a strange build up, honestly, and just like, I don't know. I'm sure Bill now wishes that he didn't agree to take the money to allow Ryan to have that weight advantage. If he could go back now, he'd say, you know what, right? If you can't make the 140 division limit, then the fight's just off.
There's so much money on the line. There's so much. Like, I mean,
it's hard.
That's like saying, do you want this 15 million paycheck or do you not? Sign this, you get it. Sign this, you don't. They're fighters.
But as it ended his career,
I know. Well, it certainly changed. Just like I was saying, it's changed the trajectory of his career right now. And you've got to look at it and say, can he recover? Can he come back from it, or will he ever be the same again?
And that's the only issue I've got with this social media era. If this fight was in the 80s or 90s, we'd be praising Devin Haney for the heart that he showed. He kept getting up and kept trying. It was good. That fight was getting away from him every single round, and he never stopped trying. Even when the fight was finished and he tried to jump on the ropes, he was exhausted. This is a guy that's come from, you know, his dad's made sure he had a very comfortable life. There was no reason for him to keep trying, really. But he's a natural fighter.
He's a warrior,
that's why I don't always agree when people say that you have to come from a tough background. He didn't come from that, but in that ring, he's a tough man. But now in this day and age, you're going to get all these posts and these memes and stuff, and really, it's unfortunate.
Boxing's always been that way, and to some extent, it's like when a fight's over 2 years down the road, certainly to the casual fan, even if it's a robbery, they still view it as a one. It's looked like De La Hoya. Everyone says, "Oh, remember he was middleweight champion of the world, bro. He never won the WBO. He got a lucky decision in that fight.
Stern beat him.
Stern beat him. Everybody knows, but
he lost that fight.
Us boxing people
he lost
know
that fight.
But you look on his record, it says he was middleweight champ. That's an example.
But at the same time, I thought he beat Felix Trinidad. It's funny how boxing works.
I know.
And I thought he actually won the rematch with Shane Mosley too.
You
know.
Yeah, I thought he did. I know what you mean.
I thought he just.
There was nothing in the Floyd Mayweather fight either.
Not more than a couple of rounds in that either.
And I think if he's kept using the jab, he won that fight all day. But it's I take your point. The box people have a short memory.
Got a question here from Marco Rourke. He says, "Do you guys think that Usyk's smaller stature, you mean stature, may be a huge plus for him? I believe it's possible."
Yes, I think he'll be a lot more nimble, a little bit able to move around the ring a bit quicker. Even though Tyson is quick for his size.
It's hard to punch down, it's always hard to punch for a big man to punch down. But I think if there's anyone that's an expert at being good and tall, it's Tyson. He knows how to stand off. He makes people stretch, like I said. He throws a lot of short shots.
How does he
gets that because he gets that. Well, this is the problem. And can he close the distance? Because he's going to have that hand out. He's going to mess him about. He can touch him when he's here. So he's going to mess him around with that lead hand. He's going to break him up. He's going to switch to southpaw himself. And I think that's the problem I see. Like, that's the problem I agree. I see.
I hope Tyson is not underestimating Usyk's power as well, because he seems to be really switched on when it's a dangerous punch in front of like Klitschko, like Dillian. But the other guys, he seems to switch off for a moment in fights. Tyson Fury, when he doesn't feel that sort of a threat.
When he's
but when he's on game, when he's got a little bit of fear, he looks different.
Yeah, don't sleep on the fact. Remember when he came, he was still a fatty man, and he came back and beat Deontay Wilder in the fight they called it. That was a sensational performance. How can you not rate him as potentially one of the greats when he came from nowhere?
Only because a lot of people wouldn't rate Wilder as an all-time great. That's probably what you're trying to say.
I'm saying is Deontay Wilder was a one-trick pony. I think it's one of the worst from my perspective.
I don't know how that can be luck.
One of the worst skillsters for a heavyweight champion that I've seen in my life.
But is it really
when you're knocking people out with one punch?
One trick pony.
Yeah, but
he's great.
49 times in a row, 10 defenses of the world title. Whatever.
He keeps finding the mark,
10 defenses of the title, man. Every time he was beat up, land one punch to go to sleep. Landed one punch on Fury. And
it's going to be a great fight.
That's the
If you keep watching him,
that's what great fighters do. That's
what he does to set up that right hand. It's very, very good. It's not just he just doesn't just throw it out there and just land and hope for the best. He sets up that right hand.
Yeah.
Deontay Wilder.
Exactly. He blinds them with that jab
does. Yes, he does.
consistently and he switches the timing on the right hand. Remember,
And
he
change the
was an
levels of it
Olympic
too.
bronze medalist. You don't pick up Olympic bronze
That is
medals.
also true.
People
Good
forget
point.
that. That's quality.
Good point.
That's pedigree. You know
Good
what I
point.
mean? So I think people overlook because he's taken ayahuasca and he's turned into a nice guy now. People forget he was a killer, man.
Yeah, he was.
And he was smashing everybody up in front of him.
But you see, it's a shame now. He's
guy.
the one that's on the decline rapidly, isn't he, Wilder? And it'll be nice now if he was around for the Joshua fights.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, like an Usyk fight. But he looks like he's on his way out.
He's nearly 40 years of age. He's one of the
Wilder.
Wilder. Yeah. He's one of the nicest guys I met out there.
Wilder?
Wilder. He was sitting across from us for breakfast every day. His whole camp were really nice, but he didn't seem switched on, man. He was going in against Joseph Parker. I remember the night before he was in the same hotel
He's
as
a
us.
lucky fella, isn't he, Joseph Parker?
Another gentleman trained by a top trainer, and for me a really good trainer in Andy Lee. But the point I'm getting at is Wilder, something's changed in Wilder, and whether he can get it back again. You know, he seemed to have an energy that he was taking pictures. He was so friendly, he was such a nice guy. And I thought, this is a night before a war, man. Come on.
Yeah.
What?
Maybe he just didn't respect Joseph Parker. Didn't think maybe he had that much left. Remember, he's probably watched Parker get knocked out by Joe Joyce and thought, yeah, this is a good time to fight him.
That is one punch, but that's the problem when you've got that one punch power. He also this guy could make cruiserweight. That's what's unbelievable about it. When I look up him, he barely makes 15 stone, this guy. You know, I've got cruiserweights way more than him walking around, man. And
well, you could fight a Bridgerweight.
Well, go from the heavyweight champ to the Bridgerweight. He's the heavy. Once you're the heavyweight champ, there's no stepping down to Bridgerweight. You know.
But you go down in history as being 2-weight though. If he wants to do that,
but try be the 2-time heavyweight champ.
I'd rather that.
Bridgerweight.
And it's interesting, isn't it? You've now got the Bridgerweight, which I think was a clever move.
It's a legitimate.
Okay. However, what about the difference between light, heavy, and cruiser? If you're someone like a Ben Whittaker, I'm using his name because people are raving about him. If let's say he unifies his division and becomes a superstar, where does he go from there? It's a big jump up cruiser, isn't it?
There's an argument for bringing back the old cruiserweight weight division, which was 13 stone 7 or 8, and keeping the 12-7, 30, and then bringing in a Bridgerweight at 15-2, something like that. You know, so that's a true gap. Or if, I think if you've got a 14-4 division and you're bringing in what's Bridgerweight 15-4.
I can't remember.
Yeah, something like that. But it's also going to be hard to build up because look, if you're 15 stone 4, if you've got to cut weight to make 15 stone 4, goddamn, you're a heavyweight, man. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's true.
Let's have it with the big boys if you're up there. So it's inventing titles for people. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, but they get to call themselves a world champion. So
well,
it's all right.
I'd fight for the RSBCA world title. I don't care. Title's a title, but here he is.
Gerard.
The Turkey man himself, coming out Turkey.
Is he? He's obviously got a job as the main guy for sports in Saudi Arabia, correct?
Yes, I think so.
But he himself is not the man with the money, is he?
He's a man in control of the money, which is the same difference, isn't it? So he calls the shots.
Well, here's a question for you. Obviously, all these fighters are under contract with the promoters. But presumably, would it not be easier for someone like Turkey Al Sheikh to just promote in his own name?
I think what he's doing is bringing people
I think it's bigger than that, isn't it?
It's bigger than that because this guy doesn't care who you are, who promotes you. If he wants to see the fight, he's putting big money on
behind it,
and he's flying you out on the plane.
Yep,
business class, and let's have it. So that's even more exciting than being an Eddie Hearn that's arguing with Frank Warren, because there'll always be people on another team.
Ultimately, we're getting the fights that we want.
Yeah, man.
As a fan,
but what I'm saying,
they're not doing an MMA now, where you've got UFC still Premier, but you've got all of the other Bellator, one championship, and and it's starting to fragment. But they're all tied down to organisation, so they're not crossing over, you know. Whereas the boxing market's still a free market, so under a set of circumstances, i.e. a lot of money, then they're willing to cross and fight one another, you know.
We've got a couple of guys, like I said, most of the people who want to hear, I don't know if they speak the English language the way it's meant to be spoken. I haven't got a clue what they're talking about, but never mind. We will read out whoever does speak the Queen's English. Believe in One, says Fury by KO. Okay, fair enough. Where are we in a fight card, guys? Says Everything Engineering. I guess that's a bit of a plug for your business.
I think this is the
penultimate fight before the ultimate fight.
Let's have some prediction then between the three of us. Then let's see for this fight.
Well, I'm always sticking with Joe Cordina. I'm a big fan of him. I like his skill set. I don't know enough about his opponent, but I know how good Joe Cordina is.
Yes.
So I'm sticking with him. I can't. I wouldn't like to say how, but he's got great skill set, Cordina, and I'm a big fan. Where he if he wins this, where he goes, I don't know. Does he look to unify? And the other thing is, you know, would he move up to lightweight where there's a lot of big fights there? And I think that's probably what he would do because that's where the Missoula is.
I think the Shakur Stevenson fight will be.
Well, it's a match, wouldn't it? But look, you still got to beat Anthony, and Anthony, this guy can fight.
Yeah, man. I think he's very talented. Kakashi.
Look, as good as Cordina is,
and
he's no Shakur. I'll be honest with you, and I'm a big fan of Cordina, but he's another level. Shakur's top.
We've got to see him against another top guy, which Joe is, to really gauge where he is.
He is a top guy, but I think Shakur is a bit special, don't you?
I think so, but I'd have to say that to me, the Teofimo and Devin Haney have proved with the competition they fought that they're at a slightly higher level.
Lomachenko?
I'm looking at and Lomachenko. The guys those three have fought can't really be compared with what.
It's got a nice jab.
Shakur's fought and who's the other guy? And Tank. Tank's resume to me is nowhere near what Teofimo Lopez or Devin Haney is.
And Tank's the smaller of the guys, isn't he? So
yeah, and the oldest I think is one of the older ones as well. I think he's approaching 30 now as a lightweight.
Himself in the foot as far as Saudi Arabia goes as well. What was he asked for?
2 Ferraris, I think.
Or something crazy.
Yeah.
He said to do Turkey Al Sheikh. He would come and fight, but he needed 2 Ferraris and whatever. And he says, "I'll give you a pair of boxing gloves if you want to come." Look, this is a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, look,
very positive start here from Anthony Kakashi.
I like Joe here as well.
Nice jab, very nice jab.
He's no fear. He's one of my own fighting Irish. I think he's got a good.
I hope Kakashi can put up a good fight here because I don't think he hasn't fought at this level yet, whereas Joe has.
Joe has, yeah.
So that's what we're.
It's an interesting match. It's a good watch, you know. And Joe looks very calm. Joe Cordina looks very calm in there, and he doesn't look phased at all. But and I think he's got the power. He's got the punch too. I mean, I know guys that are sparring Joe. You know.
Well, yeah, Yusuf Kamari has fought a
guy. How did you find him? Powerful, sharp.
Funny enough, Kakashi lost against Martin J. Ward.
Yeah.
And I took Yusuf to go down to Matchroom to spar Joe Cordina and Martin J. Ward. And Yusuf had more trouble with Martin J. Ward than he did with Joe Cordina.
Right.
Which is strange. So
the
style.
Everything,
you know? Yusuf's a pretty decent fighter himself. He's done a lot of get rounds with my guy Ali. There's always good sparring.
Yeah, definitely good rounds.
It's good to watch anyway. Yeah, we need to pay tickets at the door.
This is a kind of interesting fight. This will be because he's got a good jab.
They're both trying to establish the style in this fight.
Kakashi's got a nice jab.
He has.
I think Joe looks a bit more calm to me at the moment.
He looks more composed, but he's not throwing as many shots. To be honest, I think. How'd you score this first round?
I score against Joe Cordina, actually.
Yeah, I think so as well. I would give the Irishman the first round.
I think his jab was just a lot more effective.
He looks more composed. I think he's having a look. He's having a look, isn't he? Yeah.
I think the punch of the round was landed by Joe, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Here's big Tyson Fury.
I'm a massive fan. I support Tottenham, but I'm a massive fan of Gerrard. One of my favourite players of all time. Steven Gerrard.
Oh, Steven Gerrard.
Yeah.
Not so much.
Why?
So tell me,
why you like Gerrard?
Long story.
So tell me, Xavier, you're a Tottenham fan. Were you cheering for Man City the other night? Be honest.
No, because to be honest with you, it makes it more interesting when a team that doesn't usually wins. Like when Leicester won the Premier League, it was interesting. You know what I mean? Like Man City's won it like the last few seasons. Yeah, I mean,
and tomorrow it's likely will be full.
It would have been good to get a shake-up, but I don't know. I think Arsenal had a bad performance maybe a couple of weeks ago, and I think they let it go. Yeah.
Positive start here from Joe. Coming out sharp. I think he's had a look at him in the first round. There you go.
Good work there from
It is the more effective first coming. Anthony.
I think Kakachi is looking to put numbers on him again, and I think Joe's looking for one shot to hurt him.
Yes. I see that. He landed a nice left hook off the ropes there, didn't he? Like Kakachi's, he's walking him down there like he doesn't respect his power, and he would want to think twice about that.
I was watching him. I was actually, because we got offered that fight with like 2 weeks' notice. So I was having a look at him. He does seem to. His record doesn't suggest he's a puncher, but he looks sharp.
Sharpness for him. I think he's just cruised to a lot of victories, journeymen and stuff. I think he's got something in his punches.
Yeah,
you're not going to win any type of version of the world title if you haven't the snap. You know. I think he's.
And both guys are current world champions, aren't they?
Right,
IBF for Joe and I think IBO for Kakachi.
Good work for Cordina there.
I think the more prestigious belts with Joe Cardona, but there's still versions of the world title.
Is it Cordina or Cordona?
Cordina. Sorry.
I thought it was me getting it wrong this whole time.
Yeah, it's me. Definitely me, man. Definitely me.
Good shot. It's going to be a good fight, definitely.
It's a good fight already. Yeah, interesting. Nobody's really dominant. Oh, nice right hand from Anthony. Catch it.
This is a tough fight for Cordina already.
Look, this is already a good fight.
See, Kachi should move here now, really.
Yeah.
He's done what he needs to do. He should use.
He's won this round. He could be 2 up.
Yeah. It's an all British contest. Not that makes a huge difference, but you can see this is a good contest.
He can switch as well, I think, Kachi. From what I can remember watching, I think he can switch.
Movement. He's not making himself an easy target. He should get down the middle, use those straight shots sometimes. Because he's very
That's what
square.
Joe's waiting for.
Joe, yeah, he's looking for the big shot.
That counter,
right.
yep.
I think I could see him landing it as well.
And it's a good thing he keeps targeting that that right hand to the body.
Yeah,
he's going to take it up top. Yeah, there you go. He can switch. I knew I'd seen him switch before.
Nice step off. That's good. This is an intriguing thing.
So how many fights we got left after this one?
None. One.
Really?
The main one, I believe.
Really? Sure? We got through it that quickly?
Jake, I tell you, the cruiser.
Yeah, exactly. I thought so, yeah.
Yeah, because originally I thought the upper tie was before this. Yes, what am I talking about? The upper tie fight is going to be some contest as well. So yeah, we're in it for the long haul, boys.
That's an interesting fight.
This is a good fight.
That's one.
Who do you fancy on that? I suppose you're going to go upper tie on that, right?
For me, I think so.
Yeah, he's in form.
We've got some good fights coming up. I mean, I think is it next week that Josh Taylor's boxing?
That's a fascinating fight.
That's a what?
The Josh Taylor against the rematch with Catterall.
Yeah. How do you see that going?
It's a difficult fight for Josh. He didn't look good against Teofimo Lopez at all.
No.
And he scraped a win. Really. In the Catterall fight. So I'm not sure. After looking so good,
do you think it was a bad decision first time out? Round?
I gave it to Catterall by a round or two. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely didn't think he lost.
Won that fight.
I didn't think he lost. That's for sure. You know, but it's a good fight. It's a good fight.
Interesting match.
How you guys seeing the 5v5? What you got there? Raymond Ford at the moment is one of my favourites, definitely.
Remind me of the fights.
I know Raymond Ford's fighting Nick Ball.
Yeah, I mean, I like Nick Ball. I think if Nick Ball was a few inches taller, he would be unstoppable.
That refereeing was terrible, though.
No, I think that was the right result. In fact, we did the watch along here, and I said it was a draw.
The draw. I didn't have a problem with the draw. I just thought the refereeing was terrible. He was allowing like too many illegal tactics without taking any points away. I thought it wasn't good.
I thought it was the right result, though. To be honest, I know that some people thought, oh, Nick Ball won that fight. I didn't.
I thought it was a draw. I think he gave away a lot of the early rounds. So I agree with you. It was a draw. I know Craig Richards is on that card as well.
Yeah,
is it Hutchison?
He's fighting Willie Hutchinson.
Yep.
And I like Willie Hutchinson. That's a very, very good fight.
I haven't seen much of him. He's good. Honest with you. I know he was a good amateur, wasn't he?
Ooh, that was a nice sharp hook. He caught him on the break, did he? Anthony caught.
Who got caught?
Joe. Anthony, I think he's taking a warning. Kakachi's taking a warning for. Is he going to lose a point for a counter, for a punch on the break against Joe Cordina?
Yeah, Joe's warming into this now.
Yeah, I would say it's still Anthony's round. This round,
I've got him 3 up now.
Yeah, well,
I think, so far
to finish this round, it's still.
Good counter.
He's got him with a big left hook.
He hurt Joe.
Come on, son.
Kakashi caught Joe
Kakashi
Cordina
looks.
left hook.
Joe's doing very well.
He's staying in there,
Joe
Joe
Cordina. He's
Cordina.
staying in. It's not over yet.
He's tough. He's tough, Kakashi, isn't he?
Kakachi's tough, just like you said. He's
don't waste
power.
it. Don't waste it.
No.
Stay composed.
I think
the Welsh Wizard is not looking the one
Good
with
shot.
the magic.
waiting for that punch, isn't he? Waiting for that counter.
He
hook.
wants the one, yep.
He knows it's coming. He's rolling. I think he's in trouble here. Oh, I think this is over.
Oh, wow.
There we go, man. We got a new world champion.
Cordina goes down. This could be an upset here.
Come on, let him fight, ref.
But I tell you what,
what are you doing, ref? Come on, let them fight.
Kakashi's a tall guy for his weight.
He's going to pull him out, you know. He won't allow him to get hurt.
The referees, let them fight, man.
He's wobbling. His legs are not looking good.
Let them fight. Good.
It's finished. I think it's going to be all over.
Stop it!
Come on.
This is a real turn.
I've got a soft spot for Kakashi. I boxed in Belfast. He's from my neck of the woods. So come on, let's go.
If he gets in trouble one more time, I'm going to stop it.
But he's hanging in. He's showing a lot of
tremendous.
balls,
Yeah, he's really
a
showing
lot
some
of cojones.
He might recover.
He's doing great. And I tell you what, Kakashi's throwing a lot of punches.
Good defense.
He's
Good
there,
defense.
man. He's there. He's still awake. He got through it.
Good work,
Fair
Joe.
play to Joe.
Wow.
Cordina.
Good work.
What
Good
a
work.
round.
Brilliant round. But that's a big 10-8 round, isn't it? Was that 2 knockdowns? Certainly. One knockdown, but it was 2. He was badly hurt as well.
Yeah.
But he did brilliant to stay in.
He really did well to get through it, yeah.
Did do brilliant, yeah.
I think if it got caught with one more clean shot, the referee was looking
He needs to
closely
bring
at
the
that.
shots up the way, the uppercuts, but this is the problem with standing square
Yes,
like that. You know,
yeah.
he's leaving
Yeah, and then
himself
you're
wide
open.
open. He didn't respect Anthony's power. You know,
What is your point there? You're saying
the point. So he was sitting square and leaving that gap through the middle.
didn't see the
for
uppercut
upper and
coming.
hook. Yeah, he didn't see it, and the shot came underneath.
Because everything that was coming wide, he was catching it and rolling it quite easily, but he didn't see that shot under. So
And that changed it. Watch this. You see what I mean?
yeah, but
The initial hook was lovely.
that's a good
right
catch and
over the
counter,
top.
though.
Yeah,
Actually, it was. I mean, that was the shot that did the damage originally.
That's the one.
shot that changed. That's the one.
Done really well, didn't he?
He done great, and he still got legs. Look, when I see a guy get through a round like that, I almost hope he can come back into the fight.
What an amazing fight if he can.
Yeah,
He could come
that's
back.
a classic victory if he comes back to one. But as
But I think
say, I've got a soft spot.
Kakachi's got everything. Honestly,
Yeah.
good chin, good hand speed. He can
Tremendous
switch.
hand speed.
Yeah, I
Oh, wow.
like Kakachi.
Oh wow! Go on, Joe.
And he's a tall guy for his weight.
Tall.
He's
It's a
tall.
great story.
He's tall. He's rangy. He's got good jab, quick jab.
Remember we were talking outside. I slightly we slightly favoured Kachi for this fight.
I know you said that.
Yeah.
Again, I hadn't seen enough of him, for truthful, and I think that because I'm a big fan of Cordina, but
I'm a fan of Cordina too, but Kakachi's got a great story. This is changing his life as well, you know, so you can't He was,
Oh,
now he's hurt. What
okay.
the fight? This is what it's all about.
That was a good shot.
What you see? All yeah, stuff getting away with all.
You're saying who knocked down? So Joe Cordina hit the canvas in the second round, but managed to rally through.
How did you score this round?
Kakachi needs to stay tight here.
Yeah. I think he got shook there, shaken.
I think.
I remember he used a lot of energy in the last round as well.
Yes, and he threw a lot of
He threw a lot of punches, so he might need a round to recover. So that's why he should just move.
Great fight. Oh, good job.
We thought this might be fight of the night, to be honest with you.
That's what I said. It's the one I said. It's the one I'm looking forward to most. You know. Got a lot of respect for both of them.
That was a low blow
the
there.
commentary, really.
See the low blow? Caught Cordina right low there. Did you see that?
It does look more solid.
You see what Kakachi should do here? He's trying to recover this round. So what he should do what he did the last round and wait for a counter.
Yeah.
Because Joe's trying to come back into the fight. So stay composed, keep them hands up, and just look for that counter now. You'll catch him with the same left hook.
Yeah.
The question I want to ask you is, can Cassie keep up the pace that he had in the first round?
You need after a round like what he had, you need to take a round to recover. You know, he threw a lot of punches trying to get Joe out.
If that had happened later in the fight, it would have been more of a problem for Joe.
Absolutely.
He's still fresh, you know.
Oh,
lovely
wow.
right hand from Joe.
Well, this is what makes a great fight, you know, to be able to come back.
Of course.
And showing the kind of heart.
A real story.
Guys, if you want to watch this, you better get on DAZN.com.
Respect him for coming back.
/
100%.
Seconds out. Because
I think Kachi made a mistake in that round, though.
Yeah.
He got involved in a physical fight and he didn't need to. He could have taken advantage of Joe's aggression.
Agreed. He's back in the game.
Yeah, Cordina caught me with a good shot in that round. But he's got a tremendous jab, Kakashi.
Yeah, I don't think Joe's fought anybody quite as good as this guy in his career.
No.
But he's showing a different side, which is great. Good. Oh, what a left hook.
Lovely.
Now look, he caught Joe right on the
ball.
See that?
Getting inside him with those shots, you know. He's coming inside his guard, very tight shots. That's the one we said he was looking for.
He's been looking for that from early in the fight, yeah.
Nice tight left hook. Interesting fight now.
Let's see what Kakachi does now. He's had a round to really recover. I wonder what the corner said to him. You know, get back to your boxing and get back to high volume.
Yeah.
You know, because Joe's coming in with a high guard. So, yeah, put punches together like that.
Yeah. There you go. Kakachi's got a lovely jab when he throws it.
Well, he was throwing it a lot in the early rounds.
Early rounds, yeah. Simple shots, here to be. Good.
I wonder if Kakachi's going to regret letting him out of that round.
Yeah.
Because Joe's looking dangerous here.
Interesting, on the viewers' scorecard, they've got it even Stevens. I can't see it that way.
I don't see that at all.
He's going to land that left hook at some point.
Yeah. I wonder why these refs don't give warnings for using.
How did they score the first two rounds there? The TV?
They gave Joe
both rounds.
Yeah, okay. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that at all.
No.
But how could you give? Didn't he get knocked down in the second or third?
The third. They give him 10. Yeah.
Joe's settling nicely now.
Cordina.
This is Joe's round, but he's landing looks good.
But look, you see all the glove and the forearm and stuff. I don't know why the referees don't give warnings so they can clean up the action. But it's Kakachi who's actually falling into this. He shouldn't even be at that range, to be honest with you.
He shouldn't be. He's waiting for him to drift into range. Why? I don't know. Get that jab.
Direct Kicks TV. You want to know what's happening?
So you're getting drawn into a fight here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Joe Cordina against Anthony Kakachi. It's a really good fight. We're in round 5. There's already been a knockdown off Joe Cordina. This is a pretty even fight. Joe Cordina's coming into it in the last round of this one, but it is a good fight. This is one close contest. I've got Cordina behind, but he's coming back into it.
Minute left.
And Kakachi's fighting the wrong fight here for me.
He is.
I think Joe's doing a really good job. He's closed the range. And I think he lands that counter left hook again, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, Joe looks stronger this round, doesn't he? He looks a lot
gum
stronger.
shield out from someone. I know who.
Some of his gum shield has come out.
Yeah, I don't know which fighter it is, but.
Just putting in a new gum shield into, or a clean gum shield into Cordina's mouth, and the action started again. Round 5, 36 seconds left.
What weight does Raymond Ford and Nick Ball fight at?
Vargas, you mean?
Huh? No, what weight does does Raymond Ford? Oh, good body work, because he might come up and have a go at what he needs to. Raymond Ford, very skillful.
They're a good match.
I forget.
Either of them, yeah. You're right, he's fighting the wrong fight, Kakachi. Oh, that's a nice hook, but he took it this time. That's the uppercut.
Wow. Nice uppercut from Kakachi.
Strong finish.
This guy's a game.
Yeah, I think
he's a game fella.
Yeah, I think some angles and half a step out at times from Kakachi will make a big difference here. I think he's getting drawn into this kind of wrestling match, and I don't think it's favouring him.
Doesn't suit him, yeah. I think he feels like he can knock him out. He thinks like it's just a matter of time, but
his leg's completely stiffened. He's done amazing to get up on that.
How often do you see someone go down on the
Like
face
that.
and continue to win?
Yep.
So that uppercut's vicious.
How does it, guys? When you take a shot like that and you go down, how does it affect you going forward? I guess that's something that you have to get your confidence back pretty quick.
I think it comes down to conditioning and mentality. I mean, with
It's
these
gotta be
guys, they train
mentality.
so hard that they can. That's the reason why he's managed to recover. And then the willingness to want to continue and want to win.
But what about that?
That competition.
How about confidence? Because it must knock your confidence.
No, actually, I've been dropped. I was dropped in the second round of a 6-rounder once. I got up and won the fight, but the problem was it was the level of opponent I knew I could outbox him. But for sure, if you're hit hard, it changes everything, you know. But you've got to try and get your wits about you, and it depends how hard you've been hit.
Hard to come back from that, though, isn't it?
Of course it is. Of course it is. It feels like
it probably again it has to affect your confidence going forward. You've got to put it out of your mind, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, it's not. You've got to keep it very fresh in your mind so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Good job. See that jab? If he just started busy with it, man.
Exactly.
It's a simple shot. You
Yep,
need to land.
definitely.
I'm talking about Anthony Kakachi.
You know, Joe's been in boxing a very, very long time. You know, he was at the highest level as an amateur, wasn't he?
Yeah. Excellent fighter.
Yeah.
High level fighter, man.
So, he's drawing on all that experience now.
Yeah. It's a grueling fight for both of them now, actually. Oh, chop and shot.
I like the way Joe Cordina is locking his left hand for that left hook.
I think we've had a shift in the momentum this last half minute. I think ebbs and flows. Yeah.
I mean, they're both finding
Kakachi needs to watch that catch and counter.
He does.
He needs to
It's the
stay
same
sharp
shot every time.
Yeah, he needs to roll out.
Yeah, he's leaving that right hand low off it. But Kakachi's dominant now for the last minute and a half here. He's landing the majority of the big shots. Why is he sitting? Why is Joe sitting, leaving himself open for that uppercut? Oh, second shot again.
Yeah, so a lot of time I prefer to box like behind the shoulders. You stay side on. You can see everything coming. When you've got a high guard, you leave gaps down the middle. Like there, you see.
When you're close in, you've got to hold your hands that way. How would you guard against an uppercut when you're close in?
I think you're better off like boxing behind your shoulder, because then you can see the shots coming in the middle.
So what,
yeah,
keep it like that?
Yeah.
Depends. For me, it depends on the fighter, and it
Depends on the fighter if they've got that skill set. Exactly.
I think there's a neat set right or wrong way. Everyone's different. Tell you what, Joe Cardina's having a hard round. Am I wrong?
Definitely.
That's what I see. He's doing.
I think Kakachi hasn't had a good round for a couple of rounds, actually.
He's changed the momentum this round big time. But he still looks open. He still looks like he could. Oh, this is big round. Come on.
This is.
I don't want to see him keep taking this leather. Oh, come on.
I mean, that is another phenomenal.
But you see, when we were saying earlier, after Kakachi had spent all that energy trying to get Joe out, it's taken him. It looks like a couple of rounds to come back.
Yeah.
You know,
but I tell you what,
he might have a slow start again the next round because he's just had a good last minute and a half there.
But he came back big time that round. He landed
Definitely.
seriously.
Yeah.
His rounds for me, his rounds have been won a lot bigger than Joe's rounds
100%.
against him. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
I think he's causing more damage. Well, clearly, like.
I mean, this fight alone is good enough to be a main event to me.
Oh, come on.
You know.
Anywhere else. They'd fill the Ulster Hall with this one, no problem.
I think Joe looks a little too eager to want to fight inside as well for me.
Lovely.
He's a good boxer, you know. He's always been a good boxer.
Oh,
and he's got quick hands.
He's gifted, Joe. He really is. But he looks a bit basic today, I have to say.
But Kakachi's got quick hands, I mean.
Yeah, he does.
Kakachi's.
I actually think that Kakachi is probably avoided for a while, actually, because he's not a name that comes to mind when you talk about the guys at this weight.
But he's been there. Like, if you look at the rankings, he's been there.
He's always been up and he's always been in around it.
Anywhere, man. He's a good fighter.
Well, I've got to change my tune. I don't see Joe Cardina winning this fight.
I think
if Kakachi gets to
depends on the stamina of Kakachi, but I just think
Kakachi should be looking to try and get Joe out in the next round or two, to honestly, because Joe got dangerous.
He's sitting with his back to the ropes. He's leaving himself so vulnerable. He's looking for that single counter, I think. The ref's got to look closely. Oh, come on.
Kakachi should be against the rope. He should be focused on the body here.
Yeah.
Kakachi should be focusing on the body here.
Oh.
Joe's really got a good counter right hand and counter left hook.
But it doesn't seem to have.
There you go.
Oh, that's a lovely counter.
And he's looking at it again.
Yeah. But he's walking through them. Kakachi seems to be able to hold his shots now, you know.
You know what? This fight will depend on the stamina of Kakachi. He's thrown twice as many punches as Cardina in this fight. More than twice as many.
You tell me why Cardina.
So you don't need all that.
Yeah.
Just focus on the body.
Hit the centre.
What Joe needs to do now is he needs to get through this round, because Kakachi's used a lot of energy here.
He has.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking, has he got the stamina?
But
you see, when you've got that experience, there's probably a reason why Joe's not moving. Probably hasn't got the legs at the moment.
I think he hasn't got the legs. I think he's at the back
his
end.
hand got caught in the rope. Like that was almost Larry Holmes, Mike Tyson.
Yes, remember that? Yeah. I've got a lot of respect for Joe, the way he's holding on here, getting through this round, but he's showing it's
so
just
much
a beatdown, man. He's sitting on the ropes, getting pounded on. You know.
I think I can't see how he comes back in this fight. Really, I'd be shocked unless he runs out of puff.
I think Kakachi needs to keep a tight defense after he punches.
He's wide open, isn't he, at times? Yeah.
He's going to get countered left hook if he's not careful.
Yeah. This is a battle.
And you see,
what was that?
You know?
What was that?
I think Kakachi. His attacks are good, but he leaves himself open. He doesn't roll it after he punches, and Joe's looking for a counter.
Yeah.
Joe's back now. You see these guys that have got a lot of experience?
Yeah.
He wasn't moving before because he didn't have the legs.
He's got his
legs back
strong.
now. Yeah. You see, experience.
Exactly. But, you know,
showing so much heart, yeah.
What a great fight. A war of attrition.
They should tell Kakachi, in the corner, they should tell Kakachi he needs to be careful.
Oh.
That's better. See his hand placement there?
Oh, yeah.
Because Joe is going to fire straight back.
He is. What a great fight. But it's just the number of clean shots that Joe's taken there is flush shots right down the pipe. Every angle, up the way, around the way. He's a tough man to go through that round.
I know Tony's been in this game a long, long time, and he'll be looking at Joe very carefully now.
Yeah,
I think if he has another round like that, I can see him pulling him. And I know Joe's going to be furious about it, but you've got to look hard to protect the fighter.
That's your life. That's your future. You know, that's big shots. Come on.
See, he should be going to the body there.
Yeah. It's flush.
you say obviously that styles make fights.
Yeah.
Kakachi's a tall guy.
I bet you there's a rematch clause in this one. I bet you.
Well, I'd watch it.
Because Joe's really the A side, isn't he?
But in all seriousness, I mean,
this should have been part of the 5v5.
Kakachi's kind of all it should have been, yeah.
There's one that could have got dropped out.
Kakachi, is he a Queensberry fighter?
Yes.
This should have been a 5v5.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I actually don't think the 5v5 is the, although they're good bouts, I'm not convinced that they are the best that they could offer from their stables.
Yeah, maybe might just be a test. That's a good body shot, wasn't it?
Lovely. Sorry, Vince, I'm glued to this fight.
Oh wow! You're gonna stop it.
Yeah, he's gonna stop.
You're gonna stop it.
Yes.
Yeah. Well
good
done.
Call.
Good
Wow.
refereeing. And he's always been a top referee.
There you go. Look, man, I can't.
Yeah, you
I'm
see,
so
Frank
happy,
is going to be over the moon about this one.
Yeah, he'd be over the moon, but as you said,
What a performance!
What a performance! Come on, look. Tails gone back to Ireland. I can't say I'm sad. I like Joe Cordina, but he's all the way back to Belfast. Well done, my man. Good work, Anthony.
You see, in the boxing industry, we all know about this guy.
Yeah, of course.
You know, he hasn't been given the opportunities like the other guys, but we knew this fight was going to be. I thought tonight this was going to be the one.
Spencer thought that Joe Cordina was going to win as well.
Yeah, I know, but Fraser doesn't always get it right. He usually does, but not always.
No,
look, my you know, I have a soft spot for him. I trained in Belfast for years. I know all of the people. I'm just happy to see the title go back there. But I'm also have huge respect for Joe Cordina because he's a warrior, man.
Again, this is what boxing should be about. You should be praising the heart and the will of Joe Cordina.
Yes, man.
You know,
nothing but respect.
He was coming back in that fight, and he did hurt Kakachi.
Yeah, and the way he came back from that first knockdown in round 3 and came back and won the next round. What does that take? You know how.
It's going to be a rematch.
I'll pay to watch.
Guarantee you that.
100%. Yeah.
And why would you say that?
I'll be shocked if Eddie hasn't put some sort of rematch clause in this fight because Joe's the big name. Joe's the big name. They're taking a gamble here, and that might have been part of the deal. Yeah, we'll do the fight, but you have to take, rematch clause.
But that fight could have went the other way a few times. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
It's like
that's what made it so good.
Proper matchup. You know, that was it. I knew it was good. That's why I said to you, it's the fight I'm looking forward to.
I thought Kakachi was going to win this fight, but I didn't think he'd stop Joe.
Yeah.
I thought there's a chance he'd beat him on points. I didn't think he was going to stop him. So
I had a soft spot for him, but look, it
was a tremendous performance.
Brilliant.
Big fan of Joe Cordina, but you have to give all the credit to Kakachi. He's changed his life here.
Yes. He's changed his life and his family's. That's brilliant.
Yeah,
you know?
I do like that.
I think let's have a rematch. Did you hear the interviews from Kakachi before? He was saying, "Look, this is the chance of my life." How can you not want a guy to do well?
And that's what I say to the guys in my gym. You know, you're fighting a guy that's been signed to a big platform. When you get your chance, you have to take it because you take their spot. You change your life around.
Pressure on him.
But that's what boxing is. Boxing's about pressure.
I suppose
and you've got to be able to handle it.
Top level sports about pressure.
It's pressure, yeah. You've got to be able to deal with it. And the better guys can.
Yes, man. That's what makes. But look, he's a world champion. He earned his title. Went away from home, and what a fight.
Who else has got the titles at this weight? Super featherweight. I'm sure it's Shakur.
Shakur Stevenson's got one of them. Yeah.
No, Shakur's gone up to
lightweight. Has he?
Lightweight. He's in Lubachenko's weight now, isn't he? Shakur. So who's actually got the titles?
Lightweight, isn't
he? Who's got the actually?
Devin Haney went up.
Actually, one of our listeners might one of our listeners might know who's got the titles. The other champions at this weight. Can't remember. I wonder. I don't know. I've kind of forgotten what's going on. Outside the lightweights, because the division's so hot, you know.
Yes, man. But they're all in and around that weight, you know. It's such an exciting division. Look, man, I feel for Joe. I hate to see a guy lose his title, you know. But I'm happy for the champ. You know, brilliant work. What a fight!
I had a fighter a few weeks ago.
Shakur Stevenson,
Jesse,
the WBC champ.
Who is?
Shakur Stevenson is the WBC lightweight
Super,
champion.
no, this is super featherweight. We need to know the super featherweight champions. This is super featherweight.
Yeah, but we need. I think what I'm saying, what I'm suggesting is that
those
the
guys
money
got-
is in the lightweight division.
It is, yes, definitely.
Eddie Hearn's not going to be happy. Can you believe
I only saw Joe Cordino a couple of weeks ago actually, because I had one of my fighters on, Jesse Brandon, who's on a Wasserman card, and Conor Ben and Joe were there.
Yeah,
you know, and we were talking about the fight. They said, I said to Joe, that's a hard fight.
Proper match.
He knew.
I think he deserves a rematch. I'd like to see that again.
I'd like to see it.
But in the end, it was quite a beatdown actually, because he won the last 2 rounds big there, broke him up, and knocked him out. You know.
I think Joe picked the wrong tactics from the beginning.
We thought that that Anthony was fighting the wrong fight, but it worked out for him.
Yeah, he
broke him down.
He was
leaving. Maybe when you don't feel the strength that you're in there,
he
must have known he was stronger. He kept going.
But he did get hurt twice.
He did.
He did get hurt twice. It was dangerous to be there, but he put numbers on him. That's the second fight today now. The guy that's put the numbers on the opponent, they come with a victory.
And it must be some feeling if you're going to win a world title, win it in a war like that. You know? Come on. That's the way.
That's a classic. It was a great fight.
He didn't sneak the title. He took it in style. So, come on. Brilliant.
So we've got Let the Punk Talk. That's his name.
Yeah.
He says, "What a man Kieran Duffy is. Great coach."
Good man.
Jack Hughes.
Reveal yourself. Let the punk talk.
That's my man, Jack Hughes. He's a Southern area champion. Tough as nails. Tough as nails, always has been. He's retired now. Happily retired with his little baby girl. Twice as many shots, you're right.
Well, I think that performance by Kakachi was a tremendous performance.
Brilliant.
Currently being interviewed in the ring. We've got Let the Punk Talk. He said he's asking Kieran.
Sorry?
So the same chap is asking, who's the most talented fighter that you've trained? And who's your favourite?
Oh, they're two different people, and I'm going to make no comment. He can't goad me in. Tell him I'm watching this interview. I'm trying to listen to this interview, and give me a break. I'll phone him later, right?
You're very kind, Mark O'Rourke. Very kind. Saying you're looking forward to us commentating on the big fight. Should be fun. Yes, it will be fun. Be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. We've got another great fight coming up. Jai Opataya and Marius Breedis in their rematch.
Why wouldn't he? He wants to fight in Saudi Arabia.
But you know what it is? It's because he probably feels that out there it's on neutral territory.
Yeah, 100%. Look, he's fighting in Belfast. He comes over. They're not going to bring the big fights to Belfast, really. Very rarely. So you're always fighting in London.
Yeah.
You're always, which is away from
Fair
home
play.
for him. In effect, it's away from home for him, you know. So he's obviously, once you leave the island of Ireland, he doesn't feel comfortable for fighting, you know. He's a happy man, Frank Warren, isn't he? Look at him.
Yep. Need to keep a close eye on Joe, actually.
I don't know. He's like a bit of an idiot. I don't know.
It's the guy in the middle. Xavier.
Who's that?
What's the name of the chap in the middle with his arm round?
Oh, he does a lot of shows over here.
He does a lot with Frank Warren.
No, that's Frank Warren's guy. Yeah.
No,
I didn't know who you were talking. I thought you.
He's a supervisor as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I
For
think
the
that's
board.
what I'm saying. I think because I've done a show with him. I think he's one of the supervisors. Yeah.
Yeah, he keeps a close eye on me. He does. That's a good fight. I didn't think of that fight.
Yeah, because they fought already, didn't they?
Actually, no, that could be the next fight. Zelfa Barrett.
It'd be a good match. It'd be a good match. But is
Actually,
Barrett
I think
world ranked? I think he is.
I think if one of the fights gets dropped from the 5v5, they might well put. I think a Zelfa fight would be great for Kakachi.
Yeah, that's why they're bringing it up as if it was a dirty fight. It wasn't a dirty fight, you know. That's what it's all about.
Oh, Shaki Foster is a champion. Navarrete is a champion, and Valdez, I think.
Come on, he's put a smile on my face. Another Irishman with a title. I'm happy. You know, no harm to Joe Cardona, but good work, son.
Well, that was a terrific fight. Big Chungus, very kind of you to say. He says, Keith, you're a good fella, keep it up. You're very kind. Mark O'Rourke, he says, you guys are amazing. You keep it real. Not many do nowadays. I tell you, we're getting a lot of compliments here, guys.
That's the champions.
Okay, that's the list of them. Okay.
That's pretty quick, isn't it? That
Didn't
update.
take them long, man. Must have been fixed, eh? When the rank is there.
That's quick.
That wasn't a fixed right. Right, look. Just looking at that, you would give him a chance against any of them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
None of them are so outstanding that you don't.
I think
feel
he
like
beats Foster.
Yeah, I think
right now.
100%.
You know, the amazing thing about that fight. The amazing thing about that fight was it didn't look like Joe Cordina was the favourite.
Well, look, Kakachi came in and was very positive right from the first bell.
Yeah. I don't know what they're complaining about there. I mean, the referee didn't intervene when he threw those 2 punches.
I think it's a little bit actually. I think it's out of place complaining about that.
I don't think there's anything to complain about.
It's just a fight. It's a professional fight.
It was a tremendous contest. You know, guys, we're about to go and we're going to be playing some more Fury Usyk pre-match highlights. So we're going to have a break now, guys. That was a great fight. We've got another 2 great fights potentially coming up. Don't go away. We're going to have a break. Watch some great Fury Usyk highlights.
Before the fight, now you and Jonathan. You see it? You see it?
How did they get cut from that?
I don't know. They both did. There you go.
What, from pushing against each other?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a headbutt there at the top.
Nah, it's not a bit of a headbutt. That's
a push. Is this it?
Let's
go!
Let's fucking go!
No, same. Show me.
Wait, hold on. Gotta go back now. Jesus. Yeah, see that?
It's bad behavior. It's bad behavior because it's big man. It's father. It's not street fighter. This is like son. My friend Stasyan. Stasyan is big guy. This is man. It's big bad behavior.
Thank you, Radio Raheem with Alexander Usyk.
You come close in a fighting man space, you're going to cop for something, aren't you? Or else there's something wrong, isn't there? People don't understand. We are the real deal as fighters. Win, lose, or draw. I've had 1,000 hidings in my life. It doesn't matter to me. You know, what doesn't matter to me is respect for my son. And he wasn't showing any of it. You know what I'm saying?
It looks like, you know how it is, the second guy to throw the punch, it always looks like he's the one who started the fight.
Well.
But what did he say to you? What was the disrespect?
Well, you mentioned my son, you know, and that was it. So he had to have it. That was the way it was.
John, his son's fighting. His son's fighting on Saturday. He's probably going to get mentioned a lot.
Well, I don't care what he gets, you know what I'm saying? But listen, he's had his fight now, hasn't he? And lost to an old guy.
Are we going to have this kind of energy all week? I got to tell you, you apologize. Look at this, Shirley. I mean, come on. Is there a better image than blood dripping down the gypsy cave?
I don't care. We're not bothered. That's what we live for. We're fighting people, aren't we? that's a regular occurrence to me. You know what I'm saying? We're used to it. What we want, you know, we've respected Usyk, never said a bad word about him. The man's a good champion, a great champion, probably the second best heavyweight in the world. We're going to see what happens on Saturday night. I think my son in this shape can't be beat. He cannot be beat, Tyson Fury. But this is a good little man, and we respected him. But when they start disrespecting a great champion like the Gypsy King.
So you found it funny. Is there more bad blood between the teams now? It seemed, you know, I mean, blood's been drawn. You guys are really shouting at each other back and forth. Is it more bad blood now?
Probably yes. Probably yes. That's probably was a part of their plan. Это была часть их плана.
Ну, це супер. Це ж класно. Ring of Fire.
It's nice. It's the Ring of Fire. So.
And lastly, you're going to see John Fury again, probably tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow. What are you going to do when you're face to face with John?
Ну, я буду готовий, я вже не буду думати, чи бити його. Якщо він буде нападати, я буду давати йому вже.
He will be ready. If he will offend him, so he will defend himself.
He will be ready to fight?
Of course, I'm ready to fight.
And then Carl Froch is a bum, and he'll get what the little men get. Push!
Consider it to be an exception. Whoever might have his own plan, Usyk has his own, and the Lord has the general one.
Both of these guys, like you say, having 3 training camps, looking as fit as ever, ready to fight. Do you see this fight going to the cards?
Cards? Or inside the distance?
Yes.
Well, I see Usyk winning this fight inside the distance, because he will destroy the mental stability of Tyson. He will destroy his confidence. He will eat his heart. He will eat his consciousness. He will eat his soul. And when Tyson is completely exhausted, he will just put the guy to sleep with all the love and respect. And if you remember what he said, I will not leave you alone. So after Tyson loses, Usyk will share the sorrow with him.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi everybody, people. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited. I'm grateful for His Excellency Mr. Turkey and who this fight happened. Let's make history. Enough. Thank you so much.
Well, Oleksandr, I'm hoping you'll take a few more questions. What was it that you drew? I saw you drawing something while everyone up here was talking. You had your pen, you had your paper, you drew something and put it in your pocket. What was it?
It's my homework. Understand? Yeah.
Your homework. Any more detail?
It's my remember and it's poem.
Could you show it to us?
No, now no. Later.
Okay, let's bring in the WBC lineal world heavyweight champion Tyson Fury. I've heard you speak about quite... I've heard you speak quite philosophically about this fight as well. How every twist and turn, every high and low, every up and down has led to this moment right here. We're now just hours away from it. Tell us how you're feeling, Tyson.
I'm going to make this short and simple. I want to thank God for the victory that I've received already. And I want to thank everybody involved in putting this massive event on. I want to thank Usyk for turning up and challenging me. And that's about it. Thank you to all the fans who travelled over to support me, because I know it's tough times at the moment and money's hard, so I aim to put on a show. Thank you very much. God bless.
Tyson, I'm hoping you'll take a couple more questions from us. I mean, what would it mean to beat this man? You've described him as the toughest fight of your career. It would be, I guess, the best win of your career.
I'm ready. Got nothing to say apart from I'm ready for a good fight. And if it's tough or easy, either way, I'll be ready.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Tyson Fury. Just one more from you, Tyson. Just a message to Alexander Usyk. Anything you want to say to him before Saturday?
God bless him. And I'll say a prayer for him before we walk out, and we both get out the ring in one piece and go home to our families, because that's what it's about.
Fantastic stuff. Alexander, do you have a message for Tyson?
Let your hand talk in the ring.
Okay, Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury both are going to let their fists do the talking on Saturday night. It is the fight of the century. The first undisputed world heavyweight champion will be crowned right here in Riyadh on Saturday. Do not miss it.
I believe he needs or needed to lose the weight because Usyk is going to be high pace. He'll need to be able to ramp up to match in speed. So he had to lose the weight. And it's also depending on which opponent you have, right? If you have a smaller, more versatile opponent, you need to be able to move, match speed, especially this is, what is this, 10 rounds or 12? 12 rounds. Yeah, that's a cardio thing. So he'll, but seeing he has lost a jacket, he's taken it extremely serious. He has to. So I expect, I don't know, I'm curious about the weight tomorrow. The weigh-ins.
Yeah, I think early on it's going to be definitely a bit of a chess match, but I think Tyson's got to use what God's given him, that size, that reach, and he's got to just lean on him and use it to his advantage, and that's where I think later on in the fight it could be too much for Usyk. You know, Usyk's not a natural heavyweight, and in the heavyweight division today he's pretty small, isn't he? So I think that'll tell the difference.
Yeah. What do you make of the melee yesterday between Big John and Team Usyk?
I thought it was unbelievable. I thought it was comedy gold. Everyone's talking about it, and it adds a bit more excitement, doesn't it? So listen, why not? I thought it was all unbelievable. The show goes on.
Now, we just saw the press conference for Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. What do you make of that fight?
I don't really make anything to it, to be honest. It's what it is. It's a 60-year-old versus a 25-year-old. It's ridiculous, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. That's the world we're living in.
Where's Prince, please?
Lastly, Tommy, what's your prediction for Saturday night for
late stoppage?
Do you plan to approach this fight against Tyson Fury, considering his size and unique style?
My plan just win. My plan?
Your plan to approach this fight?
Just win.
Just win?
Yes.
The only strategy?
Listen, I have strategy, but it's my strategy. If I say now my strategy, Tyson Fury say your interview. Oh, okay.
Okay, sure. Many people see Tyson Fury as their favorite. How do you respond to those who doubt your ability to defeat him?
I don't think about Tyson Fury. I don't think about now my fight. I think now I wanna go to back hotel because I wanna eat.
And you know what, bro? Got Tyson Fury winning, but then again, it could go the other way. It's a 50. No, I'll give it 60-40 to Tyson Fury, but one little mistake, it turns around.
What could Usyk do to change that 40 to a 60 for in his favor?
Pressure, pressure, pressure.
The WBC Heavyweight World Champion, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. First onto the scales will be the champion from Ukraine, Oleksandr Usyk. $233.5 pounds for the unified champion, Oleksandr Usyk. Next, stepping onto the scales from the United Kingdom, WBC champion, lineal champion, ring champion, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. $262 for Tyson Fury. Here they are, champion versus champion, both undefeated for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. It all goes down tomorrow night at the Kingdom Arena here in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. 4 hours to go.
After that face-off just now.
We're ready to rock and roll, you know. Fireworks tomorrow night. I'm going to knock this little fucker spark out.
Looking to make history tomorrow night. We're going to see the first undisputed heavyweight champion of our generation, the first one in 25 years. In the past, you've said belts don't matter, defending belts don't matter. This one's got to matter, right?
I'm coming for his heart. That's what I'm coming for. Fuck his belts. I'm coming for his fucking heart. He's getting it tomorrow. Spark out! Fuck him!
Any final
Fuck
words?
all his team too. Fuck the lot of them. They can all get it if they want it to. Shit housing.
A word to your fans, Tyson. Rise up.
All right, I'm here with Oleksandr Usyk, ladies and gentlemen. Things have calmed down a little bit. It got rough and tumble. What did you just say to Tyson Fury? Don't be afraid. I will not leave you alone tomorrow. You told everyone that your father was your inspiration growing up. If he were here right now, before the biggest fight of your life, what advice do you think your dad would give you? Son, you can. Well, we're 24 hours away from the biggest fight of your life. How have you managed to stay so calm before what is sure to be an unbelievable fight?
Because it's my plan. If I will be nervous, I not win.
What is your message to the fans watching you around the world, especially those in your war-torn country of the Ukraine?
My fans, I love you. See you tomorrow.
Give it up,
Welcome back. I tell you what, you must have enjoyed those highlights, but you must have missed us, right? And did you? Did you miss me? Sounds like what I say to my wife on a regular basis, and the answer normally comes back no. But anyway, that's beside the point. That's not really your business, although I've made it your business. I'm here with my two esteemed guests, as you know, my main man, Kieran, and my other main man, Xavier. We're about to witness a tremendous rematch.
A really interesting fight, yeah.
Joe Bataille against Maris Breedis. It's about to start. By the way, if you guys want to bet, you know who our sponsor is for tonight, don't you? Have you guys had a bet? Free £5 bet with Fair Play. Like I said, you can bet with your best mate and know that you will get paid out, and you won't fall out for not paying out, for one of them not paying out. That can't be bad. Go download the app. Free £5 bet. Just type in SecondsOut as the promo code. Now, we're in round one. Bataille and Breedis. Xavier, are you over there? Who'd you fancy on this one?
I think the guy that's in form, the guy on the way up, Bataille, he's been looking amazing the last couple of years. So, yeah, I favour him.
How?
Tough guy. Just heard the commentary just now. He's had a double broken jaw. I think the commentator just said. And Jordan's got is it Jordan Thompson? He's got power, and he's walking through those punches. So again, these guys coming up from these weights, I know everyone doesn't think it's possible, but these guys could compete at heavyweight because he's just technically very good. But yeah, I favour him in this fight. I think he might be able to stop him. Maybe mid fight, late, maybe. But that depends what Breedis has got left.
And people forget, don't they, Kieran? Maris Breedis, he's got a tremendous. He's got a tremendous resume. I mean, this is a guy who lost to Usyk, and some would say that fight was a bit too close for comfort.
Give him a close fight, yeah. I mean, he's got pedigree. There's no doubt. He's a quality world champion in his own right. My big problem is he hasn't boxed for 2 years. So as you get older, to take 2 years out is a big thing. You can an older fighter, skillful fighter, can lose his legs a little bit, especially as the fight progresses. So let's see what he's got left, But he's certainly fighting a devastating puncher, and the New Zealander, and really an entertaining fighter as well,
I think
goes for the
he's
knockout
Australian,
every time.
Isn't he? Bataille's Australian.
I think he's from New Zealand. I can't remember.
Is he?
New Zealand.
You'd have to double
Guys,
check.
is Bataille from New Zealand, Australia? Let's have a look. I've got a feeling he might be Australian.
No, you're messing with my head. He's
Australian. There you go. He's Australian. Sorry.
He's Australian?
Yeah.
I knew that. I was only just testing a few people
Listen, what
online.
they meant to say
How are we going?
Southern Hemisphere.
Yes, man, that would be. But look, how are we going to get
He's Australian.
interactive here if we don't get some? Okay, I was wrong.
I think
no, if I'm wrong, I hold my hands up.
I think the rhythm.
I wouldn't
now.
want to say you're wrong either, Kieran. I promise you that.
Yeah, the rhythm of Bataille right now is causing Breedis a few problems.
Yeah,
he's on that spring.
He's
in and out of range. Yeah. So first round, good first round.
Good first round from youthful legs, as you say, and he looks like he's about to let big shots go at any time.
And again, sensible. First round, he's having a look.
Have a look, exactly.
Experience.
I mean, being out the ring is obviously not a good thing. I mean, Tyson Fury, as we just said, how long was he out the ring after he fought Klitschko? Before fighting the comeback fight, which I think was Seferi, wasn't it?
I think he was 4 years out, 3.5, 4 years, wasn't he? But it wasn't even the time out, it was the abuse he gave his body. Yeah. He abused his body.
The wild side, shall we say.
Man. Yeah. He abused what was one of the best athletes in the world. It's come from heavyweight champion of the world to the lows that he reached. he done so well to come back, to be honest.
Definitely.
That was an unbelievable story. And also, my favourite all-time boxer, Sugar Ray Leonard, had one fight in 5 years before taking on Marvin Hagler.
Marvin Hagler, I believe, was slightly on the down at that time.
How did you score that fight, actually?
Sugar Ray.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How did you score
I
it?
was a Marvin Hagler fan always, but having watched it a few times, I think Sugar Ray nipped it, you know.
I think he just nicked it as well.
Because Marvin never done it for the first 3 or 4 rounds. He followed him round. He wasn't used to fighting 12 rounds. He wanted 15 rounds, you know. So that was definitely a big advantage to Sugar Ray.
But one fight in 5 years. And he wasn't a middleweight, really, Sugar Ray.
Special.
Sugar Ray. Oh, big shots from up Ataya.
Breedis is tough.
He is, man, and he's went 12 rounds with him before, so he's got that world-class chin, you know. Not a lot of cruiserweights would still be standing with those last couple of counter shots that he...
100%.
So Direct Kicks TV says, please describe what's going on. We all know who they are. Okay, I hear you. All right, we're in round 2. You'd have to say Opataya is the man ahead.
He's made the sharper start, for sure. He's got a good rhythm going.
Yeah.
And Breedis has really been reduced to one shot at a time. He picked a good shot there, though.
Is there an element? Opataya is obviously the man with the confidence, but the fact that he has been in with this guy, he's had his jaw broken in 2 places by this guy. How will that affect?
It's relevant. It's relevant. It's good. You've made a very good point. It's like Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. They fought each other 6 times in the amateur. They do know each other.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So it's not. He won't go in there with the same feeling that he could completely devastate his opponents like he did Zorro and Jordan.
I think Opataya is making. He's taking a few unnecessary risks here. To me, I think he's that rhythm that he's got. It's been very hard for Breedis to get off, but he's getting really close to him now, and he looks a little bit vulnerable to a counter. But he's proved so far in his career that he can take a shot. So.
I think Opataya is the man with the upper hand so far. We're almost at the end of round 2.
Yeah. And you can tell he's got that reigning champions type.
Yeah.
You know, confidence about his movements. He really feels like he's in control here. Oh, good shots.
He's changing levels.
Yeah.
Using that lead hand as a rangefinder, keeping Breedis on the back foot.
Yeah.
I can't remember the first fight, actually. I really can't. I can imagine that Breedis is probably more aggressive.
Yeah, it was like 116, 112, if I remember right. It was a clear one for Opataya, but he's stretching. Interesting round.
Yeah,
I can see this fight going into the second half at least. You know, I
definitely.
Don't think he's going to stop him with 1 or 2 punches. What would you say, 2-0?
Yes, definitely.
Sure, you know, 2-0 top
2 rounds.
Breedis hasn't been stopped before, has he?
Never.
What do you guys think? I mean,
He'll do well to get him out.
Did any of you guys out there remember the first fight? Opataya.
I'd just like to know how the fight looked. Was Breedis was he more aggressive in the fight? Because this one he seems to be fighting on the back foot, looking for a counter. Was he doing that in the first fight? I can't remember the first fight.
I can't remember the first fight. This isn't good. We should have
had
a look at it, but
yeah, definitely.
It's, I know it was a clear one. It was a clear cut one, you know. Yeah, but
caught Breedis with a couple of good shots in that round.
Breedis can take his punches early. Can he take them late? That's the question.
That's
once it goes into the second half of the fight at his age, so very interesting to watch.
I don't remember this fight being Breedis fight being close with Usyk. I thought Usyk beat him quite easily, from what I can remember. And that wasn't that for Undisputed?
That was the first of the fights, and he beat he unified the title with him, but it wasn't for the Undisputed title, no.
Oh, it wasn't Undisputed, okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Just check that
Let's
online.
have a quick look, yeah.
Yeah.
What would we do without Wi-Fi these days? I'll tell you.
I'm cheating.
See, when
now,
you're in
sorry.
when you're in the Seconds Out studios, you get access to the best Wi-Fi in the studio. By the way, and if you had your bets yet,
it was a majority win, wasn't it?
It was a majority decision, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was close
Majority,
fight, close fight. Yeah, he unified.
It was close. 115, 113, 114, 114.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you're right. It was for the unified. I'm not sure who he put the last belt up from then, unless it was Gassiev. I think the Gassiev fight was for him to be undisputed cruiserweight champion, Usyk.
Yeah, it was before that. Yeah.
Maybe it was Gassiev that he handled
it
easily
was,
then.
yeah. They unified all the belts there.
Got a question coming in. How long till Fury ring walks? Well, you better ask Jaya Pataya and Maris Breeders that question.
We're in the third. This looks like it might go long, so we've got a while. We've got a while yet.
If a guy's running a split decision with Alexander Usyk, I don't think he's going to get blown out early.
And I can see a 15-minute ring walk from Tyson Fury as well, so you'll be waiting a little while.
Oh, time to put the kettle on. Don't worry.
Yeah, put the kettle on. Make me a cuppa, will you? Medium strength, 1 sugar, please. Oppenheimer in the centre of the ring, left cross. The shot to the body there, Oppenheimer.
I think Breeders is just really struggling on how to figure him out. You know, I don't think he doesn't seem to have. He doesn't seem to have a plan at hand. Do you think that?
Yeah, he hasn't got into any sort of a flow.
Do you know what I mean?
Yet.
What's he trying to do? Like he seems to be sitting at the end of his shots. He's drifting onto the crosses. He's thrown single shots at Oppenheimer. I don't think he's going to knock him out with a single shot. So.
Oppenheimer's got a tremendous chin. I mean,
what round did the Kakashi and Joe fight end?
7 or 8, I think.
So it was 1 round out.
Sugar. Okay. See, it was a good call. Good call.
Did you predict that? Did you?
Yeah, I had round 6.
Round 6.
Well, here's the question, Zoe.
I had round 9.
Did you have a bet on fair play?
I bet one of my friends on the fair
there
play.
You go. Oh, well, there you go. There you
it
go.
Was round 9.
By the way, if you ever fancy turning pro, obviously you've got 2 top trainers here. Take your pick. Anyone we should watch out for particularly from your 2 gyms, guys? Because
I'm looking forward to Kay's, Razor Ali.
Oh, we've got Razor Ali next week fighting for the IBO Intercontinental title.
Where's that?
On the GBM show at the York Hall. Yeah.
Is that the one with Adam Smith?
That's the one. Yeah, he is. Big production. Talk Sport Live. He's
whereabouts is it? The fight?
2 undefeated at the York Hall.
Oh, the York Hall.
My guy's up against another undefeated fighter, so somebody's always got to go.
What weight is Razor Ali?
Super bantamweight. Very interesting guy. He's really one to look out for.
Fun guy to watch.
Fun guy, isn't he? He's always fun.
He's always in good fights. I saw his last one.
Yeah.
Let his hands go, working the body, working the head. It's fun to watch.
What about you, Xavier? Who should we watch out?
I've got a lot coming up. I've got a very heavy June. I've got Luigi, my welterweight, fighting for a European title in Italy.
Amazing.
I've got Ahmed Hatim in an 8-round on a Steve Goodwin show. And I've got another title fight for Alfie Clegg, who just won the IBO Youth World title. He's fighting for a Commonwealth silver, and that'll be on the 8th, and that'll be on a Dean White show.
Good. I like Alfie Clegg. Good mover.
Talking about
good
Goodwin show. There is another boxer at my gym. He used to train with Don. Very nice boy. I think he's Albanian descent. He's Dennis. He's a welterweight.
Yeah, we've been sparring him.
Dennis, good
we've been sparring him.
Do you know what his surname is? I'll tell you.
Balazi.
That's it.
Something like that.
Dennis.
Yeah.
Dennis.
So he fights under Goodwin.
Yeah,
I think he's about 6-0 now, something like that.
Yeah, he's been sparring my welterweight as well, my Italian welterweight. So really good work.
How far can he go, Dennis?
Hard worker, yeah.
He's a good. I think you'll see the best of him when he starts fighting 10 and 12 rounders. I think he's suited to long distance.
Yeah, agreed.
Short fights don't really suit him. So
Matthias having a bit more success. He cornered Breedis. Yeah. Breedis just can't get any momentum in this fight at all. Sorry, I broke what you were saying, but Dennis is a good prospect.
Yeah,
for sure.
There's a lot of good guys coming up.
And he's
Next gen,
he's a nice guy as well, Dennis. And I've got to get down there and support him. I promise I
Yeah,
will.
you should, Aldo, and all of those guys.
He's reaching, isn't he? Reaching.
Don used to train him, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, Don.
Yeah. It's a good commentator, George Groves.
He is.
Yeah, he's good.
Knowledgeable.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 12 rounds as well. What are you thinking?
No, I
British just looks
fancy
tough.
a late stoppage, actually. I fancy a late stoppage for Opataya. There you go.
I think he might be right with a stoppage. Maybe he'll be taking too much punishment.
But he's getting hit with single shots. He's not getting hit with any numbers, and he seems to be able to hold his punches.
It's not hard. It's not hard to find Opataya
Yeah.
though.
Yeah,
You
I
can
know.
hit him. You can catch him clean. So
Of course.
I've got a question here from this. He said, Keith, who would you take on in a fight? Xavier or Duffy?
Sorry? What was that?
It said, Keith, who would you take on in a fight? Xavier or Duffy?
Was
Listen, I'd like to think that I have a modicum of intellect. I wouldn't want either of them. There you go.
I wouldn't want either of you either. My fighting days are long gone, man.
what's that? What's that one?
I'm not fighting anyone.
It's good to see Vladimir Klitschko.
What was he saying
former
there?
world
He was talking
champion.
about the war in Ukraine, etc.
Yeah, he was talking about the country was just going to stand still. Towards this fight.
I've got a question here from Paul One. He says, please, which channel is going to televise a fight between Usyk and Fury? Well, Paul, you've got to put your hand in your pocket. You've got to subscribe to DAZN or pay up for this fight. Remember, DAZN.com/SecondsOut. There's your answer.
I think the Klitschko's also really dislike Tyson Fury, so it adds more spice to the...
He does, yeah.
What did Vladimir just say? Vladimir was just interviewed.
Yeah, he was just saying that the country will stand still. They're at war at the moment, and this fight will mean a lot to them. Just heard the voice of Andy Clark as well. Yeah, a great guy. He was commentating on my box off event a few months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, good guy. The one we had out in Telford.
All right.
It was that
your own show that you ran?
Yeah, it was doing that with the guys from the box off. It was a great show.
Brilliant. I remember you telling me about that. That's right.
All the fighters got a purse in that fight, so I was really happy to be involved in it.
Excellent.
Some of these guys, they sell tickets and they can barely pay the promoter or the opponent. These guys all got a purse, so and then a bonus for selling tickets, a bonus for stoppages. It's a really good format.
Stoppage bonus as well.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
I hope they can
Good
find
idea.
the funding to do it again because it was a great show.
Brilliant.
A big shout out to Paul Webb as well. He's involved in that, and Raz and the guys.
Paul Webb, yeah.
And Daphne Shaw has said, Tyson Fury for me, he will win. All right, Daphne, you've got a heart next to there. Is there something you want to tell us here?
Who's this?
Daphne Shaw. She's got a heart next to that quote, so I'm wondering whether she just likes tall men. I don't know.
A baldy man, you never know.
You never know. You never know. You never know. You might be in with a chance, Kieran. There you
I'm
go.
a married man. Away you go.
I think it's the fight's a little disappointing, but I think it's because we had such a great fight before this one with Joe Cordina and Kakachi.
I expected
it's a bit of a come down. Yeah.
I kind of knew Opataya wasn't going to take him out with one or two shots like the other. This guy's got pedigree. He's done the rounds with Usyk, etc.
Yep.
So if he's going to stop him, it'll be late. And they're both throwing a lot of singles and doubles. They're not really trading. So,
but I think you have to say Opataya's in control, and
I think he's won every round.
Control. He's won every round. I think he's younger, fresher, and he's sharper. And he's using his southpaw stance.
I think what he's doing is smart as well, you know,
Yeah,
in and out of
smart.
range.
Of course.
He probably was just standing there and warring maybe in the first one. That's maybe how he got that damage.
Exactly. I think, no disrespect to Jordan Thompson, they're all very good fighters, but you can't just walk in and walk Breedis down and expect to knock them out. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, it's true.
And they're
It's true.
high level fighters. I don't mean that they're not, but it's.
And again, give Jordan a lot of
levels
credit. I don't know if Jordan actually came from the white collar background, like
Warrior, man, he went straight in. And
yeah, you
world
know,
title fight. Yeah, very
the opportunity
fast,
was
strong.
there, and he took it, and he tried his best. You know, again, it's just levels. That's all. Nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely,
Just levels
no
in boxing.
disrespect to him. That's not what I meant. I just
Yeah.
meant that Breedis is a proven
Different-
long
different
level
level.
world champion.
Yep. Yeah,
Jordan
different level.
Thompson will get his experience, and I'm sure he'll come again.
He'll come again, definitely. He's got loads of good options out there as well. You know, you've still got a Coley out there. Reactpour's going to fight.
Yeah, but I don't think
Smith
he's going to
recently.
fight cruiserweight again, is he?
I don't think these guys would have a real problem going up to heavyweight, to be honest with you. They've all, if you look at a lot of them, they're all a very similar height to some of the heavyweights that are up there anyway.
Yeah.
You know, Coley's tall, Reactpour's tall, Bennett Smith is tall.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
they can go
Really
in
agree
with the
with you,
likes of their 6 foot
Just coming
3 to 4
into that,
guys.
sorry to interrupt you, Xavier. Guys, Billum Smith and Reactpour 2. Who's your money on?
I was there for the first one.
That was
For
a
the first
majority
one.
decision for Reactpour.
Yeah.
Who's your money on this?
Very
time?
untidy fight, the first one. I'm going for Reactpour in this fight.
Yeah.
Can't call it. Can't call it. I would say it's a very close fight. I think Billum Smith might be on the ascension. He's got a great buzz around him and that, but he's also getting older. I don't know. I haven't studied them
He's
enough
such a
to
nice
be honest
guy,
with you.
though.
I'm
You
not
want him
gonna
to,
lie.
he's just a
Lovely
gentleman.
guy.
He
I've
is
seen
like
his
his
fight.
name, a gentleman.
Yeah, he is a gentleman. So
Very
He's got
nice
so
guy.
much heart, isn't he? It's not
But
not so much the
Reactpour's a
ability.
gentleman too.
Just a
I've met
good
him,
guy,
so-
isn't he?
I've met Reactpour. He's a lovely guy.
Yeah,
from-
he also
from
a nice guy.
conversation as well. So, but I don't want to make a call on either of them because I haven't studied it enough. So I'm not gonna.
Breedis is now obviously bleeding from the nose.
I watched
Is it
Reactpour
nose or the
spar
mouth?
actually.
Yeah,
He was so smooth. It was a couple of years ago.
He's enormous. as well,
Really
you know.
smooth in there when he's in sparring. That's why when I watched to watch the first Bennett Smith fight, I was expecting to see something a bit different. You know, but you know he did what he had to do to win the fight.
Yeah.
But if he could replicate anything he does, like he does in sparring,
There you go.
Reactpour is a bit special.
Yeah,
He's very good, very patient.
Big
You know what he did
punch,
to
a good
Dion
move.
Juma as well.
Yeah,
Dion Juma has always
He
been a
seems
good
a little
fighter.
bit wooden to me.
It's difficult to get him out of his rhythm. It's not easy, and you know, and the fear of that right hand landing as well.
What was
it's
the
a problem.
story though, Xavier? Because he was in line to take on Oppenheimer. Is it true that he didn't want it?
I don't believe that. I don't know. It's hard for me to think that fighters duck each other. I think the managers and the promoters make certain moves to give their fighters the best opportunity. Maybe it just wasn't the right time.
Well, I think that's exactly what it is timing for everything. If you
Yeah.
can pick a world title up against Billum Smith, the guy he's already beat, then when they fight one another, the fight's worth double the money.
Exactly.
You know, so I
Yeah.
think it's a financial business prize fighting. You know,
That's what makes a good manager. Is pushing that button at the right time.
Of course, man. This is exactly right. You fight him as a challenger or you fight him as a champion. So
This is going towards the end of round 6 here. Oppenheimer against Breedis. I think Oppenheimer. I mean, he hasn't got a mark on him. Breedis' face is starting to look a little bit.
he's bashing him up a bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. I don't know if that's a cut in the bridge of his nose or is it bleeding from his nose. It's hard to tell. Breedis, that is.
Sorry.
A lot of blood coming. I don't know if it's a cut on the bridge of his nose or is it.
I was
coming
trying to
from
work that
inside?
out myself.
Yeah. But it's those clean straight down the middle shots. He's breaking them up. But he still looks very physically strong, Breedis. He doesn't look like he's tired.
It's a good body shot there.
It was. They're going to wear him down.
End of the round.
So it's a nosebleed then. It's not. Let me see.
It's dripping
I
down.
think it's on the bridge of the nose. I
Is
think.
it?
Yeah, he's got a cut on the
Ah,
bridge
it's
of the nose.
bridge of the nose, yeah.
Big Chungus says Tyson Fury says he doesn't care about legacy. Do you think that's true?
No, I don't. No.
I think legacy's an overused word. Everybody's talking about their legacy, this and that. But I think if you're the heavyweight champion of the world and you've been at his level for such a long time, legacies. He's got a chance, like I said before, of being one of the all-time greats if he can unify the division and clean out the last couple of names like Joshua of his era. Then he goes down with any of the big names in history.
Yeah. And if it didn't really mean anything to him, you know, he's made quite a lot of money. If that was the case, he'd just stop.
Of course he would.
Why go through with these last two
Well,
three fights then?
you know what? To be honest with you, I've got a different answer to that question. I mean, Big Chunker says, of course he cares, and yes, you're right. But with all due respect to Tyson Fury, when he says he doesn't care about his legacy, he says a lot of things, right? A lot of things which really
like him, Vince, don't
you've got to take with a pinch of salt. So, in our opinion, or in esteemed opinion here, they say he does care about his legacy. And I think you have to say he does, otherwise why would he take the fight? And that's what Xavier and Kieran are saying.
Oh, nice shot from
it was good.
Leather.
No, like you say, Breeder he still looks strong.
He does. He's still there.
I think at this stage in his career, when he's probably looking to try and land one shot that will change the fight, because he can't match the work rate of Pataya. So
I feel like that's what he's doing. He's sitting hoping for it, and I think he's going to be. I'd be surprised if he does land it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
What are you saying, Keith? How do you think it's going?
I'm sticking with what I was going to say. I mean, we're in round 7 now, so we're into the second half of the fight. But I think that you may see the ref stop the fight in about 3 rounds' time.
Could happen.
We reached the halfway mark now, so we'll see how the next couple of rounds go.
Exactly.
But it almost this round looks like the second round to me.
Yeah, it's the same. It's not hugely entertaining. It's very one.
I mean, one thing's for sure is Opataya has a respect for breeders, and I think you can see that. You know, the last 2 guys he kind of went through with a steamroller or whatever you want to call it. This guy, he knows the mark of this man, and I think he's showing him the respect.
Yeah.
But he's doing a job on him, I think.
And as he should. He's doing things. He's doing things the right way. He's being professional.
So it's high stakes. If you're the world champion, you're defending your title. It's high stakes. He got caught down the middle there, though.
Well, I don't believe he's defending the title, is he?
Oh, it's not. Is the title, the Ring Magazine title, is that not on the line, or
because he got stripped?
He was stripped of it, yeah. But it's really the linear champion. I think he's viewed as.
Why did he get stripped?
I think it was to do with not fighting is mandatory, was it?
That's correct.
Like that,
He because he was given the opportunity, I think, to fight in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. And
of course, I think, at the end of the day, he thought, you know, he's offered a decent amount of money for that, and he took that as opposed to, I think, defending it. He fought Ellis Sorrow, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fell in with his head there.
Yeah.
He's throwing dangerous shots. He's trying to take him.
He's trying.
Pataya has really not stopped throwing heavy leather.
He needs to be careful here and make sure he just sticks to the game plan and do what he's been doing for this fight. You know, sometimes you can get bored doing the same thing over and over again and feel like you're in a safe space, and then next minute you're on the floor. So
it's a high stakes game, isn't it? It's high stakes. If he doesn't get these wins, then he misses out on major money down the line, like super fight money. You know, as you say, he's got potential to move to heavyweight.
Yeah, he has.
That's not your man, is it? Anis Taj?
Yeah.
Oh, good man.
My guy.
That's your guy. Anis, I was looking forward to seeing your box last week. I'm sure there'll be another opportunity. You've said, what do you think, guys, of the action so far? Opposite changing levels perfectly, and Breedis isn't adjusting.
Exactly.
He's your man, Anis. What do you say?
I think Anis has called it exactly right. He isn't adjusting. I don't think he can. His age, I think the speed and youthfulness of the champ, well, who I consider to be the champ, who was stripped of the title, I'm not sure, but who's #1 cruiserweight in the world. I think his youthfulness and speed and accuracy has been a step ahead of the aging former champ.
And he says he got stripped of the IVF, but the Ring Magazine isn't on the line, he says.
Is it not?
Isn't.
That's what he says.
But well, whether it's on the line or not, there must be a weight disparity or something, but it's for the lineal top guy in the division, basically. You know, if you got to beat to be the guy. You got to beat the guy. Well, good shot from Breedis there. But you got to beat Opataya before you'll be considered the #1 in the division. Am I right?
Definitely.
Yes. I think.
Marco Rourke says, you guys certainly have the knowledge, big time. I'm for Usyk, but I like Fury as well. First time that has happened to me. Well, listen, you got to make your mind up, Mark. You can't sit on the fence, you know. Come on. I mean, look, at the end of the day, by the way, you say you guys certainly have the knowledge. As I said, I'm the fan, they're the man. So you've got to speak to them. But really, Mark, come on, come back to me with a proper prediction. Don't start saying, "Oh, I like both of them."
Oh my God, you're a hard man to please, Keith.
I mean, from a technical standpoint, you know, I think it's always better if you can push a southpaw on the back foot.
Yeah.
If you let them come forward and get into a rhythm, it becomes very difficult. You know, you've got to put educated pressure on them, and because Breedis is going back all the time.
So if you let a long-limbed southpaw, who's a heavy single puncher, hold the range that he wants to hold, then you've got problems.
It's a nightmare.
Again, not unlike the way that he's holding his lead hand out is what I think Fury will hold that similar type stance against Usyk. You know, and it's a matter of whether he can hold Usyk at that distance or whether Usyk can close it down. So in that way, it's not dissimilar. But all right, you know, he's been walked around the ring. He's hoping for one punch. That's clear because he's only really thrown single shots. You know, and his form's falling apart in his feet because he's stretching from out of range. So he's diving in and bringing his right foot forward. Always when you fight a southpaw, there's a distance. You know, you're a step further out than what you think you are. And you would have thought
Isn't
a fighter.
the same for the I mean, obviously the southpaws used to fight
are used to it. Yeah. So and if you're taller than the guy and you're the southpaw and you're the puncher, and the older champ is stretching like that. He's stretching. It's almost as if he doesn't understand the range the way that the champ does. So it's.
And you say, and the opposite side to that is obviously, you know, we're saying it'd be better for Breedis to put pressure on Opataya, put pressure on the southpaw.
Of course.
But, you know, you have to say that Opataya is doing a great job because he's got him at the range that he needs to have him at. The other problem for Breedis is that even though he's looking for one punch at a time, he's actually not getting his foot on his lead foot on the outside to do that anyway.
100%, and he's thrown them from far too far out. And even if you land, the power's out of the punch by the time it gets there. And the champ is doing exactly what you need. Just as I said earlier, is come in with that champion confidence. When someone wins a title, they've got that vibe about them, and he's in like the champ, and it's like he's bullying Breedis around now. You know,
yeah,
so
definitely.
It's whatever belt they're saying he has. I consider him the best in the world. So he's carrying that confidence of the elite fighter.
I mean, Breedis has got obviously that cut on the bridge of the nose.
The corner's done a good job. Actually.
The corner, I was about to say that. Yeah,
they shut it up. I've had a few cuts on my nose myself down the years. It's not very pleasant, but it's
very important to have a good corner team.
Man, cut man.
You know, shout out to John Cole. You know, did a wonderful job in Yusuf Kamari's last fight. He actually had 3 cuts.
There you go.
And he stopped the bleeding on all of them.
Yeah,
you know, and
excellent.
A lot of guys like to try and save money. You know, that's not where you save money. You know, your corner team is everything. You know, a guy that can wrap your hands properly, a good cut man, and they can be the difference in a fight. You know,
cost me a professional fight with my nose opened up. Cut man had no adrenaline.
You see, no good.
Trying to push a towel against it and the fight's over. You know, it's TKO against you, and in the fight you're winning easily. But this is boxing, you know. But the thing about it is, just as you say, all depends on getting the right people around you.
Yeah, that's why I don't also prefer guys who are experts in their field. Or rather they do their job. You know, with someone like John Cole and Cutman Cam, when you see them turn up to the gym, they're so organised. Everything is in order. The adrenaline's already ready. The swab sticks, you know, they're preparing for a problem. You know, and it gives the fighter confidence knowing that they've got someone who can deal with those things if there's a problem. So, always any boxer out there, don't take shortcuts when it comes to building your team. You know, it's going to cost to have good people. It's worth it to get you through a fight. You just never know when things can go wrong.
100%. I done cuts work actually for like 10 years. I worked with Cage Warriors and all of the MMA and Muay Thai events, and we've seen all sorts of chopping injuries and different because it's elbows and all sorts. And it kind of learned my trade using MMA fighters to practice the cuts, but also working with John Tandy, who's an excellent cut man. Tony Powell's a good cut man.
Tony's good.
Very good cut
good
man.
Good wrapping hands as well, Tony.
Hand rapper, the best, you know. But as in learning and discussing it, it's like it's a skill set in its own right. You're correct.
Yeah.
Now John's a UFC. He does a lot of high level boxers and UFC fighters as well. Yeah.
I have to say I don't follow UFC, even though
I don't know anything
I'm
about
into
it.
Martial arts. I just can't watch it. I just find it lacks the finesse that I want to see, which whereas boxing has more.
Well, I'm a boxing man too, but it says any of the combat sports, I respect them all. But yeah, I'm a boxing guy as well.
But it's just boxing has more finesse about it for me.
It has, yeah.
Sure.
Couple of good shots from Breeders.
This has got points all over it though. This fight.
That's what I'm saying.
We're here. We're in round 9 now.
Round 9.
I think you might
3
be
more
right.
to go.
Might be going the distance here, and actually Opetai's taken a few shots, nothing major.
He seems
to take them putting away, doesn't he? He takes the sting out of them.
Yeah.
Good fighter.
It's good. His understanding of range is good. This is what Breeders needs to do. Close
You
him
see,
down.
look, this is what
Step
needs
outside him and start
exactly.
banging
Kay.
shots in, you know.
You put pressure on a southpaw. You know, educated pressure. You can't allow them to have that range and let them just be comfortable.
Of course.
I mean,
but then he's going back to it again, moving around the ring. That's better.
Yep.
Maybe look what he needs to do. He understands he's got 3 rounds left, or he's going home the loser.
Championship rounds, yeah.
Yeah.
Pick up the pace now.
And
you're losing the
when
fight.
you watch a southpaw, I saw it when Usyk fought Joshua both times, particularly the first fight, straight left. They always get caught with straight left. Thompson, when he fought against Opetai, that's straight left.
Yeah, accurate.
It's orthodox fighters against southpaw. That's always the shot they seem to get caught with. In my
orthodox against south. Well, they always say traditionally it's the straight right hand and the left hook is the most effective shots for a southpaw if you can get your feet, and it's the opposite the other way. It's a straight cross and the right hook, you know. So look, the problem with it is the difference in range, and they can stand on one another's feet. It can make for a messy contest a lot of times rather than the fluency of 2 orthodox fighters. And when southpaws fight other southpaws, it's a nightmare as well because they're not used to each other, you know. So it's better if everyone could just stay orthodox and not mess around. But
We've had a couple of great fights though.
No, you can't.
Remember Zav Judah against Corey Spinks?
Yes. No, I come to
Undisputed. That was a good fight, wasn't it?
Of course. That was a great fight. No, look, there's been some brilliant southpaws down the years. You know.
Winky right.
Nice shot, Winky right. Oh, he used to hold his hands up and wear the big Grant gloves. You remember?
Yeah.
He's blocking everything.
Moses couldn't get through.
Nobody could.
Or
get
Trinidad.
Through. They looked like 20-ounce Grant gloves he was wrapping around his head, but he was a brilliant fighter. Great.
And he made a name out here. He came over and beat
everybody up.
Bingham, I think it was.
Ensley Bingham, Bingo Bingham.
And then he beat I can't remember the name of the other guy.
Adrian Stone.
He beat,
Steve Robertson, I think. He beat all of the light. He cleaned up the light middleweights on as well.
He came over. It's just one at a time. He came over. Just kept beating them all up.
Well, he had the WBO belt at the time, which wasn't hugely recognised in the United States. So he came over here and defended it.
There was one more actually, you know, that he came over and beat. He was
He was
a
not
good
beat
fighter.
Richard Williams? No, he didn't. It was Sergio Martinez that beat Richard Williams, wasn't it? Look, I think I'm talking rubbish online. You can see what BoxRec has to say.
I can't. Adrian, I haven't even looked. Isn't it Adrian Dodson?
Yes,
It was Dodson. Yeah, I was just about to go on his box rec.
Yeah.
And I kept thinking, I do know which one.
Dodson used to box for St Pancras Gym, didn't he?
Possibly.
He was a big puncher. He was 18-0 when he fought Winky Wright, if I'm not wrong.
He was a good fighter.
Yeah,
and Winky Wright was a good.
Well, Winky Wright special.
Long time undisputed champion, wasn't he? Unified all the belts. He was I think he was a 4-belt champion, wasn't he? Because I don't know if he held the WBO title
Didn't he
at the
lose to
same time.
Hopkins, didn't he?
I thought Crawford was the first one when he went to
probably
140.
is. Right.
The
They held it
four-belt
on
era.
4. Yeah, okay. But why keep
Oppenheimer
that?
now putting in some additional work there.
We're in round 10. The fight, Breedis is putting a bit more pressure on now coming forward, and he's a lot more effective doing it.
Yes,
You know, he's been looking at Oppenheimer the whole fight for the first like 9 rounds. You
Is
know,
that a mark on Oppenheimer?
yeah. Now he's getting some joy now.
I think maybe he was maybe we've been slipping and missing the plan all along. Maybe he's hoping to tie it. Oh, this Breedis has got some chin. He just took a backhand.
I thought he hurt Oppenheimer there.
Yeah.
I think he hurt him there.
Hurt who?
He hurt him. He hurt Oppenheimer with a shot.
Yeah.
Definitely, I saw that.
Oh, he is, aye.
Yep.
Oh, he's down.
And
He's
this was
looking
the
weak-legged,
danger in
yeah.
this fight, you know.
Overconfidence.
You're winning the whole fight, and then
he's caught.
Yep.
He's caught. You're right.
Yep. We've needed him to do this the whole fight just to make it a little more interesting.
Maybe
you know?
he's old mandem. Maybe he's decided to get him working, throwing shots, cutting him down, and now he's hoping to walk him down late.
He definitely hurt him with a shot there.
Oh, he took a shot himself, but
yeah, caught Breedis with a really good straight left.
safe to say he can hold Apatai's shots anyway.
I think it's here. I don't know what shot he caught him with, but he definitely hurt him with something. No, it wasn't that shot. It was another shot. It's in the exchange. He hurt him with something.
Oh, that uppercut. Yeah, that uppercut hurt him because it backed him back in a straight line. You're not wrong. We just landed a right uppercut.
Let's see how smart Oppenheimer is now, because you're winning the fight.
Yeah.
You need to, go back
Just
to
be
boxing.
Clever. He is. Be clever. He's got 2 rounds left. That's round 9, round 10.
No, I always get worried at this stage in the fight. Like, there's no need to get involved in 50-50s at this stage. You know, you're going to exchange with somebody.
Yeah.
And you're taking
2
a
rounds
risk.
left. Yeah.
Round 11, you really should be walking away with a wide points win here.
Yeah. I don't think it's close, even if Breedis wins the last 2 rounds. I think it's just been
I
a
don't.
performance.
But I do think Oppenheimer is
he
hurt
knocks
though.
him down a couple of times, maybe.
He's hurt.
Oh, he is hurt.
He's hurt.
This will be so. Oh.
You see, now you're exchanging with him.
Yeah.
It's not a good idea.
Oh.
You should be moving.
Breedis can hold his punches, I think.
I think Breedis is a bigger puncher.
Yeah.
You need to move.
Oppenheimer's a little bit of trouble here now.
We've got drama now.
Oh, we got big drama, round 11.
Yep.
Come on. He's all over him, isn't he?
You should get on your bike and move. You don't need to be exchanging right now.
Either that or smother. He needs to go forward. He needs
hold.
to stay off those ropes. Yep.
But like you said early in the fight, Breedis does look strong.
Yeah,
if nothing
he's
else up
kept
to that
his strength.
stage,
He's a hard man.
he looks
I'll tell you
strong.
what, he's a hard man.
He definitely is. I didn't see this coming.
No.
Yep. Then move. Yep. There you go.
Better. Stiff
Yeah,
jab.
You've
Stiff
got the
jab.
experience.
Touch his gloves.
Such a different fight now. He's coming forward.
Yeah.
He should have really done this a couple of rounds ago. Really.
Yeah, I think he was trying to bring him into the later rounds and do. I think he knew he had 2 or 3 hard rounds in him, and I think he was bringing him potentially into the later rounds before he done it. You know?
I think Oppenheimer's he's got his legs back now.
He has, but he's losing the round. But you're right, he's got his legs and he's holding the center again. We're trying to.
He's doing the right thing here.
He is. He's still got power in his shots, pretty spot.
He looks like the puncher.
He does. He looks the stronger man right now. Oh, there we go.
Wow.
Lovely. Oh.
That's one thing you can't buy is experience.
Can't buy it, exactly.
And Breedis has definitely changed this fight now, the pattern of this fight.
Yeah, but he doesn't. I don't think he's got the gas to keep it up himself now.
Oh, shot.
It's good shots both ways, actually.
I think Oppenheimer's now. He's come
back, moving him around the ring.
Back now.
Good shot.
Yeah, it's good comeback from Oppenheimer.
Kind of went to sleep after getting it
and with
that
the head,
uppercut, and now he's kind of back in it.
It's funny how they're the same height, yet Oppenheimer looks a lot taller, doesn't he? The way he moves.
There's one thing in boxing, these older fighters, they've always got one great fight left in them.
Yeah, that was
just one last dance. Like when we saw Mosley knock out Margarito.
Yeah, that was Costamato saying, wasn't it? They've all the great chances.
He's got one left. one last roll of dice.
Well, I've got to tell you, Debs McC69. She said she loves Kieran's accent. Reminds me of my granddad.
There you go.
Kieran's a bit
Sure
younger than my granddad, I'm sure. But anyway, Big Chunga says, I think it's a disgrace how Tyson and especially John Fury have conducted themselves recently. Well, as I was saying before, I concur. I agree with you on that.
I agree with John's conduct at the moment is it's just unacceptable.
Well, it is unacceptable. Like I said, I think Tyson leaves a lot to be desired. And John Fury he thinks it's the John Fury show, I think. He needs to realise that, I'm sorry, you've had your dance, and it's Tyson's show, man.
Yep.
Tell you what, sorry not to interrupt, but Breedis is a warrior. See, he gets off that stool. He's got one more round in him. Let's see how this last one goes. Sorry.
This could be dramatic.
That's right. Exciting last round.
33rd said, who's leading? I'm pretty sure Opataya is. He's had a good couple of rounds.
You know what? They're both going for it this last round. Very exciting.
Opataya needs to move. I don't know why he's exchanging here.
He's lost the last couple of rounds, according to the viewers.
Definitely.
Yep.
But apart from that, he won every single one.
But I can tell you a couple of knockdowns here will make this fight very interesting.
You know,
see, looks like he wants to prove a point here. He needs to move.
Yeah, he needs to think about what he's doing because Breedis has power.
Breedis knows he's got to throw everything at it. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
So he's getting.
Opataya needs to know that. He needs to really sort of keep his distance and just once he sees out this round, he's won a clear unanimous victory.
He hasn't seen it out yet. Still got 2 hard minutes to go.
Of course, but what I'm saying is
no. Of course, you're right. Of course, just be clever, outbox him. He doesn't look like he's about to go, but he's making it harder than he needs to. Yeah. It's like he's still a strong man. He's still in the fight, but I guess maybe I'm enjoying the heart of the old ex-champ. I'm enjoying the fact that he hasn't stopped trying right to the last bell,
100%.
So his respect. It's a respect game, boxing,
So Direct Kicks TV.
Whoa.
He says, please describe what's going on. Well, I can tell you the last 3 rounds have been a bit of a turnaround.
Both got nose damage.
They're both smashed up. This is a hard fight. You're right. If Breedis had started this round 4, walking him down,
I think if he'd pressured him around the 6th round, it would have been a different fight.
Yeah, because he looked strong enough.
Even on the scorecard, it would have been a different fight.
That was me going back to the point of not having fought for 2 years. He probably didn't know that he had 12 hard rounds in him. Do you know what I mean? You're 2 years out.
All right, that's a good point you've made. Maybe it's taken that long for him to get going.
Of course. So, and that was the last 2 years. He hasn't won a fight for 3 years, so it's...
That was a good body shot.
That is.
That took a lot out of him, that body shot.
Oh, yeah, Opataya, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, great fight. Great finish anyway.
43 seconds.
He's brought him into deep water. It's right. He's taken Opataya deep this last few rounds. He's shown a lot of heart. This would have been a different fight in the 15-round days, potentially,
yeah. I think you're right.
But
having said that, nice couple of shots.
No, Opataya is still strong. He's not gone completely, but it's...
Are we going to get some last second drama here? 15 seconds to go.
Left, yeah. No, I think the champ's going to stay in there. But you'll have respect. That's too hard. That's 24 rounds they fought.
Very clever.
What do you say when you fought someone for 24 rounds? The war, respect for each other there. Brilliant.
Opataya, you can see why he's the type of fighter he is in his personality. He's got this kind of very no-nonsense type personality, and he comes out in the way boxers, don't you think?
Okay, yeah.
I think Breedis is still a very dangerous opponent for some of these UK guys.
He's just joined the Who Wants Him club. That's what he's done there. Because who wants to fight him? Because he's still there all of the way.
But does this give a bit of confidence to the likes of Bill Smith and Riakporhe this fight?
I think so. Because he hasn't looked vulnerable for his last couple of fights over time. Looks solid.
Yeah.
It's a little bit vulnerable here.
I'll tell you what, but Briedis has a heavyweight chin. He might be a cruiserweight, but some of those shots he took were savage. He is.
Crazy.
It would be interesting to see Briedis against a Riakporhe or Bill Smith, wouldn't it? That would be brilliant.
Definitely. There's a lot of good cruisers around at the moment.
There are.
Well,
I think Anis Taj is going to come back, get a few wins, and get into the mix again.
Yeah, really good work by the corner there. Controlled that cut really quickly and stopped that bleeding.
It was lucky the cut was on the bridge of his nose, so it wouldn't have really affected his vision. But you're right, if they didn't shut it down, then it could have got very serious, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little bit hungry. As you do before you get to, when you get to 11 o'clock at night, I don't know about you, I like to have a bowl.
Don't tell me it's 11 o'clock at night.
Well, it's 5 to 11 now.
Oh, man.
And you know,
Past my bedtime.
I always like to have a bowl of cereal before I go to bed. I don't know
Bowl of cereal?
Yeah, I do.
No, you're joking.
No, I'm deadly serious. I like it. But obviously, there's no cornflakes here in this studio. We've got bananas, though. So if you don't mind.
I don't think it's a close fight. They're talking about whether...
I think it's 9 rounds to 3.
Yeah.
No, this is not a close fight.
8-4 at the most.
Or 8 for the most, yeah. So that'll be a 116, 112, right?
Rounds, I think.
Like the first fight,
Breeders.
Yeah, definitely a 116, 112 at best to me.
Maybe Briedis had the experience to understand. We'll see what they're saying.
Eddie's doing all right, isn't he? $117, $111. Yep, 116 to 112. Yep, last two judges. So yep. It's another victory for Eddie. Is Briedis must be a Wasserman fighter then?
Yeah,
can see Sal in
corner, yeah. Sal. Nessa. Good fight, look, good finish. It was boring early, it seemed predictable, but the last 4 rounds got interesting, you know.
Yeah, if you had tuned in for the last 4, you would have thought it was a great fight.
Yeah. Right, the big one's coming. Is the big one next?
It is, yeah. It'd be interesting to hear what Riakporhe has to say about this, about that fight.
He's had another broken jaw. That's a problem.
That'll be a problem.
Weakness, yeah. A hard fight, yeah. You're going 12 rounds with him, aren't you? If you fight Briedis, if you can't knock him out. So now we've got Riakporhe giving his opinions on the match, commenting on how tough Briedis was. Any questions? No.
Big fights coming up, ladies and gents. All right. I know we're not supposed to say ladies and gents, but I do. I'm not bothered with all that. It is the big fight coming up soon, ladies and gentlemen. The wait is almost over. Now we know there's two of us on this panel. If I'm entitled to say that I'm on the panel, but there's two of us on here who are going with Usyk.
Yes,
and there's the one man in the middle is going with Tyson Fury. All will be revealed very, very soon. I hope there's nothing contentious. I hope we get to see the true winner, and hopefully we actually do see the undisputed world heavyweight champion. I'm looking forward to this. You looking forward to it, guys?
Absolutely.
Come on, we're waiting for it.
We need it.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
Are you ready? Welcome to Boulevard City Music World here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the official weigh-in for the main event of Ring of Fire. It's a presentation by Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Boxing in conjunction with Riyadh Season, National Events Center, the General Entertainment Authority, Gold Star Promotions, K2 Promotions, and Sela. This contest we'll see tomorrow night is sanctioned by the WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF, and IBO, and on the line, the ring and lineal titles. Now for this event, ladies and gentlemen, a very special thank you to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the official weigh-in for undefeated champion versus undefeated champion. It's all at the Kingdom Arena, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It'll be 12 rounds of boxing for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Let's bring the warriors to the stage and to the scales. First, an Olympic gold medal champion. Now, as a professional, 21 fights, 21 victories, 14 wins by knockout. He's the former undisputed and undefeated cruiserweight champion of the world. From Ukraine, the reigning, defending, undefeated WBA, WBO, IBF, IBO, heavyweight champion of the world, OLEKSANDR Usyk. Undefeated world champion OLEKSANDR Usyk. from the United Kingdom, the two-time world champion, holder of the ring and lineal championships, and recognized as the reigning, defending, undefeated WBC heavyweight champion of the world, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. The lineal, the WBC heavyweight world champion, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. First onto the scales will be the champion from Ukraine, OLEKSANDR Usyk. .233.5 pounds for the unified champion, OLEKSANDR Usyk. Next, stepping onto the scales from the United Kingdom, WBC champion, lineal champion, ring champion, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury.
Pounds. 262.
262 pounds for Tyson Fury. Here they are, champion versus champion, both undefeated for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. It all goes down tomorrow night at the Kingdom Arena here in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Hours to go. Undefeated champion versus undefeated champion for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world at the Kingdom Arena, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
week, two very different face-offs. What are the tactics behind this? What are you thinking after that face-off just now?
We're ready to rock and roll, you know. Fireworks tomorrow night. I'm going to knock this little fucker spark out.
Looking to make history tomorrow night, we're going to see the first undisputed heavyweight champion of our generation, the first one in 25 years. In the past, you've said belts don't matter, defending belts don't matter. This one's got to matter, right?
I'm coming for his heart. That's what I'm coming for. Fuck his belts. I'm coming for his fucking heart. He's getting it tomorrow. Spark out! Fuck him!
Any final
Fuck
words?
all his team too. Fuck the lot of them. They can all get it if they want it too. Shithousing.
A word to your fans, Tyson. Vibes up.
All right, I'm here with Alexander Usyk, ladies and gentlemen. Things have calmed down a little bit. It got rough and tumble. What did you just say to Tyson Fury?
Don't be afraid. I will not leave you alone tomorrow.
You told everyone that your father was your inspiration growing up. If he were here right now, before the biggest fight of your life, what advice do you think your dad would give you?
Son, you can.
Well, we're 24 hours away from the biggest fight of your life. How have you managed to stay so calm before what is sure to be an unbelievable fight?
Because it's my plan. If I will be nervous, I not win.
What is your message to the fans watching you around the world, especially those in your war-torn country of the Ukraine?
My fans, I love you. See you tomorrow.
Give it up, everybody. Alexander Usyk. Everybody, Alexander Usyk.
Before the fight. Now you and Jonathan. You see that? You see it?
How did they get cut from that?
I don't know. They both did. There you go.
What, from pushing against each other?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a headbutt there at the top.
Nah, it's not a bit of a headbutt. That.
Push. Is this it?
Let's go! Let's fucking go!
No, same. Show me.
Wait, hold on. Gotta go back now. Jesus. Yeah, see that?
It's bad behavior. It's bad behavior because it's big man. It's father. It's not street fighter. This is like son. My friend, TYSON. TYSON is big guy. This is man. It's big bad behavior.
Thank you, Radio Raheem with Alexander
Everybody knows
Usyk.
you come close in a fighting man space, you're going to cop for something, aren't you? Or else there's something wrong, isn't there? People don't understand. We are the real deal as fighters. Win, lose, or draw. I've had 1,000 hidings in my life. It doesn't matter to me. You know, what does matter to me is respect for my son. And he wasn't showing any of it. You know what I'm saying?
It looks like, you know how it is, the second guy to throw the punch, it always looks like he's the one who started the fight.
Well.
But what did he say to you? What was the disrespect?
Well, you mentioned my son, you know, and that was it. So he had to have it. That was the way it was.
John, his son's fighting. Your son's fighting on Saturday. He's probably going to get mentioned a lot.
Well, I don't care what he gets, you know what I'm saying? But listen, he's had his fight now, hasn't he? And lost to an old guy.
Are we going to have this kind of energy all week? I got to tell you, you apologize. Look at this, Shirley. Like, come on. Is there a better image than blood dripping down the Gypsy King?
I don't care. We're not bothered. That's what we live for. We're fighting people, aren't we? That's a regular occurrence to me. You know what I'm saying? We're used to it. What we want, you know, we've respected Usyk. Never said a bad word about him. The man's a good champion, a great champion. probably the second best heavyweight in the world. We're going to see what happens on Saturday night. I think my son in this shape can't be beat. He cannot be beat, Tyson Fury. But this is a good little man, and we respected him. But when they start disrespecting a great champion like the Gypsy King.
So you found it funny. Is there more bad blood between the teams now? It seemed, you know, I mean, blood's been drawn. You guys are really shouting at each other back and forth. Is it more bad blood now?
Probably yes. Probably yes. That's probably was a part of their plan. Это была часть их плана.
Ну так супер. Це ж класно. Ring of Fire.
It's nice. It's the Ring of Fire. So.
And lastly, you're going to see John Fury again, probably tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow. What are you going to do when you're face to face with John?
Ну, я буду готовий, я вже не буду думати, чи бити його. Якщо він буде нападати, я буду давати йому вже.
He will be ready. If he will offend him, so he will defend himself.
He'll be ready to fight?
Of course, I'm ready to fight.
And then Carl Froch is a bum, and he'll get what the little men get. Bush!
Consider it to be an exception. Whoever might have his own plan, Usyk has his own, and the Lord has the general one.
Both of these guys, like you say, having 3 training camps, looking as fit as ever, ready to fight. Do you see this fight going to the cards?
Cards? Or inside the distance?
Yes.
Well, I see Usyk winning this fight inside the distance, because he will destroy the mental stability of Tyson. He will destroy his confidence. He will eat his heart. He will eat his consciousness. He will eat his soul. And when Tyson is completely exhausted, he will just put the guy to sleep with all the love and respect. And if you remember what he said, I will not leave you alone. So after Tyson loses, Usyk will share the sorrow with him.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi everybody, people. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited. I'm grateful for His Excellency Mr. Turkey and who this fight happened. Let's make history. Enough. Thank you so much.
Well, Alexandra, I'm hoping you'll take a few more questions. What was it that you drew? I saw you drawing something while everyone up here was talking. You had your pen, you had your paper, you drew something and put it in your pocket. What was it?
It's my homework.
Oh, no.
Welcome back. Well done for staying up this late. All right, it's not really that late, is it? It's 11:18 and we are literally moments away from the main event. We've been waiting a long time, haven't we? And I'm not talking about the few hours we've been here. We've been waiting for months, and it was delayed. It was meant to happen in February. Well, the wait is over. I'm looking forward to it. Have you had a bet with your mate? Have you? We've had a bet. Have you? Let me check if any of you. If you have, tell me what you've bet. Anyway, it's about to start. What can I say? I'm excited. I'm ready. The ring walks probably... Actually, the ring walks might even be longer than the fight itself. But any guesses of what Tyson Fury is going to come up in? Well, listen, we're going to find out now. But I don't know who is coming out first. Who's entering the ring first? Do we know?
Good question.
No idea.
Soon to find out. We've got Michael Buffer, the legendary ring announcer.
Really don't know what to expect in this one.
No, we really don't.
Because I thought that Crawford v Spence was going to be a very close fight. I always thought that Crawford would win, but not like that.
Yeah.
So we've got another undisputed fight here, and I don't know what's going to happen.
I know, will it be shocked? I mean, as I say, I can see a case for both fighters winning. I lean towards Fury because of his size.
Yep.
I get that. It's such a hard one to call. It depends what, as you said. I think you've nailed it on the head. Depends what kind of Fury's in there.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know, the fact that he shed weight. Listen, Fury does get knocked down, and at the end of the day, will it help him losing all that weight? It may, if he is that slim down, that may actually be to his detriment in terms of his punch resistance. Will it not?
Well, I think the situation is Usyk is a very heavy puncher, but I don't think he's on a level with someone like, for example, Deontay Wilder or the other heavy shot hitters that have dropped Fury. I think I would be confident that he would be able to get up if he does go down against Usyk.
Yeah.
So,
but I don't think it's going to be one shot. If Usyk's gonna knock Tyson Fury over, it's not going to be one shot. It's going to be with a cluster of punches, isn't it?
I would think so. But I mean, he's got to close the distance first. So let's see what happens. But it's who's this? That's
I don't know who this is. Maybe you guys can tell me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the guys in the chat can tell us who this is.
I don't know. There's a rapper.
Does he train in your gym? Is he one of the YouTubers? No. Come on, you don't seem to know who the kids are here. What's happening?
I don't know who these are. I'm too old.
I know Keith knows.
I'm too old for all this.
I don't know him.
What?
I'll be honest with you. No, it's not my genre, I'm afraid. All types of genres of music, but I'm not into rap. I've got to say that.
Is that a rapper or what is he doing? He seems to be in. He's been raised above the ring, and
that's pretty cool. Yeah, he's above the ring on some sort of like perspex platform. That's
they
pretty
never
cool.
fail to disappoint.
I mean, you'd hope that it stays up.
You're safer not watching this because you could have an epileptic fit, I think, because there's so many flashing lights.
It's also true.
What? Am I wrong, man? I'm right.
It's true.
Right.
It's just as well you're not watching and you're watching this not too long.
Man, you better just listen to us. It's safer.
So look, it looks like the intro is going to take a bit of time. So you have got time to download Fair Play. You've got time even to subscribe to DAZN or to buy this fight, dazn.com/seconds-out, or to have a bet with your mates. Fair Play. Some of you may say, what if you haven't got any mates? All right, well, then that case you've got a bit of a problem. But anyway, download it and, I don't know, pretend.
I think if you're going to pay for a fight, an undisputed fight is well worth it.
I would
it
say
just doesn't
that.
come around very often.
Pay-per-view on this?
What's the going rate at the moment? I don't know. 25? I don't know.
It's expensive.
No idea.
Not cheap. Not cheap.
No idea.
But it's been a decent undercard. I think the Joe Cordina fight was a particularly special
one. That was a cracking fight. That was a standout fight. You're right. The rapper seems to be, I'm not really following what he's saying. It's something along the lines of blah, 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 blah. But anyway, it's nearly finished and we're about to see some action soon. Oh, he started the game, blah, blah, blah.
Do you know what, though? In all seriousness.
So another verse. Another verse of blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. And all we want to do is get on with the fight.
Come on, the heavyweight championship of the world. Let's see it.
I mean, let me ask you something.
What?
You know, when you have this build-up and you know that the fighters are ready, they probably can't be bothered with this. They just want to get on with it, don't they?
They're finishing their warm-up backstage. They don't hear any of this. They're in a different world. They better be in a different world because if they're out watching it, they're not focused enough. So, I mean, the excitement builds. They'll already have been given a time. You know, they'll say, right, you're on at 11, whatever, 27, whatever number they give them, and that will be when they're on. You know, and in Saudi Arabia, they don't mess about. They've done us that with.
So what, they've done to a T on the
They've
time.
done to a T with Daniel Dubois. We done our walkout just boom, right when they said no messing about, and that was it.
You're very professional. They definitely they give you warnings leading up to that point as well. Right, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Be ready to go.
Yep,
it's good.
I have to. If we Tanya McAllister, how's that funny taking a piss out of epilepsy? Well, I've got to promise you, we didn't take the mickey out of epilepsy. I promise you that because we know that some people who suffer from it. And at the end of the day, it's a serious thing, and not it's not something.
And I give my
apologies. However, it was just about the flashing lights, and that it could cause some form of epileptic fit for somebody who does suffer. That was what we were saying. There was no joke out of epilepsy.
Certainly not. I do apologise if it came across that way. Yep.
Earl Garcia says Fury KOs Usyk within 7 rounds. All right, Earl, put your money where your mouth is. Have a bet with your mate on fair play. Direct Kicks TV, hilarious, good one.
Has anyone in the chat informed us of who this is yet? It looks like they're doing an album.
They're doing it, yeah.
No, I thought it would have been finished
It's
by
just
now.
on and on now. It's just...
Tina Carr says Usyk to win. Well, I myself and Xavier said the same thing, but the fight needs to actually go ahead if Usyk's going to win. At this rate, we're going to be here all night.
He's going to... This guy, the rapper, seems to be giving us his
Get him
whole
off.
album, man. This is...
I'll be honest with you, someone needs to get up on that stage and knock him out. I mean, okay.
Probably is big in that field, but I'm just too old now.
Is that Little Wayne? Maybe it's Little Wayne.
Well, Earl Garcia is stepping up to the plate here. He says, I'll bet anyone on this prediction. Okay. Well, go on then. Get on with it.
What is your prediction?
What a shock about Cordina, says Dave James. Yeah. Well, not if you're in the know. Our 2 pundits here, they are in the know, and they actually both felt that Cordina could lose. So maybe not such a shock there. For me, it was.
I think the Frank Sanchez one was a bit of a shock for me.
That Frank Sanchez one was also a bit of a shock, you know.
Even though I don't know enough about
his
opponent. Yeah. It's not Abayal. I can't remember how you say his name now. Can't remember.
We said we wouldn't forget his name next time, but it's yeah.
Anyway, Direct Kicks TV says, I love your rap commentary. Funny.
Apologies again. I'll be apologising all night, am I?
Robert Ward, I'm a very, very hard man, and I'd love to beat them around the ring. Who are you talking about, Robert? I hope not. I hope you're not referring to one of us. I'm sure that is not the case.
I hope not.
So do I. Got enough problems.
Some highlights going on now. Usyk in his element.
Andrew Burgess has said Usyk will retire Dyson Fury. I've never heard him called Dyson Fury, but he'll just have to suck it up.
Usyk's making his ring walk now.
Yeah. He's referring him to...
And now it's real.
Over.
So Usyk is waiting to enter the arena. He's wearing like a Cossack type of uniform.
Yeah, he's got like a furry hat and what looks like he's blessed himself a couple of times.
Now we're into the real deal.
Now we're talking. It's a ring walk. So Usyk's coming first. Surprised. I was obviously Tyson Fury's put his foot down and said he has to come in second.
Well, it's interesting.
So
Usyk, I don't think he bothers with all that kind of nonsense.
I don't think so, but it's the point of the matter is normally the champion comes in second, so they're obviously giving Fury respect as the lineal champion. Am I right?
He got his name first, yep. And
or maybe they just, as you say, maybe they just flipped a coin, yeah.
Usyk looks, well, he looks like Usyk.
Always looks the same.
He always looks like Usyk, doesn't he? Usyk. But no, in all seriousness, he's, you know what? His face looks serious. Like he means business. I never forget in one of my favourite all-time movies, Rocky III, when they said, "Look at his face. Look at that. The tension in his face."
Mm-hmm. He's got the eye of the tiger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. It wasn't a long ring walk.
Yeah.
I think we'll find Tyson Fury's ring walk will be longer.
Yeah, hopefully not. But
Evander Holyfield there holding up one of the belts, and I think is that Lennox. He's got Evander Holyfield
two
there.
former champions, the two former.
They should have had Bo in there as well.
Yeah.
Bo was undisputed, wasn't he? Before
yeah, he took the undisputed title off Evander Holyfield.
Yeah,
he was undisputed. And then the belts then fell away.
It'd be good to see the freedom together, actually. Bo Holyfield and
yeah, they done it at the last one. They had Mike Tyson in, but he's fighting Jake Paul, isn't he? So I can't see him being there.
Liev Schreiber, the actor, is there in the ring as well. So it's star-studded, as they say.
Oh, God. They say there's nothing like a heavyweight title fight, and you can feel it now, the energy of the big fights. I love it. Exciting. History.
But why is Liev Schreiber in the ring, I wonder?
Who?
He's the actor, and I wonder, with his back to us.
Okay.
I mean, they're holding up all the different belts. It's almost like an exhibition of belts.
Oh, no. Fury's coming in as who?
Tyson's going to drop him on his ass, says Ben Whitlock. Ben?
Could be right.
What I'm going to say.
Could be right.
Fair play.
Anything can happen in this one. Honestly.
So what's your gut saying? Have you changed, or are you still Usyk?
Oh no, I'm still
Usyk. You think, yeah?
Yeah, I do think it'd be close though.
Yeah. Have you changed your mind, or are you still going down Usyk?
Look, it is a 50-50 fight.
Oh no, you changed your mind. It's 50-50.
No,
This guy, come
listen,
on.
By the way, I did.
You must be listening to me, man. Come on, Keith.
No, listen, I listened to you anyway. But let me tell you something. I was sitting where Xavier is sitting now for the fight and the watch-along for the first Anthony Joshua Usyk fight. Barry Jones was sitting where you were sitting, and we had Ali Drew presenting. I was the only one on the panel who said Usyk's going to win. So I'm sticking with it.
You've got a good
I'm
call.
sticking with it, and let's go. Tyson Fury is about
coming in.
Tyson Fury is about to get a ring. A typically sort of, uncouth type of sort of spitting his water out in the air for it to land on the floor. But anyway, that's beside the point. I hope no one slips.
He's coming in, yeah. He's coming into some cheery tune. What's it called?
I think it's going to be interesting when Tyson turns southpaw.
Yeah, there's going to be
at some point during the fight. He will do that, trying to offset Usyk.
He looks noticeably slimmer, doesn't he? He looks really cut down and light.
Let me ask you this question, guys. Who do you think Joshua wants to win this? I reckon he probably would like to see Usyk win it, because then it kind of helps the way he is portrayed in terms of the heavyweight division. Would you agree?
I think he can't beat Usyk in the third fight, so I think if he wants to be heavyweight champ, he wants Fury to get it, because that's the massive money fight.
Yeah, but as Xavier said, they don't need the money.
I know, but I think if he beats Fury, what? Am I wrong? What do you think?
No, the only problem is that Usyk's beaten Joshua twice, so I would rather see a Joshua Fury fight personally.
Yeah, of course,
try to see something different, but
I think it will happen anyway, though.
What would be the interest be in a third Usyk fight? I think Joshua wants Usyk to go away somewhere far away and stay there.
I think Joshua's got a lot of pride. He was very upset, wasn't he, when he lost it the second time? I think he would like to fight him again.
Yeah,
to try and prove a point.
No, you're right. Actually, as a fighting man, he's a fighting man.
Yeah,
you're right.
A lot of people were making fun of him, but he was saying, "How did he beat me?" He really believed that he was going to win that rematch. So he's got a lot of pride, Joshua. He wanted the rematch with Ruiz.
Yeah,
he's
a warrior. You're right. There's one thing you can never take away from Josh is he'll fight anyone. He's scared of nobody. And
is he running to the ring like Buzz Lightyear or something?
What?
Well, he's changed it now.
Yeah, very just typical Fury.
Let's see if he can use that height and reach to his advantage. We'll see.
Yeah.
Although they do say a lot of tall fighters don't like to hit too far down.
Oh, stony-eyed look, very stony-eyed, hard look on Usyk's face there, wasn't it?
Always is. I mean,
he's fully focused.
He's got ice running through his veins, Alexander Usyk. There's no question about that.
Aha, Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Funnily enough, am I the only person who prefers Jimmy Lennon as a ring announcer to Michael Buffer?
Both legends, man. I can't split them.
This is Michael. Which one's he?
He's Michael Buffer.
Yeah, Michael Buffer. My mistake. Sorry.
Yeah, I
their names are synonymous with big fights.
They are, yeah. Both done a great job.
Yeah.
You know Jimmy Lennon?
Yeah.
He's got the. It's showtime.
Yeah, I'd added the let's get ready to rumble. That's the one.
In fact, when it was Tyson against Lewis, they had 2 ring announcers.
Yes,
Jimmy
they
Lennon
did.
and Michael Buffer.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
guys, keep
Ukrainian
those
national
texts
anthem,
coming in.
yeah.
Keep them coming in. We've got the national anthems
National
here.
anthems, yep.
What?
National anthems right now for Usyk, and then Fury, and then we get going. So not long now.
Come on. The referee.
It shouldn't be more than another 5 minutes, really, and we should be hearing that first bell.
Well, this is intriguing, man. Come on, what's
Yeah.
going to happen here?
Yeah.
This is really intriguing stylistically.
It's boxing and then it's
Can
heavyweight
Fury
boxing.
solve this puzzle, like, because no one else has.
True.
And going both ways, you know. I think Fury's come closer to defeat than Usyk ever has. Would that
As
be
a
right?
as a professional, has
Yeah, as a
Usyk been knocked
professional.
down?
Usyk has been knocked down by who? Nobody that I can remember.
In the amateurs, yeah, he had,
Yes,
but
he's
in
been
the, in the
stopped in the
pros.
amateurs, but I
So
mean-
then Fury's the more vulnerable fighter then.
Yeah, but then he's also fought the harder punchers.
Yes, but Joshua's a big puncher.
He is, yeah, but could be a good point. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
he
think,
hasn't been down, has he?
But
Well,
then
apart from
anyone
him
can go down.
uncomfortable with the body
Fury's
shots.
proved that he can get back up. That's the
That's
thing, you know, because we
100%.
all go down sometime. Can
Yeah.
you get up? That's the question.
I always say I judge fighters on character.
Yeah, of course.
Like Joe Cordina tonight.
Yeah, warrior, man.
heavy knockdown, got up and he fought right to the end.
And won the next round then, came back. So nothing but
I
respect.
judge fighters
from
on
you, right?
character. So.
Mhm.
Anyone can get caught, anyone can go down, you say,
Anyone
but if
can
you
go
get up,
down, man.
speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Joshua ringside, obviously a interested spectator on this one.
Atmosphere looks
Fury
great.
looks relaxed, doesn't he? He looks really relaxed.
Yeah.
Like it's another day in the gym just.
He definitely performed under the bright lights.
He does,
Fury.
but that's the thing, you
He
know.
does.
The more the pressure is, the more he's scared or nervous. He's not bothered at all. He's ready to roll. Andy Lee in his corner.
He's
Brilliant
definitely dropped a
Irish
lot of
fighter.
weight.
Yeah,
He's dropped a lot of weight.
big time, isn't it?
Looks
Maybe
completely
that
different
close.
to the last fight.
And he looks loose and fast, you know.
And John Fury there in the ring, he's thinking to himself, I wish it were me.
Wow.
Because I'm a fighting man. How old is Michael Buffer now? Dave James, you haven't been watching all evening, have you? Shame on you, because we've given our predictions. I'm going Usyk, round 11 stoppage, or a decision. Kieran here is going with Tyson Fury on points, and I think that
Points of
Xavier
stoppage.
is going for Usyk on points.
Usyk on points, either unanimous or a split.
I think
I can see
Fury
a
on
split,
points for
but I can see
stoppage.
Usyk.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah? You can see a stoppage.
I can see a Fury on points or stoppage, but I can see a win for either of them. But I would. That's what I go for, Fury. I think if he finds out and works out his puzzle and starts landing consistently, he can stop him. He can stop any man. And the same could go the other way. It's whoever figures the other out first and can consistently, you know, put their mark on the fight.
I don't think Fury is a big puncher, though.
No.
I think he's just accurate.
Yeah.
You know.
But I don't think that Usyk's a big heavyweight either.
No.
And he's
No.
not been tagged that many times.
He just
so-
all seems, the more you talk about it, the more it balances out, doesn't it? You make one point and then you can just balance it
Of
up.
course, man. Exactly. It's exciting, you know.
Mighty Badger 3D says I put $50 on the
Great
draw.
names.
Good call. I thought of that,
On the
and it
on
could
the
happen.
draw.
This Mighty Badger put $50 on the draw, and
I think it's a
that's
good
not
bet.
bad call. I mean, you know, it's got the makings of a draw. And how ironic would that be? We waited all this time for the undisputed World Heavyweight Championship, and then
That's tough.
there's a draw. And how much of an anticlimax would that be?
On my Instagram page, I've heard that all day.
What draw?
People think it's going to be a draw.
It could well be. I can see
think
it.
it will
Look what
be.
happened with Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield, and sets it up for the rematch. There you go.
I think that's just an indication that people really aren't sure who's going to win.
I don't think there should be a rematch clause though for Undisputed though.
What?
I don't think there should be a rematch clause for Undisputed.
Look, the belts are going to divide after this fight, either which way. There's no way the IBF and that will maintain another. There'll be a rematch, but it won't be for the Undisputed title the next time, you know.
Well, let's hope that you know, Daniel Dubois and Hrgovic get to fight for the
IBF. Yeah,
that'd be great.
No, I'm all right, thank you.
No, thank you, champ. I'm good.
Hope you go, Mum. Just having a mental.
Yep.
Actually, it's not. It's a tree ball.
Yeah, announcing the fighters now, so not long to go. We're almost there.
Come on. Usyk looks certainly more tense than Fury does, doesn't he? He looks very focused, but
that's Usyk for you.
He's not moving. He's standing very still, really.
Usyk kind of
so
set
Carlos
the tone.
Penalva says, "I predict Usyk
He's
will land
looking
in
down
the
at the
third row."
ground, Usyk. Sorry.
That's all right. Carlos Penalva says, "I predict Usyk will land in the third row from a Fury uppercut."
It'd be interesting. Usyk usually starts fights pretty well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He was struggling a bit with Bellew early on in the fight, but generally,
Bellew
did pretty well.
Another tall, lean fighter that understood range a little bit, gave him problems. You know?
True. Good point. It's true.
If you want to watch it,
then a lot of people think he timed him perfectly and broke him down. So,
if you want to watch it, guys, remember DAZN.com/SecondsOut. DAZN, DAZN. I don't know how it gets to DAZN, DAZN. That doesn't quite make sense. Surely there should be an O in there or something like that. But anyway,
I don't know.
Fury just been introduced. He looks really confident and relaxed, doesn't he? Come on.
No, this is it now.
This is it. Come on.
Just waiting for the first bell. It'll be interesting to see who settles first.
Yeah. You can always feel the tension in the air for these big fights, can you?
Yeah,
Makes you, but even when you're watching it, you feel it in your belly. I love it.
Yeah, it felt the same when Mayweather was going to fight, when Mayweather fought Pacquiao.
Brilliant. Exactly, it's similar to that.
It felt like that.
It's lovely, man.
Right,
but really, we're not 100% sure on either of these. This could go any type of way, but
let's just hope no injuries. Let's just look forward to a good fight.
I hope boxing comes out.
Make their way to the centre of the ring for the referee to
give his instructions.
Spell out what he wants to see in the fight.
Let's see if the size difference is apparent when they meet in the middle. No, he's stony faced. Both fighters are.
I honestly do think Usyk finds Fury. I get this impression that Usyk finds Fury to be a bit of a plonker. That's my hunch. I know it might be wrong. The way he looks at him.
He's focused on him. He hasn't taken his eyes off him. Very strong eye contact.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Are you excited? No time to pop out for a wee now. The fight's literally about to start.
Usyk blesses himself.
Here we go, round one. The wait is over.
Here we go. Oh, the size difference is very apparent, isn't it?
He's touched him twice already.
He has.
Good jab.
Fury trying to look quite sharp with the jab.
He's getting outside Fury though. He's getting to the right side with his foot.
It's good body work already.
Straight right to the body. Straight left for the body from Usyk.
I can see that left hand coming over the top from Alexander Usyk. Fury looks vulnerable.
Setting the tone.
Yep. He's dropping low. He's going to come high.
It's a lot of jerky movement from both early.
Let's see who holds the centre. Exactly. Usyk's doing well. Fury still looks very flabby, doesn't he? His back
He does.
and stuff.
But then he's got.
How high is his belt? His belt's up to his chest.
Pushing up against his midriff.
He's got a ridiculously high. It looks like a skirt that Tyson
It does
Fury's
look high,
wearing.
doesn't it?
He looks like he's wearing a skirt pulled up to his chest.
What's going to be interesting in his fight is I think Fury is he's never come across anyone as technically good as Alexander Usyk.
Yeah.
And
He's
going to need to do something special.
A very obvious size difference. I mean, you can see that, but they're smarting each other out in the first round. Usyk's had a little bit of
Usyk's made the better start. Made the better start. He's already found the body.
Yes,
he's found range actually too early for Tyson. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
And again, it's the foot speed. See, Tyson not able to step out of range quick enough because Usyk's got the speed, and he normally
That's
is.
a nice straight cross from Fury there.
Still going. Yep, good work downstairs.
Touching the body constantly.
Yep,
I
very
remember
good.
listening to an interview.
He's cornered him. He's got Fury in the corner. No significant
Well,
shots landed yet.
he's doing all that because he hadn't figured out how to deal with it yet.
Exactly, because he realised he was in the corner. Usyk shouldn't have bothered backing off.
And look how clever Usyk is. He had him there, but he didn't overcommit.
Of course,
because he could see that Fury was trying to set a trap for him. He didn't fall for it.
High level boxing.
Fury's only had success hitting Usyk's glove.
That was a nice
round.
shot he landed in. Oh, that's
wow.
the one I spoke about. That overhand left. Best, most significant
It's a good shot.
of the round. Yep.
That's the good thing about Usyk. It's like
yes,
it's like a Vander. You know, if Vander got success, he'd build on it when he got a rhythm.
Fury doing a little bit more showboating, but I think the most
Usyk's
significant lands came from Usyk.
Who
Yeah.
are you going with that round?
Usyk.
Yeah,
I thought he clearly won
Usyk,
that round.
I think, yeah.
I think Tyson needs to use a lot more feints to offset what Usyk's doing here.
There's no question. It is an advantage, the height and reach difference. It is an advantage. It hasn't worked. It didn't work in the first round, but you can see there is a difference.
That's the shot I was saying. He's dropped low, 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 and then he came over the top with that long left hand.
Yeah, but it wasn't a.
It's a significant enough punch. It was the rest of the
yeah.
round. Fury showboated, showed his ability to circle out, but that's really.
He's just, you know,
that
Fury,
doesn't score points.
He's bluffing, Fury.
Yeah,
It's just
bluffing,
it's just
exactly,
bluffing.
yeah. So I'd say 1-0 up to Usyk. You scoring for us?
Yeah.
Good.
Nice
Two
straight left
significant
again
shots.
for Usyk.
Is it me or does Fury look a little bit slower today?
He just looks slow because Usyk's fast.
Could be, could be.
Tyson needs to land something here to
he
get
needs
some
to land
confidence, get a
something, and he
rhythm.
needs to stop backing up to the ropes. That's not working for him because he can close the distance far too much. He needs to circle out and attack with something significant, doesn't he?
And Usyk's jabbing to the body as well.
Very good.
He's obviously
Yep.
making his tactic, isn't he? He's the body, the body, the body.
And this is the worry. You see, when you see these heavyweights, the problem is when they're fighting these guys coming up from the lower weights, it's the speed.
struggle,
they've got so used to fighting guys that are slower.
And Fury's not noted for a big left hook.
It's a good
He's an
shot again.
uppercut and jab. So why is he standing there?
I mean, these shots are
Good
they're not hurting Fury at all, but you know they're scoring punches.
Yeah,
that was a bit better from Fury now.
And I think that's
range
the
on the jab.
brilliance of Alexander Usyk is that he doesn't overcommit. You know, he throws good scoring punches, but he doesn't overcommit, so he gets caught.
I think Fury's doing a bit better though. He's starting to find his range with that jab a little bit more from the centre of the ring. He's
Well,
looking for that uppercut.
he doesn't
I
want to be
think.
backing up too much.
But he's not had any success with his jab. He's only ever hit the glove, hasn't he?
No, he's touched him a few times there, but he landed like a uppercut type shot. But when he backs to the ropes and leaves himself tall,
yes,
then it's Usyk's world when he circles out into the middle of the ring.
I
and
think
works
that
from
overhand
range.
left is going to be a problem.
It's a good jab, see? Why is he sitting on the ropes? I don't know. I think the right uppercut is the shot for either the
Tyson.
body. I think Tyson's softening him up by not throwing it, but he's going to look to get close and land that inside right hook to the body. That's what
He's looking for
that
uppercut.
shot there. See?
Yep.
He just
Good
threw it.
call.
That's the one I see him going for, and it slowed Usyk down. He's looking for that shot. But get off the ropes, man. What are you doing there?
Oh, good work.
Much better round this round.
Still Usyk's dominating the round though. Tyson
I'm
had
not
a good,
sure.
he had
I
a good
think that's-
spell.
I think Tyson's landed as much leather as...
What, in this round?
Yes, I mean, what's he landed? A couple of slaps early, but it's a closer round. I think...
I'll definitely give him the punch of the round, but I still think Usyk's been more consistent.
Look what's happening, man. Who's the only one?
And he's
throwing?
holding more. He's holding the centre more as well, isn't he? Tyson.
I
now.
would say I would give that round to Tyson.
There you go,
Fury.
good shot.
Lovely shot. I think he's finding
That's
his
a beauty.
range on him. That's a Fury round. Come on, you can't call that. Usyk round.
I've got Usyk on that one.
I'd say one.
I think Tyson did better, but I don't know if he won the round.
I mean,
what did Fury land? What did Usyk land? Jabs to the belly. Name
Yeah,
one shot.
yeah. It wasn't.
He landed uppercuts, body shots, jabs consistently, worked in and out of range.
I'm going for a 10 all round.
I'd say 1-1. 1-1. I'm not.
Let's go with
Keith. I'm going to score myself. I see it.
No, I'm gonna go with Tyson on that one.
Yeah, I think Tyson. Come on, man. 1-1.
I think Fury needs one or two more phases though to make it a bit more convincing. Because when he did go, it looked good.
Yeah,
but he just needed a bit more of it.
No, I'm not saying it was a brilliant round, but I think he nicked it. They were the shots in the first, but they were the first two shots of the round, and then after that,
we're 2 rounds in, ladies and gentlemen.
I like the uppercut to
what
the body.
if the TV scored it?
That I don't think it's come up yet. Here we go.
So they're giving it to Usyk. You're right. There you go.
Just think he's a bit more consistent. That's all.
Maybe I know what you
and
mean.
Maybe Usyk blocked the uppercut. We didn't get a chance to see the replay.
He's such a big man, Tyson Fury.
I think he needs to hold the middle.
100%.
Stop
He
going
needs
back.
to hold the middle or circle out. He can't. He needs to get off the ropes, or it's Usyk all day.
You're giving.
Or is it a smaller ring than normal? I don't know.
You're giving Usyk too much confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't go straight back.
Why would you go onto the ropes? It's crazy.
I think you can.
But like,
and you see the problem for Tyson now. He's been reduced to almost scoring the same sort of shots as Usyk, like just scoring shot, not heavy shots, which is what he needs. He's the big man. He needs to score heavily here.
he needs to get his shots off. Exactly right.
Good body shot. And this is the problem that Joshua had.
Yeah.
It's just the
work rate,
the consistency and the work rate.
Mm-hmm. You're right. He needs to land something heavy.
He does. It's much better from Tyson Hill.
He's not moving around as much as I had expected.
Because
Tyson gave the centre up, didn't he?
I think people forget that Tyson is by nature a back foot boxer,
Mm-hmm.
and he's fighting a southpaw. And like we said in the earlier fight, it's best to put educated pressure on a southpaw, and he's not able to do that yet.
Yeah. Another good body shot, Usyk.
You can't give Tyson Fury rounds for backing up the whole time
No
beyond
way,
the ropes.
no
You
way.
can't.
You're right. You're correct.
He's the bigger man. He needs to impose himself on him.
Strange tactics.
See, this is what Tyson's going to want to do later in the fight, and Usyk shouldn't be here. That's too much weight. You don't want to be wrestling a man that heavy.
Fury needs to let a few big shots go. It's a good right.
And the other problem?
Oh,
the other problem for Fury is he's not doing what's necessary to slow Usyk down later in the fight.
Yeah, he's not got enough power.
Yeah, he's not putting in the body work. You're not investing early to slow him down later. It's Usyk that's actually doing that. That was a good attack by Usyk. I don't know why he's so close. I don't know why Usyk's gone so close now. Good head movement with Usyk. That's Usyk again.
3-0, you think?
Yeah.
I'll go
2-1.
Well, I've made the second round a 10 all round.
Yeah.
But the third,
They don't really do that though, do they? They don't really go for 10-10 rounds. It's very rare now in boxing.
The thing is, I find if you can't split them, why not?
I think you should, yeah. It's the
Hear what
rule.
you're saying? You've got to fight him. Tyson Fury's corner saying he's got to go and fight him.
Is that what they're saying, is it?
He says you can't be fainting and jumping around because he's not taking the feints. He's got to go in and throw punches and fight with him.
He's not taking the feints because of his experience.
Yeah.
If Tyson loses
Double
the next
jab,
2
right
rounds,
hand
he's in
and
trouble.
left hook to the body.
If Tyson drops the next 2 rounds, he's going to have to start looking for a stoppage.
Yeah, it's good advice in the corner. He says you've got to go out there and let your hands go, you know. So
Well, that's 3 different people talking to him now.
yeah. They're all shouting at him in the corner.
Yeah,
right?
you don't need that. I like one clear person
Let's
giving
see if he
instructions.
listens to. Good body shots. But he's not a noted puncher, you're right. That posing doesn't work.
He hits hard enough to hurt you,
Yeah.
but I just don't see him as a.
This
as
is a
banger.
better start now. He's thrown his hands. He's doing what he was told this round.
He's letting the punches go a bit
Yeah,
more in this
he's
round.
working the
Tyson
body.
Fury.
I don't think he's got the lungs to keep it up, though.
I remember Georgie
Yeah.
Benton saying in one of Holyfield's fights when he was fighting one of these big heavyweights, he's saying, go with him because he's a bigger guy, he's going to get tired.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to gas first. And this is the lifestyle as well, the age and everything else. But see, now he done that for the first 20 seconds and now he's backing up onto the ropes again. It's not good.
Not consistent, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see Usyk looping that backhand right there over the top because he's been aiming down to the body the whole fight.
Yeah.
I like that he keeps landing it as well. That was good from Tyson.
Good.
Putting 2 together.
Tyson's landed the cleaner shots this round, but he's still backing up.
This is the first round I've got so far to Tyson.
I still had the second round to him, but it's close.
Good. It's better.
Never mind the posing, Fury's.
Fury's antics just ridiculous. He's
That's
you know,
what?
all right. This is only the 4th round, but he's acting like he's like showboating when he's not
I hope
really
they're not cut.
being that effective.
Who's cut?
I hope they're not cut.
Never mind complaining, getting about it. Good uppercut. Oof. That uppercut, I think, is going to come into it because Fury's always had a good right uppercut. Oh. See, Fury doesn't help him doing that. He should just keep working. He's winning this round.
And he has to be careful because he's on the back foot.
Of course.
You know, the person
He's
that's making
winning
the
the
fight.
round, but it's not like an easy round. But they're all landing on gloves. A good shot.
I think Usyk's going to slip the uppercut and come with that overhand. Oh, he's allowing the round to be
Thing
close
is,
now.
Usyk, again, I mean, neither of them are concussive power, but Usyk he doesn't have real top heavyweight power, does he?
I think it's a lot of amateur punching at the moment, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Scoring
Just
punches.
scoring
but
shots,
they're-
yeah. I've got Fury this round, though.
Yeah, it's his round. But he doesn't look like... If he can maintain that, he wins the fight. If he can't, and I don't think he can, it'll be
got
very
that.
interesting to see.
Who's that, Fury?
Fury.
It could, well, depending on how you're scoring it, it could be
If he can
2-2.
If Usyk slows down, and then he keeps those long shots, those clean, long, wide shots, he's landing more.
Yeah, I like when he puts 2 together.
Yeah. But he came out with a very positive start. He threw a lot of shots early and kind of took a little bit of control of the round, and that's what he needs to do.
He responded. It was good. Yeah, good corner work, as you said earlier. How have you got it? You got it 3-1 or 2-2?
Me, I've got it. I think it's about 2-2.
Okay.
Or maybe 2-1-1. I gave the second round in my heart to them, but they gave it to Usyk, so it made me not sure, you know. But
I'm not sure about the second either.
I would say 2-2.
You think 2-2, yeah?
Yeah.
I've got 3-1.
3-1, yeah. 2-2 or 3-1.
I'm 2-1. 2-1 Usyk for me.
Mm-hmm. What kind of camera works this? Let's see what's happening.
I think Tyson
Fury,
needs to hold
it's plain and simple. Fury needs to get his shots off first. If he waits to counter, it's not good, you know.
And I think he needs to hold the middle of the ring.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Circle.
Because these judges, they're seeing him backing up all the time. Even if he's landing better shots, he's backing up, backing up.
He did catch him a nice. It's better. He needs to walk forward then and not. That's good shots. Go on. Go on, Usyk.
It's good defense by Usyk
He is
there.
finding his range. It's good, but it's good from Usyk. But they didn't land.
Good defense from Tyson there.
Yeah.
Good shot from Tyson there again.
He is coming into it a bit, you know.
Yeah, he is.
Very good. Beautiful work from Usyk there. Footwork.
Oh,
good work.
Hard shots, man. Fury's definitely in control again this round, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's hurting him to the body. Oh, that hurts him. He did.
It wasn't low.
He's open to that body shot or uppercut. That was low, yep. That was very low. But I think,
was it low?
Yeah.
It's good work by Tyson though. He's woke up.
Tyson's boxing him up this round, yeah. Oh, those body shots are really starting to hurt, aren't they?
That looked also a little bit low, to be honest.
Fury landing some very good right hooks under the elbow.
And this is what Tyson should have been doing, landing the heavier shots.
He's just getting his range, but
he really is getting his range. Tyson Fury
he's
now
beating him up this round. This is what you spoke about. This is the work he needs to do to break him down late.
Definitely.
You know? But he's doing it. Oh,
and look,
good
he's
shot,
in the middle of the ring now. It's what he needs.
But even at that, he's out picking him. His understanding of range is better. He's coming back and in and out.
Yep.
And that's what I saw. That's how I saw him beating when we spoke about before. You know,
you can see his range is an advantage, isn't it?
Of course, but his understanding of how to use it like that. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
He's drawing him. He's bringing Usyk onto the shots this round. You know.
Well, Usyk needs to make an adjustment here.
Yeah.
And I think
big round for Fury.
I think he should try and get Fury to start reaching.
Yeah. I start drawing him in, but I don't think, because Fury won't reach. Fury's too clever to do that, you know. And that's his nonsense.
Yep, that's a Fury round.
I've got it 3-2 to Fury, but even if we call it all even at this stage, I'd be happy, you know. What?
Even at this stage.
Yeah, I would say even's not wrong, you know.
Yeah.
But that was a very good round for Tyson Fury.
He's won his rounds a lot better than
the body work. Looks good. It looks good now.
I felt like he hurt him. Joshua don't look happy, does he? His mind's
throwaway. Love that.
See,
yeah,
that's
good
just
work.
This guy setups, touch high, up under, spin off. He understands his range there. You know, he knows what to.
Well, let's see what kind of adjustment Usyk's going to make now. Because he needs to.
He has to. He's come out meaningful, Usyk.
Yeah, he has.
He is.
It's not what I was expecting, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I thought Tyson would be the one coming forward to initiate. I thought Usyk would try and use angles and pick him off.
Tyson seems to have his timing on that right hand, doesn't he? Fury's sped up. His hand speed's come back, you know, because I thought he was slow in the first few rounds. He's spinning off his good feet as well. Good. He's keeping him where he needs him at the end of his shots, you know.
It's good boxing. Good defense there as well. Lovely.
Yeah. Good jabs, man. Come on.
Usyk's gone away from what was working. That straight backhand to the body.
Yeah.
See, he's getting too close now.
Yeah.
And it's going to take more out of him because of the weight.
We're in round 6 of this fight.
And you're reaching for that head.
Punching and missing and reaching, just like you say.
Why?
That's because I think Fury's put him out of his comfort zone. He's hitting them over and over again with the jab and the long body shots and uppercuts.
And to go back to that body work.
See? Oh, that's heavy leather. Big shot from Fury. Big shot. Usyk looks stunned, doesn't he? Slightly. There, he's not got anything.
I think that shot hurt Usyk.
He's hurt him again. Suddenly we've got a cruiserweight versus a heavyweight. Fury might stop him.
He's hurt.
Oh, body shot hurt him.
He definitely hurt him.
Looking like a bully, yep.
Yeah, size does make a difference.
So I'm trying to tell you guys, nobody listening to me.
Yep, it's definitely going Fury's way at the moment.
Over, lovely shot.
That's a good shot.
I'd like to see Usyk hang in there because he can still come through this and come back. Make a good fight.
He knows when to go for a walk.
Yeah. He's experienced. He's not badly hurt, but he was shook up, you know.
I don't know why he's gone away from that backhand to the body.
And now, why is Fury... Fury must be tired as well, because why is he backing up now, you know?
As you said, Kieran, I mean, you know, to try and find a way to close that range.
Not easy.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy. Against someone that knows what they're doing, like, you know what I mean? He knows how to spin off. Look. Oof. That missed, but it was dangerous if it landed.
Usyk is carrying a cut now.
I think he's looking very, very predictable, Usyk.
Yeah.
He wasn't looking like that earlier.
But you know what it's like when you're going against a fighter, you're struggling to land, all of a sudden you run out of ideas.
He's running out of
ideas.
ideas.
He looks like he's run out of ideas. His experience has gone out. So, I would have that 4-2 or 3-2-1.
I believe Fury is in the lead by 3 rounds to 2. And Usyk has a cut.
We're going into 7, yeah?
How did you score that? It's Fury, obviously, yeah.
I've got it even.
All even now?
Yep, 3-3.
Going into what, round 6?
We're going into 7 now.
7.
Yep, I've got it even.
Can Fury keep this up? That's the question.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
because he's not really under terrible pressure. Well, now we'll see what his lifestyle's been like.
I think what I was looking for was when he was going to start using his range, his height, his reach, and punishing Usyk for coming in.
His father's shouting at him in his ear, and he needs to let his corner man talk.
That's exactly what I was thinking. He's desperate.
That's a beauty.
Absolute beauty.
Doesn't hook off of it though.
And it hurt him.
Round 7, guys.
I think Usyk's falling into the trap of falling.
Still can he get a second
That's better.
one?
Go back to that shot that was working before.
If that uppercut lands again, though.
They've got it even as well.
Good.
Yep.
I would say 1 up to Fury.
Yeah, I think I'd agree.
Fury's waiting too
I think
long.
it's been pretty easy to score as well so far.
Good.
Looks very, very predictable at the moment, Usyk.
Usyk's kept walking onto the same shot over and over again.
If he's not careful, Tyson will stop him.
Yeah, if there's one person looks like getting stopped, it's Usyk. Fury's rounds have been a lot clearer than Usyk's rounds, you know, for me.
It's strange when you're watching these two guys in the ring. It's almost like there should be a heavyweight division and a super heavyweight division.
That's what I'm saying, but this is what I'm saying.
Crazy.
I mean, considering Usyk's a big man, he's 16 stone, he's 6'3", but...
And you see the problem that Usyk's going to have now is he doesn't really have that punch at heavyweight, does he?
Nah, well, you
see that, and that's what you'd need.
That's what I was saying. You were saying that he's got the better chin. He might well do, but I don't think he's got the power to knock out Fury.
Yeah, at this weight,
Fury's been in,
and he's a big guy, Fury. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Usyk was a big puncher at cruiserweight, was he?
Well, tell that to Tony Bellew, but the thing is, he's more of a technician. Exactly.
That's what I mean. He stopped Tony Bellew Tony Bellew says more from exhaustion.
I think Usyk's having a better round here.
He is.
What a shot!
Uppercut.
It's a shame Fury doesn't hook off of it when he had the uppercut to hook off it as well.
But you see how he's leaning on him and making him tired, though. It's clever.
Yeah.
I still think, good shot from Usyk.
Left cross there from...
It's a closer round.
Definitely a closer round, but still slightly favouring Fury.
He's landing the hardest shots.
I don't think Usyk's having that much of a problem getting close to Tyson. I just think he's picking the wrong shots when he gets there.
Yeah.
Before he was targeting the body.
Yes.
And Fury gets the ropes and he's going for his head, and I can't understand it when Fury's got good upper body movement.
Mm-hmm. Oof.
I wonder if Usyk's team are thinking this pressure, this educated pressure, he's going to slow Tyson down later.
Yeah, but
they can't leave it late.
He's getting beat up, Matt. He's all the heavy good shot. Better. It's a good fight. Come on. Good fight.
This is what Usyk needed. Go back down to the body. I got that. That's a close round, but Usyk finished the round better. I think I'm gonna go with Usyk in that one.
But I think Fury landed the heavier leather, man.
I'm going with Usyk for that round.
Yeah.
Just though. Yeah, it's close. That one's a close one. Usyk needed that.
He needed
even if he didn't win the round, he's kind of changed the momentum.
Call it an even round. I'll say one round still up for Fury. Yeah, good point. They're saying Fury that it was whether he won the round or not, he had some type of momentum in it. It was his first round from the last 3 or 4 to do anything. Yeah.
Yep. Whoever said draw.
It's interesting. You talk about it's interesting. Yeah, the draw could be possible.
Oh, that's an aggressive start from Fury with 3 big shots. Fury's planning to stop Usyk's rise now. But Usyk looks very lively himself. I think they're both catching a second wind.
Fury's looking a bit loose here.
Yeah.
Might be feeling the pace a bit.
Maybe Fury now, exactly. Usyk looks very lively this round. I think he sees his chance. Shot. If Fury doesn't stop him with something, then he's going to let momentum switch.
See, earlier,
good shot.
That's what Usyk was early in the fight. You see the range he's at now? Sensible range. Don't go too close because Fury's looking for the uppercut.
Oh.
Good work, Fury.
That is Fury. It's
put your weight on
He's
him.
still landing.
That took so much out of Usyk.
Yeah.
That weight.
Lean on and walk forward.
Stop complaining, man.
Stop complaining.
Hit him back low if he hits you low.
That uppercut, I can see it. He's winding it up.
Yeah.
There's the shot, man.
Good head
you
movement.
can see it, can you?
He wants to whip it, yeah. He's got to throw something off of it, though. So the one shot's not enough.
Oof.
Yeah.
You can see him winding it up, and again. Oof.
Oh,
good shots both ways. He answered him straight back, Usyk, didn't he?
That's the body shot that Usyk needs to go back to.
They both look tired now, but I think Usyk, believe it or not, looks a little bit fresher. I don't know if...
Yeah, he looked tired the last round, but now he looks energized.
Why is he backing up again? Because I don't think he's going to make Fury stretch.
I think this is what you should do at times. Yeah, he's making reaches and trying to get up his height every now and then because he's starting to be a bit predictable when he keeps coming forward in straight lines.
I hear you.
So he needs to do something a bit different sometimes.
He's wide open to the right uppercut though.
He is.
Man, he's leaning forward. He's punching. Fury needs to go underneath or over.
Great shot.
Good shot. Did that land?
Yep. Love to see a replay, but it looked like it landed. No, go for the body. See, he gets close and he keeps going for his head. I don't understand
Fury's
that.
leaning on him. These are hard rounds to score, aren't they? This one's
I want to
hard.
ask you.
This is Fury's round. I'm sorry, this is Usyk's cup.
So yeah,
It's Usyk's round.
I don't know. They're both landing shots.
Oh, shot.
That's good. I think Usyk snapped it.
It's Usyk's round for sure.
I think Usyk's round this one.
Yep. Event switched again.
Yeah, Tyson's getting tired, you know. Fury's cut.
Just get back to the corner.
I think Fury's
reset.
been wiping his nose for the last 3 or 4 rounds. I wonder if he's struggling to breathe in it. He's badly bleeding, like a broken nose potentially.
I'd give that round to Usyk.
Usyk, yeah, so do I.
So I have Usyk 4-3 up.
Okay. So Fury's so wild when he stretches, isn't he?
Yeah.
He leaves himself so open.
Yep.
Oh,
I was calling that shot from the third round because he kept digging downstairs.
Now, that's what I was saying. That was the shot. And Fury's holding his hand here.
Yeah.
And he's wide open.
He's wide
and
open.
he still isn't. He's holding his right
Because
hand
he's
very
got
low.
so used to that shot going downstairs now.
Yeah.
Now he's taking it up top.
Yeah.
I've got Usyk 5-3 up.
Yeah, 5-3.
I've got
Yeah.
him 4-3 up.
Yeah.
I've got my. I think
You've got one even. You've got an even round,
Talk
haven't
about
you?
the amateur experience. He does fight in some ways like an amateur.
Yes, he does. And because he doesn't overcommit, he's able to be busy throughout the round.
Hungry, man. Look how hungry he is. He's come out sharp again.
There's going to be some controversy here.
We'd have. And now, look, it's looking good for Usyk because Fury's going back to the ropes. Wrong place for Fury to be.
You're right, though. That uppercut
maybe
is the
this,
shot.
Yeah.
Clean liver.
But he's not throwing it. He needs to throw over and up the way and round the side.
I think he needs to throw an uppercut to the body.
That's what I
Tyson
mean,
Fury.
under there.
Yeah.
That's it, look, but he's wide open to it, especially earlier in the fight.
Because he blinds himself, Usyk. He just brings his hands up like there. You should have thrown it there.
Step out, rip it to the body. What's Fury doing down there?
Usyk doesn't need this, though. But Tyson's got bags of heart.
Where's the blood coming
They
from?
both do. Tyson's nose.
Yeah.
Bleeding inside his nose, which
Right.
will be a fit. That's a good long right. Oof.
I don't think you're seeing any
When Tyson lets him drift into range like that.
Yeah, he should be using some
good
sort of a
shot.
distraction, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Like flicking that jab.
Where's that long hat jab exactly?
Usyk's going head hunting again. He's not going down to the
Yeah.
body.
You're right, correct. He should be working that and
Yeah,
hit
you
the
got him against
centre
the
of
ropes.
mass and then
Go
there
to
we
the
go.
body. Don't go for his head. Good defense, Usyk there.
Fury's
Good
not
shots from
showboating
Usyk.
anymore, is he?
No, I think he's struggling to breathe.
He's not showboating anymore.
But he needs to let his hands go.
That's the shot.
It's
But I
good
don't know why
leather
Usyk-
both ways. It's good leather.
I don't know
both
why
ways.
Usyk doesn't take a step out when Fury loads it up.
Oh, good right hand again from Fury.
That's what Usyk should be doing, is making him commit and use a lot of energy because he's a bigger man.
But he's also landing there as well, a lot of shots.
Going for the head again.
That jab.
It's Usyk's
Fury
shot.
Who landed there?
They both landed, but Usyk's
both.
shot was more effective. I've got Usyk winning this round, though. He's landing more clean, effective punches so far to me in this round.
Yeah.
And he's backing Tyson up. There you go.
Oh,
Good
there
left.
you go. He took
felt
it
that
with
one.
that. Does he
felt
hurt
that
him?
one.
He's hurt him. Can he stop him? Fury's gone.
Fury's gone. Come on, Usyk. Can he finish him?
You better
He's
land.
gone. He's gone.
You better
Fury's
land.
down to the ground.
You better land.
Down goes the champ. It was a count. The ropes held him up there.
I'm telling you, if that,
10-8 round, man, he proved
if that didn't happen just now, seriously, Tyson would have got stopped.
Yeah.
What do you say?
If he hadn't,
never went down,
the referee did his job because he was going to go, then the ropes kept him up.
Yeah.
But if he let it go, Usyk was coming.
Oh,
he'll get through. You see, he got through it.
Come on, you're right.
Did he take a count then?
Yes,
Yeah,
10
10-8.
So it's a 10-8 round.
The rules are if the rope holds you up from falling, then it's a knockdown, you know? So
Yeah,
it's
good
a 10-8
refereeing.
round. That out on his feet big time. Now we're talking about lifestyle and age. Can he come back like he done before, you know? I thought, oh, lovely.
Punches in bunches. That's what Usyk does.
He's gone, man.
See, it's too much head hunting there.
He's completely gone, man.
But why did the referee step in there?
Because he would have fell out the ring.
Because what?
If you get caught with a shot and the ropes hold you up, you have to administer a count. That's the rules.
Okay.
So I don't think that
So he was going to go down. You see from there. See, he was going to go
standing count.
Standing count. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, like if that was in a car park, he's on the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Or middle of the
there was
ring,
no
he would've
ropes
gone down.
there. Like he's gone. You know, the ropes that held him up.
I think Usyk will. I think Fury will recover. You know, the only problem he's got now is scorecards.
I think he's going to lose the fight. That's a big 10-8 round. He's not going to recover sitting back on those ropes. Oh, he's got him, man. He's fast enough to do him.
But Tyson,
He's got the heart.
He's got this
He's got the heart.
unbelievable resolve. He comes back.
Yeah, he does. What he needs to do, really, he needs to go for it.
Aye, but what's he got left? Just the question we spoke about before.
No, I
you
tell
know?
you what.
Well, he's a bigger man, so you know,
All
he can
the
hurt
showboating.
Usyk.
He needs to win the last 3 rounds very, very big to even be in the mix for a. I think that last round in the knockdown is a hugely significant.
What I like what Usyk's doing now, again, he's touching, taking half a step out. So he's trying to draw a lead out of Tyson.
Yeah. See, Fury is so all over the place when he punches himself with his defense that
he'll come back though. He's got his legs back.
Well, but he can't just come back. He needs to win the round.
Punching too long, Fury.
It's a big, another Usyk round, comfortable Usyk round so far. He's a minute and a half away already. Fury needs a knockdown.
He does. For me, he needs a knockdown to get a draw.
Yeah, and he's backing up to the ropes high, getting broke up.
I think he started this fight wrong.
Yeah.
The first 3, basically giving away the first 3 rounds, and then allowing Usyk to get into a rhythm. But he's back.
Exactly
he's back.
right. But I think also that Fury can't sustain like he used to sustain. He can't keep the rounds. He can't keep the work rate that he used to have. You know.
And I think the other thing is that when they were saying that he's dropped a lot of weight, you know, it doesn't really benefit you when you get older.
No, of course not. It's the lifestyle.
It starts taking.
It's
Look at De La Hoya when he fought Pacquiao.
Yeah.
He hadn't made that weight for God knows how long, and he looked a shell of himself.
Or Roy Jones when he came back down from heavyweight, you know.
Good shot from
Good
Fury.
shot from Fury there.
It was. I don't think it bothered Usyk though.
A nice shot from Usyk.
Move your head in the way in, Usyk. Move your head in the way in. Can see what Tyson's looking for. Looking to whip.
Another big round for Usyk as far as I can see. He's regrouped. He's getting through it, but he's not won the round. It's another big
he's recovered
round
though.
for Usyk. He's recovered.
The good thing
so
is
he
he's
needs to
recovered.
go for a knockout in the last 2 to 1. You know.
Who'd you give this round to?
Usyk.
Oh, Usyk all day.
Usyk. He's got the momentum now.
If he doesn't drop him, I think he's.
You know what?
What? You were
I
right.
said stoppage.
Stoppage. Yeah.
Come on, boys.
You could be
got
right.
2
You know, you could.
2
be
rounds
right.
to go.
I said stoppage in 11.
Yeah, 2 rounds to go.
Yeah.
2 rounds to go.
I didn't see Usyk stopping Fury, but this is what it comes down to. What's Fury got left? He's not holding shots and he's tired early. He wasn't putting the numbers of punches. He couldn't.
So as you said, it catches up with you, the living.
But he showed, it was clear he had the stamp of him there if he could sustain it. That's what I said, and he wasn't able to sustain that style of fighting, you know, and he was...
This is the worst case scenario right now for Tyson Fury because
he's got all these men in the corner.
He has to go for it now, and this is what's going to leave him open. If he starts giving up his height against Usyk now in his last round...
That's bullshit. From what?
I didn't hear it.
Sorry. Excuse my French.
Don't worry about that.
That's so many people shouting at Fury.
Yeah, I like one person, man.
Yeah. He's got all these men in the corner. His dad won't go away, like people used to say about Chris Eubank Senior.
Yeah. His father's telling him to box and move and not get involved, as if he's won the fight. And from what I can see, the other coach is telling him to go and start throwing heavy leather. So it's like two different types of advice coming from the same corner.
100%.
Which
is that what you? Is it really?
That's I couldn't hear properly, but I think
it does seem like he's got too many people in his corner.
Yes, there should be one voice in the corner. And that's enough. Are they trying to kid Fury on that he's winning this fight or something?
As soon as this fight was made, this is what I said. The problem is with this fight is that Usyk is just it's Tyson's never seen anything like it.
Yeah,
not the ability of an Usyk. The guys he's fought are plodders.
Well, it usually affects his legacy if he loses this fight, you know.
I don't know, not really, because Usyk is a decorated amateur and a two-weight undisputed champion.
Oh, he's a great fighter.
Great, yeah.
What I'm saying is, Fury was being considered the best of this era, you know. And
until he's fought Usyk and Joshua, I didn't really
Don't
see.
speak too soon, though. You can never count. He's a heavyweight
I'm
division.
not counting him out. I'm just saying, if he was to lose,
the only problem that Fury's got, he doesn't like he's got the steam on his punches anymore. See that he's pushing him. Wow.
I thought he looked slow from early in the fight, and I thought he looked like he lacked something from early, you know. I think he's old. Not even.
The only problem with that is that Usyk's older, isn't he, than Fury?
Yeah, he's older.
Yeah,
and he's coming up from the lighter weights, and he's had a longer amateur career. He's got more wear and tear.
I know,
but like you said earlier,
more wear
he's
and
lived
tear
better.
by lifestyle, man.
He's lived better.
Not ballooned up to 25
that was close.
stone, sniffing things. And...
That was close.
Oh.
Usyk's got enough experience with the last round. He doesn't have to take any chances.
Yeah. He's won the fight. All he's got to do is go the distance.
Don't jump in, don't need to. Don't need to jump in.
I think he's trying to knock Fury out. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, remember, I think they cut that round short with Joshua because he had Joshua going, didn't he, Usyk?
How do you mean he cut it short?
Yeah, and the bell went. I think the round ended early.
Good left from Usyk.
I think there's another 10 seconds to go. It's Usyk again.
Who'd you give that to?
Usyk.
Oh, Usyk all day. Look.
I've got 8 rounds to 3 and they're not done.
Sorry.
Yeah, John Fury's talking to him. This guy, I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's like the John Fury show. People said that about Chris Eubank Senior.
Yeah, they
too
did.
much a voice in Junior's ear. It's the same thing here.
Yeah, I wonder what they're saying. Sorry, I'm just
sorry.
He's 10.
So, as far as I can see, Fury's his father's telling him to move away, not get involved, and the other coach, the head coach in the corner, is telling him to stand and turn and throw
Sugar
bombs.
Hill is telling him to plant his feet, which is the right
bombs.
thing. You're
Yeah,
behind.
of course,
You've got to go for
and
it.
And he's telling him not to get involved.
Well, that's not going to help you.
He's just trying to tell him to survive, basically.
Yes,
So the
exactly.
heavyweight champ doesn't survive. Go and try and win the.
Exactly. I think he should plant his feet and go
throw
for
some
it.
Bombs, man. He says turn and twist, turn your ships and try and knock him out. Not a big last round. He needs to knock him out to win. The way I see it.
Although you never know, there can often be some dodgy scorecards.
But I mean, look, the world can see what's happening, you know. There's only...
That's gone back down to that shot again now.
As you say, touches the body.
See, Usyk, Fury's technique
terrible,
at times is all over the place, whereas Usyk is just fundamentally sound.
Yeah, good fundamentals.
What do you think?
Fury doesn't. He's put so much weight.
It's all over
on.
the place.
It's all over the place.
But you see, he gets away with it because he's athletic. But against plodders, not against a decorated fighter like this.
Yeah.
I had a bet on Kakachi and Usyk to win.
Mate, you're making money tonight.
Yeah,
Come on, well done. Fury looks not strong to me in this fight. There didn't look.
The weight loss probably affected him.
Yeah, look. Is it weight loss or what? Look at him. He's still not in good shape. He's not. Anyway.
But when has he ever looked like a?
Well, I mean, he's really
like a Lennox or a. You know, he looks like Bo right now.
1 minute, 23 seconds left.
After Bo won the title, he's in awful shape, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
That's what you need to do. Plant your feet and let your right hand go.
But then he backs up to the ropes. I can't understand it, you know.
If he finds something and turns this around, it's going to be...
Well, it's the greatest comeback in a long time, anyway.
Yeah.
But I would feel sorry for Usyk if he gets knocked out. Oh!
Well, I don't know why Usyk should be boxing right now. Well.
Tyson landed a big shot on Usyk there, but he's not really able to...
Usyk should be boxing.
Why is Fury not throwing punches? Usyk needs to just stand back and go for a walk. He doesn't need to get involved.
He's trying to draw him onto something. He's trying to draw him onto a big shot, Fury.
Of course he is.
There he is there.
He's come back to life now.
He's looking for it. Oh, don't... There you go. But plant your feet,
Why
Fury.
hasn't he been doing that? It's Fury's round this round, but it's not enough to bring back the fight for me.
Wow. It's Fury's round. It's very... I'm not so sure. Pretty close.
Just on big shots, maybe.
There's not that much in it.
No, he's showboating. Well,
he's got his rematch, hasn't he? Wow.
How do you score the last round? I wasn't even scoring it really. It was a matter of whether there was a knockout or not. For me, that it went the distance, I think Usyk won that fight.
I'm going to give that round to Fury.
Clear. But you know, the interesting thing is, you know what's going to happen. There's going to be a contentious... I can see that.
I got 117, 111.
I would watch a rematch. I would watch a rematch. I think it's interesting. But I think... you know, you can't but be happy for Usyk. What a career, man. Unify the cruiserweight division, won the Olympic Games, unify the cruiser, step up. And to be honest, you know, the whole Fury camp hasn't exactly, you know, covered themselves in glory in the build up to this. You know what I mean? I don't like talking about anyone.
I've got 117, 111.
Yeah.
Well, I've got it also 4 rounds ahead.
Yeah, I'd say that's about right.
What, with a knockdown as well and giving away the first 3 rounds? Mathematically, it doesn't make sense to me.
Let me have a look.
I've got it at least maybe 116, 113.
Right. I gave Usyk 3 rounds.
I think he's won by 4 or 5 rounds.
But with a knockdown, he gets another point. And that's like 4 rounds.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
116, 112. It's clear winner, like whatever way they score.
Good work with the shoulder there, though.
I know, but he's not coming back with anything. That's the thing, you know.
Is this action from the last round?
Must be.
If it is, that you have to give that round to Usyk. Then he's doing the better work.
Yeah, but they're not showing the shots to Fury. But I think either which way he's won the fight easy. It was a matter of whether Fury could knock him out or not. What a career, Alexander Usyk.
I just hope
unified champion.
I hope that the judges score it correctly.
I'll be
How would
there's no question. I think it was a knockdown that caused the separation. I think there's no debate now.
It's like revenge for Ukraine as well, isn't it? After he took the title off the Klitschko.
Well, he was motivated for this one, anyway, wasn't he?
How would Usyk do against Vladimir and Klitschko? And
I would have loved to see a prime Evander Holyfield beat Usyk. Prime. Both of them in their prime. Yeah. It would have been a great fight.
Would have as well, actually.
It would have been a great fight.
because styles make fights. I think he had the. But to be honest, I don't think that's a prime Tyson Fury in there. I think he just looks.
I think no matter what time this fight was going to happen, it's just
Usyk had his number. Yeah, could be. Look,
it's that experience.
Yeah,
it always shows in these big fights when these guys have had that level of education. It seems to show.
Well, I tell you what, respect to both of them, because again, that was a hard fight.
30 amateur fights achieved.
Is that all he had?
I think Fury's had about 30, 35 amateur fights in total.
Yeah.
Maybe one. I think if he's had 35, he won like 30 or 31 of them.
Yeah. He only lost once, did he?
He lost 3 or 4, I think. But double check.
Oh, the box rec isn't accurate, you know. That's not.
I don't think I got it from box rec.
I mean, to be honest with you, Tyson Fury, with all his show,
31. He won 31 amateur fights and lost 4.
All right.
It wasn't a good look when you consider he was showboating the way he was. What for? You know, you showboat if you're winning a fight clear.
When he was hurt, I think he was doing it to try and buy time. You know, that's why he was showboating. You know, when he was in the corner, he started showboating, and Usyk stood back from him. You know, is he trying to claim the win? I wonder.
Listen, Lennox Lewis defeated Evander Holyfield in the first fight, and it was scored a draw.
Scored a draw. The same. Let's see. I hope there's nothing silly like that. You know?
But Lewis didn't have a definitive round like what Usyk's done here. He's had at least 3 of those rounds. They were one-sided. He had Tyson reeling after knockdown round.
Back from Tyson took over at one
Here we go. The
point,
scorecard.
Back
round 4.
So respect him, man.
Yeah, round 4 he came in.
For come back. Too close.
115, 112.
No.
I told you.
What?
It's just ridiculous.
Usyk. It's disgraceful judging.
Yeah. He won the fight.
It was disgraceful judging, honestly. That is it's embarrassing.
What
one
is
round
that judge seeking of?
That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad enough scoring one of those judges scoring that fight
so for people at home, it's
he needs to be investigated.
What were the scores? 115, 112 to Fury.
Whoever scored that fight to Tyson Fury needs to be investigated.
Yeah.
Seriously.
You got a 114, 113 to Fury. Sorry, 115, 112 to Usyk, and one. Oh no, sorry. One of them was a draw, or was it to Fury? No, one to Fury. Split decision.
It's
My
a disgrace. That is a
That's what I
disgrace.
said to you.
Well, look, at least the right man won. So
Yeah, the
there's
right
no
man
point.
won. But what's this? Who's this judge?
I know. Thank God the right man won in the big fight like that. Imagine. Now at least we've got the correct undisputed champion.
If Usyk had dropped one more round during that fight was going to be a draw.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it happened with Lewis Holyfield.
Undisputed. Go on, champ.
Go on. Big plastic looking belt he's holding up there.
Ever since he moved up to heavyweight.
Sorry?
Ever since he moved up to heavyweight, I've always called that he'd beat Fury.
Yeah, good call.
Same like with Holyfield. Holyfield used to have cruiserweight fights and then used to be asked interviews about Tyson.
Let's hear what he's. What a career. I feel. He said Metropobelli, whatever that means.
Done a good job with the cut.
He did.
He's thanking his team.
So the interview with Usyk.
He should retire.
Yeah, you can't help but be happy for Alexander Usyk. What a performance for me against a lot of the odds.
Who else is there for him to fight? He should retire.
Yeah, well, I mean, now he goes down as the greatest fighter of his era, the greatest cruiser and heavyweight of the era.
Usyk. Who else is for him to fight? He's beat Joshua twice.
Well, they've got a rematch.
Just beat Fury. It's a shame.
He can retire.
It's a shame because he should really walk away now. There's
I think he beats.
There's nothing else for him to achieve.
And if he walks away, it's going to be Fury against Joshua, and I think Joshua beats Fury.
Well, I think Fury's. Not
I think
the
Joshua
same
will
fighter
knock
as
out
he used
Fury.
to be. Yeah, if
Eh?
he fights like that, he'll knock him out. Joshua will knock him out if he fights like that. I think Fury.
Yeah, he was. He tried. It's a heavy knockdown. Well, stand Nate.
No, he's claiming he's won the fight.
That's embarrassing, Tyson.
He's trying to claim he's won the
I
fight.
expect better from you, really.
No.
He's living in cloud cuckoo land, to be honest with you. He thinks he won the fight.
What do you mean, Happy New Year? What's he talking about?
No, he sounds concussed.
Very strange, very strange.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year?
I'm confused.
Don't start a fight now. I hope they don't start fighting and embarrass boxing. There seems to be tension in the ring now because Fury hasn't accepted the defeat.
Sounds a bit like Borat, doesn't it?
It does.
I like it. Good energy. That's what I said.
Well, I mean, he's got a good.
He did his
case there,
job.
you know. Yeah.
He did his job.
What's he pulled his shorts off? Look at this.
Do you know, I've got to say that I don't know about you. I just think Fury's living in cloud cuckoo land. I didn't like his showboating.
Well, he already thinks it's a Happy New Year.
I didn't like his showboating because he was showboating when he was losing the fight.
He knew what he was in with.
Mm-hmm.
He knew what he was in with. Yeah. This was the real deal.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, he was showboating when he was a few rounds down. He then I don't know how that was a split decision. And he thinks he won the fight. Yeah. Tell me how he won the fight. He got a standing count.
But you're looking at, of course he's going to say that because he wants there to be interest in the rematch. It's a financial decision in his heart. He knows he lost the fight. He's saying that because you tell people you've won, a lot of times the public will just go with the narrative, and that he's trying to force a narrative to the public that says that was a contested or close fight. He's trying to sell the split decision narrative. For anyone that knows boxing and that watched the fight, I think there's only one winner there, and 100%. I think he's been a long-time champion. I think good. I'd be interested. I'd watch a rematch. I think.
And who would you fancy in the rematch?
I think Usyk again, because I think if Usyk, I think it would prove to me that he wasn't able to sustain the high tempo that it took to beat Usyk. Usyk turned that fight around in the round where he knocked him down and in the round before it. But he was having a hard time for a large section of that fight as well. Remember earlier we said, look, he could get stopped here. You said to me, oh, I think he could stop him if he keeps. So it wasn't like Usyk cruised to victory. Usyk bit down like a warrior, like a true champion, and found a way to beat him up. He knocked the heavyweight champion on his bum and took the title. So utmost respect to Usyk. That's how you won the heavyweight title. And I understand, what I'm saying is I understand Fury's trying to maintain some type of narrative and force a rematch. That's what I see. That's like the way I see it. What do you think?
I think it would have been a lot more classy to say 100%. I've got a rematch clause, but I lost this fight.
Yes,
and I'm going to come back and right this wrong. I'd have preferred him to say that. Even without the knockdown, I had Usyk win this fight.
Yes,
mathematically, you know, he made a better start, won the first 3 rounds. Tyson came back, won the next 3, which made it fascinating. But I remember saying during the live chat that the bigger guys don't mind, you know, have a problem with the smaller guys because of the pace.
Yeah.
You know, some of the old school trainers used to always say, go with the big man, he's going to get tired before you are.
Yeah,
you know, because they've got to carry around a lot more weight than you. And the way the fight was going and Usyk was making Tyson work, constantly backing him up, it always looked like Usyk was going to finish the fight stronger. So that's why I thought it would have been better if Tyson had put pressure on Usyk early. To me, him sitting back and letting Usyk get into rhythm was a big, big mistake. I think if he'd started the fight earlier, he'd have a case for an argument right now, even if he did get knocked down.
But I do think, if I'm honest, I think the best man won. The best fighter won that fight. Because the thing about it is, he outlasted Tyson. And even when he took what Tyson had to give and found a way to come back.
You know, the worry is now is that he's the puncher. Which is a nightmare for Tyson Fury. I mean, I'm talking mentally.
I don't think Tyson can do better. I don't think can
I think he can.
Him. Yeah,
I think he can do better.
To him, potentially. But I just think that it's a hard rematch for him. If you're asking me now, I think, yes, Fury can beat him. You're right, because there were a few pivotal moments in that fight. But
he had some momentum.
Yeah, he had some momentum.
He really did.
Why
that 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
And in 7th, he just seemed to whatever was working, he just stopped.
Yeah,
but Usyk was actually, to be honest with you, they were both letting each other back in that fight, because what Usyk was doing early, that backhand to the body early, and then take it up top, it was working the whole time, and he stopped. Then Tyson started to get back into the fight, and the momentum shift again. It's a
good fight.
Fascinating fight.
We just had a great fight. We just watched a great heavyweight title fight.
It was
spoiled by the scorecards, but at least we got the real champ, you know, and respect to both of them.
But what does Usyk have to do seriously to go and get a victory the next time round? Because if you're calling that a draw, you have to knock him out. And that, to me, that should be Usyk's mentality going in. Should say, I need to stop this guy to get this win.
Yeah.
Because you tried to rob him.
Yeah,
you did. A draw. Who
tried to rob him?
Two of those judges, honestly, one of them had it 1 round to Fury, and one of them had it 1 round to Fury, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is terrible.
By 1 point.
114, 114.
Terrible.
One was it 116, 114. What was his?
I think one of the Fury.
What is Sky punditry saying? Sorry,
I think was that a UK judge? Is yours working? Mine's off. Oh, that's why. All right. Cheers.
It was a great fight.
People are really saying that the fight lived up to expectations, which it did. It was always going to be a fight of cat and mouse, wasn't it?
Say again?
It was always going to be a fight of cat and mouse.
Definitely.
And I think it proved to be that, and that made it quite fascinating. But I was, the thing that I found interesting was the fact that I expected I expected Fury to be on the front foot,
A more aggressive Fury.
and Usyk to be dancing around him and trying to pick him off. And it just was the opposite. It was that Fury was sort of like up against the ropes, and Usyk was the man chasing. It was just completely.
If you don't
different
put
to what I thought it was
a
gonna be.
southpaw on the back foot and let them
Just
get
like
into
you said
rhythm,
earlier.
you're in
Yeah.
trouble.
Well, that's exactly
trouble.
what I found surprising was, in two ways, is Fury just couldn't sustain what it took to beat him. And that was throwing leather, picking him off from range, circling round and staying in the centre.
I don't think he'd be able to, though, because
he wasn't able to do it. Simple as
Usyk
that,
is the
and
smaller guy and is going to have
got
the
a
high
better
work rate,
engine.
better engine.
Better, but he was consistently breaking him up with shots in those rounds, and he couldn't sustain it. If
Couldn't
he had
sustain it.
sustained that for another 2 or 3 rounds, he might have got Usyk out of
Definitely,
there.
it was
Do you know,
definitely
that's
affecting
the
him.
way we were saying, you know.
It's definitely affecting him.
That's what I said to you at the end of the round was, can he keep this up?
Yeah,
Because if he keeps
yeah,
up,
true.
he wins, and he couldn't, and that was how we found out who the champ was. You
Yeah,
know?
true.
So then, now the legacy is what would Fury in his prime been able to keep it up, or is he in his prime now? Has he just lost in his prime? Do you know what I mean? Because in his prime, because we view the great fighters in their prime and try to compare them. If he's lost in his prime, then his legacy is usually affected. If he's past his prime, then it's slightly
But
less affected.
Usyk's older. This
No,
is
but
the
age,
issue.
no, come on,
I know what you
age
mean. I know
isn't
you're talking
age.
about the wear and tear
Usyk's in
and
his
the
prime right
living
now.
the life that he's lived.
It's about
The life he's lived. Yeah.
Usyk's in his prime right now. That's the best Usyk you'll ever see. He could have beat the cruiserweight Usyk. He could have beat the beginner heavyweight Usyk. He's a fighter.
Usyk was doing a lot of reaching in that fight as well. Though. We were calling it midway through the fight. He
That's
started
true,
reaching a lot. He's not quite as sharp as he was.
But he's reaching against
and it's
a
expected
guy,
at his age and the long career he's had.
Just before the
Good
round
point.
7, you started to think Tyson Fury
Can get back in this.
Here.
That's what, are they both past their prime? Is that what we're
Yes.
saying?
There's
could
no-
well
no-
be. It
there's
could
no
well
doubt.
be. Yeah,
There's no
it
doubt.
Could well be.
There's no doubt.
That's a good point.
Look,
That's a good point.
the way that
How old is
Usyk
Usyk now anyway?
What?
How old is
But
Usyk?
it's not the age; it's the lifestyle.
Yeah, but how
he
old is
lives,
he?
he lives, he trains, he eats, he does the things.
But you know how sports go. When you get to a certain age, you're
Yeah,
going to
of course.
start.
Well, this is what I
on the
was
decline
saying. That's
anyway.
why when I look at Fury, he can't sustain a high pace. You know, you look at the great heavyweights that was sustaining that. That's what happened. Muhammad Ali started sitting on the ropes all of the time, and he had to do the rope a dope because he couldn't sustain. Nobody could touch him before he got banned. He was moving constantly, pick and pop, and using the ring. And Fury, I'm not comparing him to Muhammad Ali, but what I'm saying is he looked like an old fighter backing up into the corner and sitting on the ropes. You know, and he seemed to know what to do.
No, he looked
but what
he looked
tactics? How would that be
confused to me.
tactics? But
I think he genuinely looked confused. Like I was saying early in the fight, he has not seen anything like this. He
Yeah.
hasn't, and he did make a change and figure out a way to do some damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think he'd ever seen anything like that. And it
Well,
took him so long to get to grips of what Usyk was doing that he was 3 rounds down.
Yeah.
Well, look, I know we're going to wrap up very shortly, but we all think that the result was the correct one, albeit
Yes.
the
The scorecards were-
line was incorrect.
Yes. And I stand corrected because Usyk showed me that he was the best heavyweight in the world tonight, man, you know. And I didn't see that happening like that.
Well, he has to go down as one of the greatest fighters of all time. And not just talk about a heavyweight. You're talking about a 2-weight undisputed champion. You've only had
but
Crawford,
you're talking about the-
Holyfield, and Usyk.
But you're talking about
2-weight undisputed.
Yeah, but
it's
right in the
not
history of the
about-
sport.
No, but a man with 20 fights can't be considered the greatest fighter of all time.
No, he has to go down as one of them. He's not the greatest.
Yeah, but I don't
if you've got a
believe-
top 20 or top 30, he'd be in that argument.
You can't
because of what he's
Top
achieved.
20 or 30 heavyweights, yes, but
Because of
not
what he's
of
achieved.
all-time fighters of all time. Like, we're talking about the greats, the people with 150 fights that have fought and won titles, Henry Armstrong. That's
the Armstrong of the
Roberto
world.
Duran.
Yeah.
They're, I mean, people like Marvin Hagler and stuff, you know, he's in 20 fights, you can't possibly be compared to
22
those
now,
guys.
22.
Well,
But
22,
I do put
But he's a
great
high-level
value
fighter.
on being undisputed because Floyd was never undisputed. Pacquiao was never undisputed. To me, it means you are the very best in that division.
It's great politics, but
No
it's
matter
also,
what,
but it's
you're the
also
best.
that you've had. I mean, who doesn't?
Ooh,
think,
shot.
Lovely shot. Who doesn't think that Floyd was the best in his division, or that any of them were the best? There's a lot of politics involved in being undisputed. but I rate him very highly. But I don't believe 22 fights is enough of a resume to be considered.
I tell you what I think. I think that just because he's won in 2 weights, of course, it's very impressive. But of course, he has to come up. You can't come down. Who's to say? Lennox Lewis, if he was fighting at a cruiserweight,
But that's why when you have people's
cruiserweight,
general pound list, that's why a lot of them don't put heavyweights in there, because the guys that's gone through the weight divisions, you know, that usually get those accolades. They don't. A lot of times you don't put heavyweights in your top 10 pound per pound, and that's the reason.
Yeah,
it's a great it's a great achievement to move up in weight and beat a champion. When Mosley jumped up 2 weights to beat De La Hoya, it was a big deal. He was a lightweight. He jumped up 2 weights. When Roy Jones jumped up went all the way from middleweight to heavyweight, it's a big deal.
Of course,
it is. Deal,
yeah.
Sorry, say that again.
When Roy Jones went through all those weight divisions and ended up getting a heavyweight title, it is a big deal.
It's a huge thing. Huge.
It's not something that's ever been done.
But look,
so you have to put him in that list.
But no, but then you talk about people like Henry Armstrong.
He was going up and down.
Stepped up to welterweight, went back down to lightweight, defended the featherweight title, and then done 19 defenses of the welterweight and drew for the middleweight.
So
what I'm saying is, how in 22 fights can be compared to the lists? Like that, he's not the only one.
Like
Sugar
Roy
Robson.
That's like Roy Jones comparing. Floyd Mayweather comparing himself to Sugar Ray Robinson, who was the greatest of all time. He's saying, "Well, I did it in a short amount of time with less fights."
But
that's his argument. But to me, Sugar Ray Robinson was the best.
So I agree with you, because Sugar Ray Robinson looked like a modern day fighter even back when people compare him to the other fighters. This guy looked like he could belong in fight nights now, you know.
Apart from it being in black and white, you look at it and you say technically beautiful.
Just a master, and that was way before his time, you know. But look at that, and we're just watching the replay of the knockdown. Oh, he's gone, man.
He was gone there. I mean,
and you
got to also add, Fury does have some heart. He got through that.
A lot of heart.
Badly hurt there. Like, look at man.
You can't take that away from him.
And then we look at what Joshua said after the fight. He doesn't know what happened in there, and no wonder he says he's seen a split decision, so he claims a victory for himself. The truth of the matter is he was battered, bruised up and down. So it's hard to expect a clear conversation directly after, you know.
That is going to do the rounds. That is going to do the rounds tomorrow.
You know,
Happy New Year. That's going to do the rounds.
He's been knocked down a lot. Happy New Year. He's been knocked down an awful lot, and he's had a hard career. He can think about retiring soon as well at his age.
Definitely.
Because how many wars can you be in?
Yeah.
You know, if you end up.
And then Wilder fights would have definitely taken a lot out of him.
Ah, come on, man.
Definitely.
Punches shaking.
But he was going down even before the Wilder fight. People forget. You know, the heart he has is unbelievable.
Like, I mean, then he was never the same fighter after the break. He was never the same fighter, I don't think.
Well, look, this will be.
I think he will fight Joshua though. Before he walks away,
I think Joshua
beats Fury.
I think he knocks him out.
Different style again.
Yeah.
I just think that Fury is Fury's been down a number of times.
He keeps getting up though.
Can bang.
He keeps getting up.
I think Fury also,
and he kept going up against Wilder.
I actually think, sorry to interrupt. I actually think Joshua's a better finisher than Wilder. Wilder's
calculated.
Good at landing that one punch that does damage. But Joshua, I think, is a better finisher. He'll put if he sees a guy's finished, he'll put a good collection of punches together. But anyway, guys,
special talent. This guy, seriously. Because it's not easy to fight these big men like that. It's not easy.
Who's that?
This Usyk.
Oh,
it's a special talent.
What a fighter. And what a career, man.
Unbelievable career. And listen, it's been an unbelievable night. Listen, what can I tell you? I've enjoyed the company of Xavier Miller.
Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier.
Yeah,
and of course,
Xavier.
Kieran Duffy, two great talkers, two great boxing minds. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed it at home. I've enjoyed being the person sitting next to these two guys, hearing what their boxing wisdom has had to say. It's been a great night. History has been made.
History.
Hope you've enjoyed the watch along. We'll see you again soon, guys. Take care.
Down tomorrow night at the Kingdom Arena here in Rio.
you